And we're back.
What's happening, everyone? Thanks for listening. I Don't Drink Coffee podcast. I'm Ben. This is my co-host, Lucas Johnson. And that introduction wasn't that great, but we're going to keep it. And a special guest today, very special guest, Israel Beauchamp. He grew up in Wilburton, Oklahoma. He ended up having relations with my cousin. And
lots of them.
and
you know what? There's a lot of people that are going to watch this that don't even know me by my name. They know me by
better known as otherwise known as Ish, because where'd you get the name Ish?
That was all the way back in high school, actually.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you had it in...
Nope. You were too young, but
yeah,
he was old enough to remember.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Right. He is in Lucas Johnson, because y'all were closer in age.
I'm older. I'm 2 years older in school.
You're 1 year. No, you were a senior when I was your junior. Yeah. Or are you in Daryl's grade or below?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you were 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I was wrong. So,
okay.
It happens. It's not an interesting story, actually. Back then, there was a football player named Ishmael Rocket who was probably the fastest in the NFL at the time. And my track coach started calling me Ish because, well, it didn't make much sense because I wasn't the fastest person in school. But it just stuck. So there you go. That's it.
Well, you know how coaches do. He was probably like, Israel, come here, Ishmael, Ish, and they just shorten it up. You know how coaches do that kind of thing.
Coach Upton. Unfortunately, he passed away from gunshot wounds. So,
I've forgotten about that.
Shotgun.
I forgot all about that.
Who?
Oh, my God.
My track coach back then, yeah.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. What happened?
That's shocking. I mean, I forgot.
Well,
I mean, that's what happens when you get shot by a shotgun. You die.
It is what happens.
Now, his...
self-inflicted?
No.
I think he was running. You know what? Look, you know how stories go. So if anybody tries to hold me to this, but the way I understood it was he was actually running a bar. He owned his own bar. He was running a bar or something like that. He had a confrontation with the individual. Individual followed him home and shot him with a shotgun. That's on his front steps, basically. That's the iceberg of what I know.
Now, if you knew Coach Upton, I'm not saying that the man deserved to be shot, but he did have a very unique personality, very mouthy.
How did I not know anything?
You know what I mean?
This?
Do you remember
You're
Coach
too
Upton?
Young.
No, I don't think so.
Coach Upton was there maybe when he probably left when I was a freshman.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
probably
that
right.
far back. So.
Yeah, he was a very, how some coaches have that locker room demeanor, where they're like, they talk shit or whatever to you and all that. And he was one of the biggest, you know what I mean?
I got a good one. Wait, I'm interrupting you. So what I did like about Coach Upton is he got people to run that didn't want to run. And Lucas is one of them. So Lucas was Lucas was a little overweight back then. Not much, But for a high school kid, he was a little overweight.
Unlike now, where I'm very overweight.
Tell me about it. And you don't exercise every day and be overweight. That sucks, trust me. But so, anyways, we were at a track meet, and he wanted something like it was the 1 mile relay, and he offered off 4 guys steaks if they ran in the 1 mile relay. It was you, Jesse Higgins, B.J. Burton.
Oh, yeah, B.J. Burton, yeah.
And Lawrence Roniker. Talking about a memory.
Was I in on this?
Yeah.
I don't remember, man.
Yeah. Obviously, they placed last, and it was fun. But he got them to run, not just run it, but they done it during a track meet. Away track meet at that. So,
I don't remember that.
I'd forgotten about it. Man, dude, you know how much shit I did in high school?
Yeah, it was...
That was...
The best thing about him, and I don't know if your camera will get it with Lucas, was this right here.
Yeah.
Turn around and look at you.
Yeah, my neck.
We don't have to make fun of his scoliosis.
It's been my entire life.
Poor guy.
And it's almost like you had MS with it.
It was, yeah, it's, dude, it's been my entire life.
Really?
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
That's been shit that's been said to me since I was, all my life. I've been that way my entire life.
Really? Did you have
Yeah.
a complex over it?
No, I don't give a shit.
You played football with us for a little while, right?
Yeah, I played every year, yeah.
Oh.
Well, I didn't play my junior year. I
Yeah,
take
I
that
was
back.
excited,
I didn't
yeah.
play my junior year, no.
I remember you playing. I just don't remember much about it.
Well, like whenever I was a senior, my grades were so bad, I only played in 4 games.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
That'll do it right there.
You had
Yeah.
bad grades?
Oh, dude, I've never had my high school years. I'm not sure how I graduated, and I'm not kidding. I've never had a math class, never had an algebra class, and
Look
graduated.
how smart
high
he
school.
is now, though. So.
I know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Never. Oh, I didn't.
Responsibilities.
As far as my school went, school work, and being in high school.
Yeah.
No, man, I showed up to bullshit with people just like I do here.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I came. Yeah, I didn't give a damn about it.
About
That's
anything else?
actually kind of funny if you think about it. Yeah, I just showed up, man. Yeah.
I really did. I mean, people, that's what I think's funny about when people talk about, well, I always wanted to skip school, blah, blah, blah. I never wanted to skip school.
Yeah.
Because
And you
if you
enjoyed
skip school,
school.
all your friends are at school.
Yeah, I enjoy
So
it.
what the hell are you going to do if you ditch? You know what I mean? I didn't
Right.
even go to senior skip day because I was like, what are you guys going to do? Oh, we're going to smoke weed and go out to the lake. And I was like,
All right, well,
now I'm good.
none of that, but
You know what I mean? I was
that's,
just like,
that's Lucas.
I didn't.
I wasn't part of that group. I wasn't part of the cool
He didn't
group.
go.
Well, and that
No,
was
yeah,
that was
yeah,
my
yeah.
entire class
It
kind
was
of.
his senior year. So, no, you weren't part of that group because you were...
No, I played ball. I played on their team. I mean, I actually played.
Oh,
that
you're
soccer,
younger. That's
so-
right. You're younger. I kept thinking
Yeah.
that. Okay, so my senior skip day, I went, but
No one
Scotty-
else went.
Oh, yeah, we all went. But Scotty and I both had our granny, Thelma. We had her call in and said, hey, Ben, Scotty's not going to be at school today. 'cause
That's not a skip day.
They're sick.
No, but that's not a skip day.
Yeah,
you have a
if somebody
parent
calls
or some-
in, then you're
that's
just
not
took
a
the
skip
day off.
Right, but listen, but wait, there's more. This was Scotty. This was Scotty and us, though, right? This was or Scotty and I. This is how we operated. We thought ahead. We're like, yeah, we're gonna skip, but we're gonna have Granny call in and say we're sick, and we're not gonna get in trouble for this. Everybody else is. But we're
Again,
not gonna.
but that's not skip day. Bro.
But hang on a second. There's more.
There's more.
So we go to school, and Miss Taylor's like, no.
Yeah, I loved her. She was a good woman.
She was like, no, y'all are, you guys owe me, right? And I'll go, hey, listen. And you know how I am. I was like, listen, I beat the technicality, right? I felt in my mind. Scotty was like, all right, I'm just going to do it. I was like, I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it, Miss Taylor. I said, we had our granny call in, sick for us. You can't give me, So we didn't really butt heads over it. She was just like, you owe me, and we're going to leave it at that. You're not going to get your diploma. And then later on, I go to CLEAT, law enforcement school, and she said, I had to go and ask her. I was like, I need my diploma to go to CLEAT.
Oh,
And she was like, don't you owe me detention? And I go, well, Miss Taylor, and I may have told this
she
story
was
already.
still alive
Yep.
when you went to CLEAT.
It was 5 years after I graduated, and she goes, I said, well, Miss Taylor, technically, I gave the whole story again. And she goes, well, I'm gonna go ahead. It's the only time I ever beat Miss Taylor. You know what I mean? Because she was a great woman, But at the time when you're in high school, you realize she had a hard job, and she needed to be hard to everybody. But she would see me every
enjoyed
day,
her.
and she would say, Mr. Klein, and I had her first hour. I was office aide. She would never say anything to me during office aide or during office hour or whatever, first hour. But at lunch, because I would go eat lunch and then I would leave, because when you're a senior, you get to leave at noon. I'd go ahead and go eat lunch with all my friends, and I would have burgers, and I would take the buns off, and I'd pile tomatoes on top of the 2 burgers, and I would just douse it in mustard, and then I would eat it with a fork.
Mustard on it.
Every day.
I give up.
And so, but she would be sitting there, because she was always right there at the door of the cafeteria, and she'd go, Mr. Klein, I need a note from your grandpa saying that you're working, and I go, okay, I'll get it for you tomorrow, Well, the next morning,
Yeah.
I would have her, and she would never say anything, but at noon, she would say, Mr. Klein. So I never gave her the note. I never did do the note, and I never did.
So how many times you get in trouble in school?
Very rarely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more than once though. Thing you
Like
think of?
how so? What do you mean by?
I mean,
in
any time.
trouble?
I mean, I know that Lucas got in trouble.
No, I mean, when I was a
lot.
kid, I hit Miss Mooney in the head with a book on
Yeah,
accident.
Well, I'm not
That
talking
was
about
an
a kid.
accident.
I'm talking about high school where you know what.
Now,
Yeah.
I would piss my teachers off. Yes.
Yeah.
On the reg. You
Well,
know?
I would make mine mad because I wouldn't do my work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, now I didn't make F's, but I didn't make very good grades because I didn't apply myself. But I never got in trouble until the last 3 days, and it was just what you were talking about, senior skip day. Nobody else except for Talina and her friends, and then a couple of my friends.
Selena
skipped.
is your wife, who's my
Yeah,
cousin.
Yeah.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
we were dating at the time, and she convinced me to skip with her. And then,
Imagine that.
then they called. We were the only ones. So Jeff Marshall, Lance Mathis, all you people watching this, pussies. But anyways, they called all the parents. Miss Taylor did, and everybody's parents took up for them, except for mine. And if you
Really?
knew my mom,
Yeah.
you knew
Valina.
she was not going to do it. She was like, "Hell no."
Yeah, I don't know where Israel is. He should be at school today. I'm
Yeah.
not real sure.
So I spent my last 3 days in
ISS?
ISS or whatever they
Yeah.
called it back
They
then.
don't. Well, it was called ISS. They don't call
Yeah.
it ISS now.
I don't
What do they
know.
call it now? Is it ISP? I don't even think they call it ISP anymore. Since ISS, it was ISP in school.
It's got to be politically correct now.
Right.
Yeah,
you can't
you
call
gotta-
it in school
Yeah, it's
suspension.
I can't remember what it is. They'll actually suspend you now, though. I mean, they don't do
Right.
much of that.
No, yeah, because you basically can't have kids by themselves with teachers anymore.
Well, that's what they sent. Remember? Well, you don't remember, but one
No.
time Carter got in trouble for having a knife in his backpack, and they sent him home for 2 weeks.
Oh, I didn't know that. You
So
didn't tell me.
yeah, dude,
What was
he
this?
was in third grade, I think, or something like
Really?
that.
Really?
Yeah.
They did that for a
2
third
weeks
grader?
for you know what? Oh my.
Yeah, dude.
crazy.
Here's the thing about it. It was a big blow up, but he had it in his backpack, right, and never got it out. But he was getting something out of his backpack, and another
saw it.
kid saw it. Not the teacher. A kid saw it. He told the teacher. Went home the next day. When he didn't even have it, the teacher came to him and said, "Did you have a knife?" He said, "Yes." So they suspended him.
Well, how long ago was this?
He was in third grade,
Third
and he's 14 now, so he's in 8th grade. So several years ago.
So
yeah.
the Obama years.
Probably, yeah.
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 That's
So
when people were getting triggered.
yeah, it was crazy, man. I was like, because I went up there and threw a fit. I mean, I was like, I said, number one, you guys never actually saw him with a knife, so you don't know if he had a knife or not. Number two, what the hell am I supposed to do with him for 2 weeks? You know what I mean?
I got to work, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what are we going to do with this dude? You know?
So when you guys were in high school, were you allowed to have weapons like guns or
All
whatever?
right. Well,
for
let's
hunting
start
rifles?
with it's not a weapon; it's a gun.
Yeah.
All right. There's a difference
Oh,
between a weapon
okay.
and a gun.
My bad.
All right. So, we were allowed to have guns in our vehicles only, and they had to be in plain view.
I think they
right?
had to
Yeah.
be in the window,
Yeah,
right?
they had to
Plain
be
view.
in plain view.
Or in
And
the-
they
You could have
couldn't-
him laying like on the seat. Like
Yeah, they had to be in plain view. The definition of that, hell, who knows? But we didn't have any problems like that at all. We
Nobody
didn't-
ever even. Yeah, I remember they didn't do like the walk through the parking lot or any of that shit like that. They didn't.
And we're not that old, but
Right. Well, I didn't.
Kinda old.
It just seemed like some of my classmates even were able to, like that we were able to.
yeah, they probably were because southeastern Oklahoma, it takes a while to get Californication down here, so we're a little bit.
Yeah, it's made its
behind.
way.
Yeah, so
No, you couldn't have a knife. Put it this way: if they could see it in your pocket, then they would take it from you. They'd say, "You got a knife." in your
oh
pocket,
yeah,
give
and
me
you
it."
would get it back by the end of the day,
Yeah.
though, most of the time.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
because I'm sure I had knives taken from me or.
Oh,
people
we used to
on
play
the
chicken
internet.
at lunch with knives. You know what I mean? We'd stand around.
Chicken with knives.
You don't
Yeah,
throw a
or
knife at
stretch.
somebody's foot.
Yeah.
People would play.
We just played chicken, like and I actually saw Terry Broyles get a knife stuck in his foot by Brian
That's
Cole,
good.
by Mo, like right in the top of it. It was the craziest thing, dude. We were sitting there playing, and they were playing. He goes,
He was not
"Thump."
chicken.
So
And-
wait a second though. How do you think that the outcome would be any different than a freaking knife in your foot if you're playing that game?
Well, I agree with you 100%.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you're throwing a knife at somebody's foot as
You're
close as
throwing
you
a knife
can,
at someone's foot.
and them not move. If you move your foot, then you lose. That's the thing. You're throwing it as close to their foot as you can and sticking it in the ground. And the chicken part is to not move.
Sooner or later, the outcome is going to be a knife in the foot.
And I saw it happen.
And hold.
And stuck it right in the top of his foot, and it stuck there. And everybody even it was Terry Broyles' foot, and even Terry, we all looked at each other like,
oh, no one even freaked out. They were like,
yeah, he didn't even say it hurt. He's like, and everybody
I got
goes,
a knife in my foot.
So he just calmly, if you know Terry Broyles, if anybody knows Terry Broyles, you know that this is what happened. He just he just bent down, pulled it out of his foot, closed it, handed it back to Mo, and punched Mo in the eye. And that's it. Mo goes, Terry, I'm sorry, pow. And then he was like,
but he
all
was
right. And we just went on.
But
you know the difference of that? Generation X.
Yeah, man. I mean,
but he was playing, right?
But here's the thing.
Was he in the game?
Let
Did
me
he get his foot.
let me say this though. You got to
Okay.
know something. In a certain time in this country, there was just
You had to pay
there were
for what
certain
you did.
actions. You know what I'm saying? Like an action is you get a reaction. So if you stick a knife in somebody's foot, even if they were playing a game, you're gonna get punched for it. It's kind of like a thing.
Yeah, that's what the accountability.
Yeah, I mean,
that
it's
would
like-
be Generation X again.
But if you're playing the game,
Well, in the absence of not knowing what
Hey,
to do,
Ben,
you-
when were you born?
nah, I'm not gonna say, but it was way after you guys.
Curious.
are you a millennial? Yeah, 2000s. Yeah.
Dude, the best conversation I ever had was with his brother. He was like, "The damn millennials," and I'm like,
You
"Dude,
are
you're
one."
a millennial." Oh man.
Well, if I'm a millennial, you guys are. What are you guys
we're
called?
Gen X.
Centennial. We're 100 years old.
Yeah, we are Gen X.
Well,
The last good generation.
Well, that's what I say.
I just
You
don't
did-
believe the guy should have got punched
Well,
because he was
No.
playing the game.
Shoulda, coulda. It don't got anything to do with it, man.
He just
you know
took
what I'm saying?
He just took it.
Well, that's what my kids even talk to me about.
Did
Is
the guy
that
just walk away and y'all were
Well,
at school, right?
it's a mentality, dude.
Did he
Getting
leave
punched in
school?
the
I
eye
wanna
was
know more
not a
about
big
this.
deal.
I want to know more about this story. Yeah, it wasn't a big deal when I was in school either. I want to know more about the story. Though.
What
Did
do
he
you wanna know?
continue on?
Playing?
No, did he continue on his school day?
Yes.
He didn't go to the hospital or anything?
No.
Okay, all
He
right.
played. We practiced football that evening. I was a sophomore in high school. He was a senior. You know what I mean?
You know what he done? He probably put tobacco in it and kept
Yeah.
on.
I don't know if he did
Football
anything to it. I remember him talking about.
Did it bleed?
Yes, for the rest of the day.
Oh, wow.
It was
Well,
a knife wound.
Did it bleed?
Well, what I want to know is, did it actually stick in his foot? or
Okay,
was it
well,
stuck
if
in
you're
his tooth?
throwing it, I'll tell you from experience that if you have a heavy enough knife, you can ask my son this, and you drop it off of purposely, by the way, drop it off of your dresser or whatever into your brand new wood floor, that it will stick. And then, if your foot's in the way, it will go through your foot.
That happened to Christian?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, ask Talina. It was magnificent. I'm sitting on back in the old house. I'm sitting on the recliner.
Oh, this happened in
yeah, he
okay.
came running up, blood all over my brand new carpet because I had brand new wood floors and carpet done in some spots, you know. And he came running in there and he was like, "Dad, Mom," and I'm like, "Oh, wow, that's nice. All right." So we wrapped it up, left it in there, and Talina took him to the hospital. I stayed there. And
Well, see, and there you go. That's a very good example of how things not too long ago. I mean, you know what? I mean,
Yeah.
that's a while ago, but not too many years
that was
ago.
2000 probably.
Doesn't seem that long.
Oh, no.
ago,
Well, you
so,
got to look
that's the
at
thing.
since cell phones, because you think my thing is I think since cell phones happened is when all this kind of started. This mentality where everybody got a little too connected in the world. You know what I mean? So that was kind of at least internet on your cell phone. You know what I mean? In 2000, we had cell phones, but there wasn't
I don't know,
the
man.
internet.
I think it's more that
Definitely no internet.
maybe the cell phone made people think that they were more entitled. Maybe.
Right. That's what I mean. Is like you
Because
got-
they can see something or whatever, and they're like, oh, well, I want that.
Well, we do a lot of
Now.
stuff nowadays over internet shame. You know what I mean? There's
Oh, yeah.
It's even superseding the law. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Is like now. I hate to break into this too early, but it's like it's a good example.
You knew it was going to go there. So
Well,
Well-
we're definitely going to circle back around to Israel's introduction.
Shit. Yeah, let's just do that.
We don't
Let's
even-
just do
look,
that.
it doesn't
We
matter.
still
who I
haven't
am.
done it.
Let's do that.
Well,
Let's do
my-
that because I'm getting off into
No,
some
I
deep
want to hear what
shit
he had to
here.
say.
Yeah.
Wait,
No.
let
I was-
finish what he was saying.
That's what I
at
was
least.
saying. Well, we are going to circle back, so don't worry about it. Keep going.
Well, what I was saying was, is like when I watch people beat on cop cars, right? I mean, in my part of the world, and like I've said many times, my world's real small. It's right here around where we live. But in my part of the world, nobody still yet to this day beats on cop cars. But you see in parts of the country right now where people are out there beating around on the cop cars while the cops are sitting there, and the cops they feel like they have to drive away. You know what I mean? There's like this it's almost like an accountability monster out there on the internet
There is
that they go, well, you know, as a cop, if I get out and say, hey man, don't beat on my car, I'm fixing to take you to jail, or throw them down, take them to jail for beating on the car because it's breaking the law.
Yeah.
They don't do that because they're afraid of the internet, the big bad internet. You know
Yeah,
what
the
I mean?
repercussions of it all. But there's no accountability. That's the problem.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, you should go to jail for beating on someone's car.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you from experience, it ain't just cop cars getting done that way.
Right.
I mean, libtards and BLM and Antifa are all doing it to each other. They don't even know. They don't know what they don't know, which is a lot.
Well, that's what you know, like this video here lately of the guy where there was two cars there, two cop cars, or maybe they're highway patrols. Anyway, this guy gets on the car and the guy takes off driving real fast and kind of flips over the top of it and falls.
They're like, oh, that piece of crap cop. Not. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know. And I'm sitting here going, okay, number one, in the not too, you know, past, not too far gone past, the cop would have been, if the guy would have climbed out on the guy's hood of his car, he'd have got out,
Yeah.
throw this guy down in a Scorpion, and put cuffs on him, took him to jail. Don't climb on my car.
Yeah,
you're
but it'd
going
been
to
too
jail.
dangerous for the cop to get out in that situation.
in that situation,
Well, and that's what I'm
And what
saying.
they also don't
He had to
understand, the reason that he had to, because you're thinking most people will look at that video and they'll think, well, why didn't he do it while he was on the hood or the glass? Let me tell you why. Because he could see him. Is when he got him on top of that hood, he couldn't see him no more. You don't know if he's got a gun,
Right.
Yeah.
or what, if, you know, a Molotov or anything like that. You don't know what he has. You got to go. You got to get him off that hood, and that's the reason that the cop, or the top, anyways, why he was on the hood and on the glass, he was just barely going because he could see his hands. He could see what he was doing. So,
And that's-
perspective of what really happened and
see,
why he
that's-
done what he done.
It
Right.
sucks to me though that the guy, and I'm not faulting the cop in this instance. I'm just saying it sucks in general that he doesn't feel like he could have just gotten out.
Right.
It's a group that, you know, that group of people felt emboldened enough that this guy felt like he would have to kill people if he got out of his car.
Because they're-
Absolutely.
that's
You know what I'm
A lot of people
saying?
would have had to die.
Yes.
A lot of people would have had to die.
And that's what I'm saying about the internet is it's given everybody, you know, you see all these videos on YouTube about people arguing with cops about their rights and those kind of things like that. And while they're in a traffic stop, you know what I mean? And instead used to, if you wanted to argue with somebody, like if you thought that a police officer was in the wrong and you wanted to argue that fact, you would get your ticket, go to your day in court. That guy would be there, and you'd say, "Hey, man, whenever this happened, he said this, this, and this. That's not right. I'm not paying this ticket. This sucks." You could argue it in an organized fashion.
And you can argue it so much better now because a lot of people say that the whole camera and the cell phone stuff is working against cops. Not at all.
Yeah, it's
I think that
documented.
it's working great for cops. It really is. But it can work for you too. If you're not being a dick, all right, and you're sitting there, you know, taking whatever the cop's doing, whether it's wrong or right, you have that all on camera now. And you can use it against that cop. So it's amazing to me that you would go ahead and break the law and continue to break the law and cause the cop to do certain things to you because you continue to be unruly. I mean, it's working for the cops right
Yeah.
now. I mean, yeah, everybody thinks that right now because of all the charges that cops got against them in these democratic states and cities that they're guilty and they got them by the balls.
And that's
No.
what
right.
No.
But the
Period.
problem with that is
No.
they've made these arrests on some of these cops, and I'm not saying I probably
Yeah, they
shouldn't have
did because it's Democratic led though,
Right. But what happens when they do the right thing in some of the cases?
and it makes it to where cops don't want to. That's right.
Right.
Yeah, and that's where I'm the scary thing about the whole thing to me. And what I mean by scary is like I feel like that police are getting to a point to where, I mean, how can you do your job effectively? I got into this discussion with Adam, that guy I was talking about earlier, a guy we know from around the Atlanta area. That's a cop out there. It's in some ways never been harder to do your job than it is, and
Right now, that's
Right now.
because of all the extenuating circumstances that go into a simple
Arrest.
or
Or
even
contact. Contact with
that's
an
what I was going to
individual.
say. Just a contact with police. It's like
Because it escalates so quickly now because of emboldened and unruly, unaccountable people.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you're in a police car and this guy just runs and jumps on top of your car.
Yeah, that's
You know what I mean?
But because you were what? Because you're a cop.
Because you're a cop.
And it's amazing to me how so the left, and I'm going to say the left because I don't want to look. I have plenty of friends that are I even have liberal friends. Now we have some pretty hard conversations, but I have black friends, Hispanic friends. All right, whatever. Okay, and, you hear that from white people all the time. Well, this white person saying it again, but they claim the left never wants to be segregated in these certain little, oh, well, that's not all of us. All of us aren't like that. They do that all the time. It's the same thing with the Chinese virus. Yeah, but it's, all of China's not to blame. But yet you call every cop a piece of crap. Every one of them, this horrible person. They do.
Group 'em
every
all
cop,
under one-
they segregate. Yeah. It's the same thing.
yeah.
Is it not? I mean, I know that people think that I'm far right, which is even funnier because I'm no more conservative than what my dad was. And my dad is not any more conservative than what his dad was, and so forth and so on. How can you call me far right when the left is the one that pushed? The goalposts have been moved. I can say this now. Look, my religion, all right, or my faith says that being gay is wrong. But I don't care if you are or not. I don't want to waste my time on it. Now, do you think that could have been said 30 years by a conservative? 60 years ago, what would have happened?
Oh yeah.
So
definitely.
tell me that I went too far right. Tell me I'm too far right when most conservatives think the way that I do.
Right.
Because I own one of these?
And
Well,
what is that for the people that are just listening?
It's a gun.
Is it a gun?
It's a gun.
Legalized freedom.
Yeah. It's unloaded since there is alcohol here. I promise.
Well, and that's a really good point.
It really is unloaded. I'm shocked because I've never seen you with an unloaded weapon
Now there's...
in my life.
It's a
No, I know.
It's a gun.
I know. You
It's a
didn't
gun. It's a gun.
Yeah, you didn't have to say it, but
It's not a weapon until I use it to either assault you or protect myself.
oh, okay. I forgot we have to be
Politically correct.
right. And
Well, you definitely in this day and age, you definitely want to remember your terms or whatever. It can be misinterpreted.
Well, I mean,
or-
because what, AR-15. Tell me what AR stands for, anyone? Well, there's two things. Armalite
Armalite,
rifle,
yeah.
and it was made by A.R. Stone.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, and that's like you said. You start listening to people, and I know when you listen to people talk about, especially what they would consider an assault rifle or whatever. It's funny how people that are what you consider anti-gunners or
Freedom.
Yeah, I mean those.
Socialist.
Well, they
Marxist.
don't bother to get educated about what they're talking about. It never fails.
Socialist.
Never
Yeah,
fails.
that's a socialist.
Or they want to minimalize or criminalize people that do believe in having weapons. You know what I'm saying?
That's
It's-
right. Completely opposite of the old liberals. It is. Because we don't have freedom of speech anymore. Because you can't say whatever you want to say anymore. That's what liberals fought for back then. Now we can't say nothing.
Well, I say we. You say we, as in
Americans.
I would say conservatives.
Americans.
Well,
because the old liberals have been shut up too. Do you think that Joe Biden is truly some far left liberal? No. Look at his voting record. It will tell you otherwise, I promise. The same thing with Hitler Clinton.
Okay.
Well, I mean, seriously.
Preach.
She would be considered as, back in the 90s, whenever Brother Bill was our president, she'd be considered as a moderate conservative.
Right.
She only changed her views to get votes. That's it. The idea that liberals and Democrats actually care about what cities are in the worst in poverty and have the worst problems right now. Is it conservative places or is it the cities of liberals and Democrats? Think about it.
Oh,
We have, what do you got? Maybe in McAllister you might have, 10 homeless people, maybe?
no, we've got a lot more. 'Cause
Maybe
we've-
more? Okay,
It's
well, you gotten
way
bigger.
better
Yeah,
lately, though. It's better than it was.
Okay.
We've
but
got a couple of homeless shelters
Compare
now.
it to
No, no,
LA,
hang on.
Skid Row, and
But I have to say, these homeless shelters are not, these people that are in McAllister that are homeless, they are not from McAllister. They're not from this area.
Oh, I
They're
didn't know
being
that.
imported from all places of the country.
Oh my Lord! Now
God.
that's
You wanna-
socialism
we're gonna
at
get-
its
Have you
best.
listened to
Good
the
Lord.
podcast? Because we've talked
I
about
do
this
listen.
before.
I told you I listened
We've
through the
talked-
first 5 minutes.
We've talked. We've talked about this before.
Yeah. No, I mean, and there you go. So
They're not actually from here.
well, no, I mean, in
So there you go.
It's
That-
like
I mean-
Texas. I mean, right when you go into, I've been all over Texas working here lately,
Mm-hmm.
and when you go into Texas, there's signs that says, basically, don't vote for what you left. Because you got all these people from California and stuff moving into Texas.
Right.
And they're running away from high taxes and homelessness and basically things like people that rent homes having to squatters. It's just crazy.
They're
the
running
things
away.
that people from California got to deal with. They run away from it and then they vote for the same
That's what
damn
I'm saying.
thing.
They're running away from everything they voted for.
Well, do you guys
But-
follow the crispy guy? What's his name?
He's a Hispanic guy that
Yeah,
got blown up.
Yeah.
Got an IED. Yeah.
He's a really conservative guy. Runs around with a lot of the like Marcus Luttrell and those guys. Goes around talking and stuff like that. And did you see his post yesterday?
No.
He was like Californians. I hate to admit it, but Oklahoma's 100% better because he lives in Texas and he's trying to get those people to come to Oklahoma instead of
Oh,
Texas.
right. Yeah.
He's like, they're like, don't forget about Oklahoma because
He don't want him to move to Texas.
Please stay out of Oklahoma. The problem is that people from Texas are moving into Oklahoma.
Yes.
That's not a problem because the ones that are trying to move from Texas are conservative. The problem is Texas has more money than Oklahoma. So the average income in Texas is higher than Oklahoma. So what happens
It's cheaper
is,
to live here.
That's right. So people are exactly. So what's happening is the price of stuff is going up because the Texans are more willing to pay because they're used to the prices in Texas. So they think they're getting a good deal. Like land is the most important thing right now. So state of Oklahoma, you're looking at $1,000 an acre, right? I don't know if I should be saying this because I don't want people trying to buy up land here. But
They already are.
yeah, so it's $1,000 an acre, right, on an average. And Texans think at $1,500 or $2,000 an acre, they're getting the best deal in the world. So what does that cap? And well, for us that live here and only make a certain income, now it's harder for us to buy land because we don't make as much as they do.
Well, and I've got here lately, my wife Brandy and I are wanting to move out of McAllister, trying to move to the country. So we've been looking around
go.
all over Pittsburgh and Latimer County, just kind of looking around for some land or a decent place that we want to live. So we've been dealing with a couple of different realtors, and we looked at, geez, man, we went to a bunch of different places and looked at them. But what I'm saying is, as I'm talking to these realtors, there's a lot of people from California and Colorado that are coming in here and buying places. These people are showing houses to people that are coming from out of state that are buying things here.
Well, I've had clients in Texas. I've been in Texas talking to several people, and they just, a lot of them are buying land in Oklahoma. And I'm
Yeah.
like, why are you buying land in Oklahoma?
Well, I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with people from, I know conservative, good people from every state because I
Sure.
work with so many people, but we just got done talking about Colorado and how it turned blue and what reason that it turned blue. And I hate the idea. I hate it. Oklahoma's going to be one of the last stands that we got left. And if, I truly believe that this election is the make or break for the far, far left. And I'm not talking about the yellow dog Democrats, the old school Democrats, the old liberals. I have nothing against. Look, we can argue all day long, but it's fine. You just got done talking about that. Hey, we'd have a conversation. We may argue a little, but that was it. You didn't burn my house down.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay? This is the make or break for socialism in the United States, this election right here, because they cannot continue with the hard left that they're doing if they don't win. But if they do, things are going to get real tough and real quick.
Well, see, that's what, to me, it's whenever I look at and Joe Biden is almost like, whenever I saw that he got nominated or whatever, I was almost, it was kind of
a relief that it wasn't.
Yeah, because I'm
exactly.
like, nobody's going to vote for this dude. Who the hell is going to vote for this guy? But then,
well, mine was because it wasn't Bernie Sanders. But of course,
Yeah.
then we know VP's pick or Biden's pick as VP. So
Right.
that changed everything for
Right.
me again. I was like, good Lord, come on.
well, see, the beautiful thing to me about this election, though, that's coming up is instead of it being like a lesser of two evils, like sometimes it feels like when you're voting in America, you know what I mean? Sometimes you're like, geez, I don't know. It's a very clear cut for the first time I say first time. It's so clear cut to me about who's going to vote for who. You know what I mean? There's almost no.
I keep seeing these commercials. Like, I'm gonna watch I went to watch Tom Brady play today, right? And before the game started, there was a Biden commercial, and then right after the Biden commercial, I'm talking about immediately after, there was a Trump commercial.
Hell yeah!
And I'm like, what is the point? Because at this point, even a year ago, even 6 months ago, you knew who you were going to vote for. Everybody in this country at this point right now knows exactly who they're going to vote for.
Well, but you got to look at it like this. They got to keep the machine rolling. And to me, politics as a whole.
That's how they keep the money coming in, too.
Right. Well, that's what I'm
right.
saying is
I'm
politics
just like,
is now
man.
entertainment. We're doing away with sports.
Right.
We're doing away with all things that we don't trust Hollywood celebrities. Nope. We don't trust anything entertainment anymore is not trusted. So the only thing we got left for entertainment is who do we like in politics? That's it. Politics is religion now. Instead of the Protestants and the Catholics, you got Republicans and Democrats.
Well, but now wait a second. Now you say politics is religion. Is that our fault?
No,
because
no.
I mean, for the most part, the left. If you're a Christian, people assume that you're a conservative, and that's not right. That's not right at all. Now, with that being said, I don't know how you could be a Christian.
He's just saying that politics is over religion now. It's everybody's
I know
religion.
it's a religious, but
it's taking the place of it,
right?
Because
the country's religion.
Okay, like you got a lot of people that believe. Let's say if you're a Christian person, you believe in God, but you don't go to church very much, or you don't like going to church and that kind of thing like that. Well, one thing that you do engage in almost on a daily basis, without exception, is your view on politics. You're going to digest.
But would you feel this way
if
if Trump Jr. was running, or Trump Jr. Bush Jr. was running now instead of when he did? Would you feel the same way about him that you do Trump?
I don't know. I mean,
I know my answer. No.
Well, there's never been
There's never been a clear-cut candidate like we've ever had, like Trump, though.
Well, you're right.
Seriously, he is other than maybe Ronald Reagan in his time, I mean, obviously, but there's never been a president that's ran on a conservative side. How about that? And it was the same thing with Obama, though. He gave people hope on the left. I mean, he really did, because he was clear-cut to the left. So,
well, and that's
to each their own.
You get into this deal, though, whenever like when the second Bush was president, okay,
that wasn't a very exciting time.
Well, there was a lot of name recognition going on with that, though. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
And there was still people looked at people's character real hard and all those kind of things like that. And to me, whenever like for Donald Trump, he was he's been a celebrity almost in.
Well, he was a liberal.
Well, yeah, he reminded me of Dennis Rodman. I mean, he is like.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean,
cut that out.
Well, I mean, you got to think before he started to be president. Go back and watch interviews. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean, this
I
dude
know.
did everything. loud and proud, very, I'm not saying he was a bad guy. He was a rich guy, and he lived that way. You know what I mean? I mean, he's always been married to a model. He's always, you know what I mean? He does those things that those ultra rich people do. And so that's why I think so many people on the left, whenever he ran for president, thought that he would, you see all these videos of these people going, well, it's funny, but he'll never be president, because they expected people, I think conservative people, to look at his character and go, oh, no. No. He's a bad person. And that used to be a long time ago. That was, you would look at someone's life, especially politicians, and you'd go, well, wait a minute, what about this big scandal? This guy was caught doing this 20 years ago. I don't want to vote for this guy. But now politics, to me, has taken the place of religion. So you can't have Batman without the Joker. You know what I mean? You got to have a good guy and a bad guy.
Well, which one would you rather have, though? Because you're talking about scandals, and there's a lot with Trump. There really is. There's a ton of things that he done. But did he do them as a businessman, a rich man, a celebrity, or did he do them as a politician?
Right, and that's
which one is more important to you? Think about it for a second, because people want to bring up his past all the time, and it's like, but he never betrayed the people.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's the unique thing about Donald Trump, and that's something that political analysts were talking about before he ever got even the nomination. Was they were like, this guy's unbeatable, and people would laugh at him. You know what I mean? Like that lady that went on Bill Maher, and he's like, if you had to pick who's going to win out of the 4 candidates for president on the Republican ticket, who's going to win the Republican nomination? She's like, Donald Trump. It's that tall blonde lady, and everybody breaks out laughing. She didn't laugh because she knew what is. Yeah, it's. Like people kept saying, well, they're going to, I thought this was funny when they were trying to figure out who the left was, or the Democrats are going to have run for president. People were talking about Oprah, and I was like, no.
Oh, God, no.
No, dude, and I'll tell you why. Donald Trump's unbeatable.
Yeah.
Because he's not a politician. He's unbeatable because the silent majority that we've talked about 100 times sits around in their house day after day, and they know what a politician is. We are sick to death.
They're out
of
working,
politicians.
not sitting at home. But okay.
Well, I'm just saying, like, whenever you're sitting there relaxing, at whatever time that is, and you're thinking about, the political thing that's going on, like who you want for president, you can say, well, at least, Donald Trump was out there where you could see him. I mean, he's done everything out in the forefront. He's like, yes, I'm married to a supermodel. Have you seen my last 2 wives?
Yeah.
I mean, this dude doesn't make any, any bones about that. So to me, that you could always bring up a politician's past, because it was always about smoke and mirrors of, I did this, I voted this way 20 years ago, but look over here, look at something else. And
but
it's
when a
always
politician does
game.
do it, it's a betrayal of the country.
Right, because he was in that position.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's on it. Look, that's why, well, one, you need term limits. I mean, seriously, look at Biden. Biden's been in for 47 years, I think. 47 years in politics. That's a long time. Nancy Pelosi is like 36, 30. She's like, 79 or something still. So these people, they have a bad past because they were in politics the whole time.
Right.
And that's right. And they kind of changed with the times because our culture, our PC culture, as I call it, has tried to turn people, and it worked with millennials. It really did. Now, I actually have hope for Generation Z. I really do. There's a lot of them that I really feel that are waking up to things, and we're preparing them better for college and stuff like that, where professors try to change them, we're preparing them better than we used to.
Well, and see, that's the thing about the kind of to me, the groundbreaking thing that Donald Trump did is, and this is my own quiet little term that I've come up with, but he 8-miled it. And what I mean by that is, if you've ever seen 8 Mile, okay, how Eminem wins the rap battle at the end of the movie is he says everything bad about himself first before that other guy can say anything bad. And that's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump goes, and he may have been planning on running for president since he was 25.
Yeah, that's right, because everything, I mean, they got him video or cassette, or, voiceover, whatever the case is. Trump ain't gonna get away with jack crap.
Well, and the beauty of it is all he has to say was, I did talk about
just tell the truth.
Yeah,
groping women in those. I'm wanting to create jobs.
Well, I don't know about but more of like, I said that, Might have been wrong,
Well, I'm hoping he didn't.
but I
I'm
like
hoping
it.
he didn't do it against their will, of course.
But like
Yeah.
you say,
I don't
he's
think
not
we
a
believe.
Right.
well, he's not a career politician, and that's why I don't think anybody's. I say he's unbeatable because
Not saying groping women is okay.
No.
Let me straighten
What
that
if
up.
they
real
want to
quick.
be groped?
Well, I mean, if they want to be, yes, of course.
Okay.
It's okay.
grab her.
Yeah, I'm just
Don't
saying.
tear flesh from a body, but grab her passionately. That's a Hodge twin thing.
Oh
I love.
yes.
Trump 2020. Yeah.
He says choke her, but don't strangle her. The funniest thing that I've ever seen on video. But
Hey, when I was in Florida in 2016, before the election, when all the people would have their signs and stuff up, and I got to Florida, and Florida usually before that they voted, Democrat. And when I got
Certain
down,
spots.
well, in certain spots, but when I got down there and I was in Daytona area, and all I saw, the only thing I saw by the thousands, everybody's yard had a Trump sign. There was someone had this huge elephant, like, statue, and it was painted Trump on it. I mean, it was massive. It was like a life-size elephant statue, I thought. I mean, it was close to it if it wasn't. But it was like overwhelming. And I was like, that's when the light bulb went off. I was like, holy moly. I even posted it on Facebook at the time. And I was like, this is crazy to me.
There's a lot of retired people in Florida now. And it's one of the left's way they like to do things is claim that the right's trying to get rid of Social Security. And so that's a reason maybe sometimes you see the whole Democratic thing kind of work out or the socialist medicine and stuff like that. The things that as you get older, unfortunately, a lot of people are too dependent upon the government as they get older, and they're always claiming the right's going to take it away from you, and that's so far from the truth. The problem is that the right sees is that Social Security, Medicare, and stuff like that is a failing system, is what it is. Because you have to take into account
I'm on
top of it. There we go. You have to take into account that inflation over time. And I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. If you retired 20 years ago and you retired at, making, I don't know, $40,000 a year, and you only paid in a certain percentage to Social Security, and now the average person makes $60,000, $70,000 a year, so the amount that you're getting is not enough to survive. So it's a failing system, no matter what. Social Security and Medicare will never work, and everybody's paying for everybody's. And until they figure, I don't have the answer for that, by the way.
I was going to ask you if you did.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to sit there and act like, yeah, this is what we got to do.
all you got to do is this.
You can't cut it off. We all know that you can't cut it off. Too many people are relying upon it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And at the same time, you can't let it be enough to keep up with inflation because you're taking away from your kids. So, it's hard. It's what it is. They're going to have to figure it out, and obviously I'm not the person for it. But to say that the right's trying to take it away, get back to my point, that's wrong. If we wanted to, or they wanted to, they already would have done
it. Right.
I mean, we've had enough conservative presidents over time that is not happy with the Social Security or the Medicare system. Because they're not happy doesn't mean they're trying to take it away.
Well, you get the same argument about guns. A lot of.
All right. Well, Social Security and Medicare is not.
No, I know, but
Okay.
but you get the big argument about Democrats are trying to take our weapons or our guns. Do you? Let me correct myself real quick. Let's talk about that real quick. Do you feel like that's what they're trying to do?
Yes, 110%. That is. They do that. That's smoke and mirrors, just like.
But they always say they're not.
That's right. Of course, because no one would agree with it. Well, not no one, but most people won't agree with it. All right, and then they shame you. That's what's even funnier, is they shame you and well, your guns are more important than kids. No, it's because my kids are important that I own guns. All right, I mean, You just have a different point of view than I do. I don't care. You know what? You don't want a gun? Don't own one. I don't care. That's your problem, not mine.
Right.
But don't sit there and tell me that I can't own one. And don't tell me what type. Number one, let's start with this. The AR-15 is a military-style weapon. All right, let's say that it is. Okay? Wouldn't I want the best protection I possibly can? And the military is where you want to go to do that, right? They're going to have all the studies and the arms and stuff to be able to protect themselves. I want to be able to protect myself the best way that I can. So, if that's the case, then give me an AR-15. The problem is that it's truly not a military weapon. It's there's a select fire. The M4 has select fire. It has the ability to go semi, some of them 3-round burst, some of them fully auto. All right, and they're at 14.5 inch, which you can own a 14.5 inch AR-15, but you had to have a tax stamp to do it because it's under 16 inches. Unless you got the pistol brace, which, that goes back and forth. You don't know whether it's illegal one day or illegal the next. But the other thing is it shoots a damn 22 bullet. A 22. That's what no one ever wants to talk about. They want to say, well, the 223 5.56 in diameter is a 22. It's just a little bitty bullet. And then the ones that know that, they say, well, it's at such a high velocity that it tears up stuff. Look, you get shot by a 30-30 and you get shot by a 223 and you tell me which one's worse. Because I already know the difference.
Yes, you do.
That deer round is going to do a lot more damage than that little bitty 223. And then it's, the 223 tumbles. So the gun was made, or the bullet was made to injure people on the battlefield. That's still a lie. And that's just things that even I was told when I was in the military. Yeah, this is the perfect round for doing it. No, it ain't. No, it's not. The reason that the bullet was made was so that you could have magazines. And by the way, a 30-round magazine is a standard magazine for an AR-15 or M4. All right. Anything below is, that's under a standard. Anything above would be high capacity. I guess a 45 round would be, but 30 is standard. It's not high capacity. But it was made so soldiers could carry more rounds on them and it still be lighter. Because people will run around with M14s back then. And M14 was...
And 30-06, right? I mean, in World
Well,
War
the
II,
30-06 was the M1A Grand. And
that was World War II stuff,
that was
right?
World War II. So the M14s make off of it. All right. And what it was is it was a magazine fed instead of the clip. So that's where people get, I hate hearing the word clip.
Right.
Because this is a magazine, not a clip. But there was actually clips back in World War II, clip that went into the top of the breech. So you push it down into the chamber. That was actually a clip. And I'm hoping or guessing that's where that came from. So anyways, it could hold more rounds. And the 308 was a long action compared to the 30-06, or 308 was a short action compared to the 30-06 long action. And everything was real close to each other. The 308 was just a little bit more dominant. 7.62 by 51 is what they called it, actually, NATO. And there is a little bit difference between the 308 and the 7.62 by 51, but I won't go into that. What I'm talking about, though, is if you had a 30 round, or I think most of them back then were 20 rounds, I'm not sure, magazine, you could only carry a certain amount of rounds on you. Even then it was more. So the battlefield or battle load is 210 or 220 rounds. I can't remember for a soldier now. That's, the standard carry. Well, you couldn't carry that many with the M14. And even if you did, it was, or even lower, it was still heavier, is what I'm saying. And I'm not saying the M4s or M16, actually, it was what it was then, is more superior than the M14, because I like the M14. It was just that it made more sense because, look, you're not just sitting. You got to run around as a soldier and stuff. So, again, going back that, it was to wound people too, makes it even worse. That's wrong as well. I was told the same thing. And it's just a 223, you know. And don't get me wrong, you shoot somebody, you're going to kill somebody with it, all right? But, you know, there's a lot. The things we hunt with is a lot more damaging, and will go a lot further.
Well, that's what, like you said, to your point. I mean, if you want something that will more effectively maim people and make it worse on them,
stop the threat.
They came up with a bunch of bad shit that the Geneva Convention outlawed
Yes,
in
that's
wartime, so that you couldn't inflict that kind of damage on people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's funny to me about whenever you talk about, just like you said, I'm just reinforcing your points. All I'm trying to do, and the stuff that I've read and that kind of stuff, where one thing I read was it was a caliber that was small enough that they could carry more ammo with less weight. But it was still effective to do what they wanted to do.
I'm not saying it's ineffective. That's right. That's
right.
good.
And that was kind of that.
The last part is so you could run it on fully auto, which is against the law for civilians to have. But you could run it and maintain the weapon. Look, you try to shoot an M14 fully auto, it's a pain. He goes, I mean, it's a 308, and I mean, you just can't keep it down. And it's a little bit longer, too.
Well, what doesn't help their cause is when they go on TV and they talk about it, you know.
And they have no clue what they're talking about.
And they have no clue what they're talking about, you know, and it's like, oh my gosh.
Well, and see, to me, it's almost like for what would you consider the liberals or left-leaning people, it's almost like a flagship thing for them to just, I don't think the silent majority, I guess you say. I always go back to that because, yes, there is craziness in this country. Yes, there are people that are stupid. There are people that use no common sense. But there are regular, everyday people who live out here who don't get on the internet and talk a bunch of shit to everybody, and they don't talk loud and do loud things. But they are the vast majority of the country, and they sit around with some common sense in their head. And they're not going to vote for people that don't know what the hell they're talking about. You're never going to talk people into giving up their guns, especially if you have no idea what you're talking about. Right. And this silent majority, even though they may not be well versed on, let's say, the M4 or the AR-15, they are versed on weapons enough to know, they've shot enough to know that what they're saying is retarded. You know what I mean?
They can still tell that it's BS when they get on TV.
Yeah, you're never going to talk me out of not wanting to own this because I know what it will do. I hunt animals with it, or they actually have practical experience with these things. You don't have to be military, especially in America, to know something about guns.
That's right.
So
you educated yourself.
Yeah. I mean,
you educated yourself on a subject so you can talk about it.
Yeah, and it's
what they don't do.
And the silent majority, they forget a lot of times, I think, too, that it's a topic of conversation for the average American fella. Yeah. To be sitting around and say something about guns.
Well, you know what? We solidified. I truly believe that. The guns are going to be off topic for a while now because they have made it to where, I mean, even the left is going out and buying guns. People from California was cracking me up. So they thought that because they believe in the stupid crap, they thought, hey, I can just get on the internet and order a gun.
Right. I know people personally that have said it in my presence that you can go to a gun show and just buy a gun and walk out the door with it.
Oh my God!
Well, that's because it's been said so many times.
Yeah, they call it the gun show loophole.
Yeah,
I'm like, hang on a second.
There is no gun show loophole.
I know, man.
No,
at all.
I said, listen, I'm in law enforcement. I actually have a commission card. I have a badge. I can't even go even go to a pawn shop and buy a weapon without them running my background.
And the thing is what they don't understand, and it does happen at gun shows, just not as often as people assume. Every gun show happens, but you can come in there with your own gun. And what you're doing is you're trying to trade or get more money off of a gun, whatever the case is. But a person-to-person sale. Well, that's no different than any other place in the United States, places where you can do it.
You're walking in with a gun.
That's right.
So you can walk out with a gun.
Where a civilian comes up and he says, hey, man, that's a nice gun. Can I buy it? Yeah. So, and that's what they call the universal background check. What? No, a universal background check. So they want to make it to where I can't sell you a gun. Now, it's against the law for you to buy a gun as a felon. It's against the law for me to sell you a gun if I know you're a felon.
Correct.
So what do you think any of that's going to change?
Right.
Nothing.
Like they said, all the gun laws that we have in place would have never stopped any of these shootings.
Right.
Not one of them.
That's always my go-to too. I'm like, what could you do differently that would have kept this man? This man is not going to go buy a legal gun. Number one, if he's crazy enough to go shoot a bunch of people, no matter who he's shooting or she or whoever you want to talk about, if they want to get away with it, they don't want a trail, so they're not going to buy a legal gun. And if they don't care one way or another,
they're trying to get away with it, right?
You know what I mean?
But your life doesn't mean nothing. It's all about feelings.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it, Lucas?
Well, there you go. I mean, that's that big bad internet monster that they're using now because they can't get laws done to push this kind of agenda. Mm-hmm. Now it's just that the feelings, you know. Yeah. Well, everybody on the internet is going to look down on you for feeling this way or saying this. So you got this big monkey on your, you know, where they destroy celebrities' careers and those kind of things like that. Anybody that is a conservative.
Even ones that are liberals that have an opposing opinion.
Right, yeah, they'll attack them. And that's what I'm saying is this is getting to be a wave. It's a way of enforcing agendas when they can't get laws done. You know what I mean? Right. And that's why whenever a lot of people are starting to say this shit, like they get scared about certain political things, and I'm like, dude, if you will lay this down for about a day or two and not look at it, you'll stop being so worried. I tell my parents that all the time. I'm like, stop looking at your damn phone.
Well, you know, another point on that is the left can't do what we do. Seriously, because we can have opposing views a little bit for the most part, but what they don't, it's unsustainable to be that far left because they eat their own. Look, BLM does not care about gays. Gays do not care about if you're a woman. The women's right don't care about the NFAC. They don't care about Antifa. They only care about their own agenda. Yes, you may have some of them that line with each other a little bit, but whenever you go opposing them in any way or form, that's what I've always said about the black Americans in the United States. Most of them are Christians. And their views don't align with like gays. They don't. I mean, think about it. It's unsustainable. It's the conservatives that say, look, hey, you know what? As long as you don't force me to say that you're a female when I know you're a male, I don't care what you call yourself. I don't. Yeah. As long as you ain't got stuff hanging out that shouldn't be hanging out, all right? I don't care. I don't care what color you are. Because we're accepting people. We are the conservatives are the most tolerant. And it's not even tolerance, because tolerance is to make it out like, you know, you're doing something wrong, but I'm letting you.
I feel it's just human.
We're there you go.
Common sense people, yeah.
We're human.
Well, like Ben brought up one time on a podcast before about people identifying as other genders going into another bathroom. You know what I mean? Like men that identify as
that's
women,
wrong. No matter how you look at it, you can't change that.
Well, and like you said, I mean, I consider myself a very open-minded person, but even I am like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? Like, okay, if you want to be accepted by everybody, right? You want everybody to go, hey, look, I was born a man, but I want to be a woman. And you want everybody to go, all right, you're a woman, fine. Why would you take it so far that you have to, you're trying to force people to ignore natural science? You know what I mean? You're like, ignore the fact that I have the opposite genitalia of where I'm trying to go, and that people with children who want to protect them are not.
Well, even adults, though. I mean, seriously, when you go to pee in the bathroom as a male, you don't want a female in there that identifies as a male being able to see your junk.
I wouldn't want a female in there at all.
The problem is that same person then could go and say that that basically you're a pervert.
Well, that's what
because you pulled your junk out in front of them. It's not sustainable. That's what all it comes down to. I don't care, but it's not sustainable. And to build you a whole different bathroom is not sustainable, because we're already in debt in the United States. How is it the government's problem to actually have to pay for you to have a different bathroom? And at the same time, restaurants, and especially these days, but all these restaurants, all these different public places that you say need to pay to have a different bathroom that are barely making it.
Right.
It's not sustainable.
I mean,
Military, same thing.
I think
not sustainable.
If the business wants to have a separate bathroom, then that's fine, but
That's
it
right.
shouldn't be forced.
That's America for you. And
It's
you know
the
what?
same way
If you
with-
don't agree with it, you don't have to eat there.
Right.
Well, see, that's the funny thing about and that's what I talk about the internet monster. This big internet thing is just like masks for COVID-19.
I was going to bring up
If
the mask
you
thing.
think about this, and this is my point about wearing a mask, right?
God.
It's like the government hasn't come along and said it's mandatory in all states if you're in public to wear a mask. And you know why they don't do that?
Because it doesn't work.
Because they know it's not sustainable. They know nobody's, you're going to have an uprising of people going, I'm not doing that.
Right.
Okay, so what they use instead, since they can't get the laws, is they use this. They use
Right.
your phone.
Yeah.
They use the internet to shame you and make you feel like you're ignoring the public health.
Right.
You know
Well,
what
I
I'm
know,
saying?
but if you believe in masks so much, why do I need to wear one?
Right.
Well, and
That's kind of what I was thinking
Here's
initially.
the true study that even the CDC will come out with. A cloth mask, which is what most people are wearing, only stops 3 to 7% of the droplets. That is not even enough to say, I'm doing my part.
Right.
It's not. Okay? The 3-tier medical ones that I have a bunch of because I'm waiting for the end of the world, all right, it stops about 30%. Now, they said the cloth ones with like filters and stuff that you put in them and stuff like that, it'll drop around 20-25% of the droplets. So I guess you could make one that would work, And that is enough. 25 to 30% is to say enough, hey, you know what, I'm doing my part, right? And then the N95, I always call M95, N95 mask that they have. Supposedly it's 95%, but it's actually lower than that. Then you have masks like mine. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I have it in the truck. I ought to pull it out. It supposedly drops about 99% of the droplets.
Holy moly.
Yep. Yeah, because I took it serious in the beginning.
I did too.
I was about to make the
What
same
about
exact
your
point.
eyes? This is so stupid. Because I knew that on the way back from Afghanistan. I knew this. We all knew this because we'd all been through training. We know how this works. We're like...
Military guys, what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, military personnel that, yeah. And we had safety glasses, goggles, and stuff like that because we know that
It's
it
not
can get
just
into
through your
eyes.
mouth.
And it took Dr. Fiocchi, as I call him, it took him like 3 to 4 months to finally say, hey, yeah, we probably should have glasses on too. And it's kind of like, it's a progressing thing. It's like, what?
Well,
You're just now saying that?
Well, it's because they got us to do this. They got us to do, this is going to be next,
It's
And
a
then
progression.
what's
I watched
after
the
that?
video on it, and I believe it 100%. So
Well, and that's
it's
where-
about identifying people without masks, then mask. And it was so funny because then they said, well, the gator necks everybody was wearing at one time, they were like, look, it's worse for you. You're spreading the disease by wearing a gator. And it's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Common sense would tell you that it works just as good as a cloth one. I'll tell you why. Because they have a hard time identifying at that time when you're covering through here all into your ears too. Because everything about your facial feature will help with the AI of being able to identify people. So they knew that was a problem. For about 3 weeks there, they said that gators, don't wear them, all right, because it's just as bad. And then they go, oh no, these are the gators that you can wear because they got the AI to catch up with it. And that's all it's about.
Well, on that end of it, the only reason that I don't get on the identification part of it is I think they've already got everybody. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
No, I know they do, but he's talking about just when you're
With
out
Being
covered.
able to identify with.
well, that's what I mean
Yeah,
about.
they've already
It's a
got you.
progression step.
Well,
You're going to be wearing glasses here soon.
well, the reason that I've stopped wearing a mask myself, I'm like you. Okay, when my kids start getting ready for football season and they start talking about not having football seasons, well, I'm just kind of like, okay, if wearing a mask
Whatever
is
we
what it
gotta do.
takes, I'm down. All right, fine. Just like going to Walmart. I don't like wearing a mask, but if I want to go into
I
Walmart,
just walk into Walmart without them.
well, see, they won't let you in
I do.
McAllister.
Oh, I've been in it. My dad's been in it too. Walked right into Walmart. No one said a word.
Well,
When though? I mean, is this
Just
recently?
about a week and a half
Yeah.
ago.
See, no, if you'd have went a month ago, they'd have called the cops.
Oh
and
no,
saw
well,
guys
yeah, but I
arrested.
won't go then.
Well, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
unconstitutional, anyways.
I agree with that.
You can't arrest somebody over a mask thing. That you're getting sued.
Well,
Immediately.
but that's what I was saying is.
so we do that then.
If in my interest, like I got sent with my job, they wanted me to buy a bunch of stuff, like water, a bunch of crap that we keep all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have a card that they give me to purchase that kind of stuff. So if you want to buy that stuff, I could buy water in bulk from other places, but the easiest thing to do is to go to Walmart and buy a lot of it and then walk out with it. So I just strap on my mask, go into Walmart.
Oh no, Lucas,
and
you're
buy
being
it.
compliant to be compliant.
Right.
If you're going to be compliant, but
Yeah.
if you're going to be compliant, man, it has to make sense.
But here's the thing: is
Are you wearing a cloth mask or at least a 3-tier?
I'm wearing whatever they let me in with, and I'll tell you why.
At the
because
least, the most comfortable.
well, I had those blue surgical things is
Yeah,
what
the
I had, the
3-tier.
disposable or whatever.
Yeah.
So I throw that on and walk in because they'll let me in. with it.
But those will make a difference.
Just to gain
A
entry.
cloth one won't, though.
Yeah. Well, then that's what I'm saying is I went in there because I'm trying to do things quick and easy. And in the beginning, my thought was, I'll play the game. We'll get through this whole thing that seems,
Right.
they're calling a pandemic, and then we'll rock on with life.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make as few waves as possible. Let's just get on through this and get done. But as we've gone on here, instead of it getting,
It became political, is what happened.
Well, and I have a very big problem with people making it political. You know
they
what I mean?
made it political.
And
though.
that's what I'm saying is if you wear
Well,
a
you're
mask,
conservative if you got one, and you're a Democrat or liberal if you don't. It's like, what? No.
Well, see, and
that has
that's-
nothing to do with that.
and that's what I'm saying is that my point was the whole time was I'm not wearing a mask because I'm a liberal, and I'm not wearing one because I'm
Right, yeah.
conservative. I was
Yeah.
doing it for personal reasons that I thought would help.
Because you don't know what you don't know. Seriously, think about it. I had people. My uncle, he believes in wearing a mask, and he brought it up to me, and I almost assumed that he thought I was going to say something to him. But he was talking about an older gentleman, a Christian, came up to him and kind of shamed him for wearing a mask. And I was like, well, that's stupid. If you want to wear a mask, wear a damn mask.
That's what we've said.
And
That's
then,
what we've said since this happened on this podcast. If
And-
you want to wear one, wear
That's
one.
right.
And I don't care if you wear one.
That's right.
I'm
And then
not
my
gonna laugh at
dad
you
and
for
them were the
wearing
same
one.
thing. They were in Hartshorn at the store in the early time, and they were wearing a mask. And the guy was walking around, he was cussing without one. And, all these stupid people wearing masks and stuff like that.
Yeah, and see, that's not helping anything.
That's right. Now, I will say this, and I mean it when I say it. If you're wearing a cloth mask and you're shaming other people, you're stupid.
Well,
Because you're doing something that doesn't do anything.
I am wearing a cloth mask, and I know that.
But
it's
you're
not
doing it to be
anything.
compliant.
right?
Man. But anyways,
Well, I mean, I'm doing it just to
But
appease.
see, but you got to look at it like this. Like as far as like now, I don't wear one, but it's not because I want to be viewed as one political thing or another.
Right.
I just looked at it as like, okay, this isn't doing anything. Like as far as okay, people aren't finally going. All right, things are calming down.
This is
Let's
working.
take it easy with
Yeah.
it. Instead, it just keeps going.
yeah, we're at what 175 days to stop the spread.
Yeah, and
Right.
well,
on.
and what broke me for it is my son, right? Okay, we go back to school and all this stuff, and he goes to school. That we've got mask in school, social
Mandates.
distancing,
Yep.
all this shit, right?
Everything in place.
We're
protect.
following all these rules so that we can.
And we're still not stopping the spread.
well, and what happened is my son goes to school,
He's a senior in high school,
playing his senior year of football.
senior year in football. He's an awesome football player.
Yeah, I've seen
He has some opportunities,
good. I love
and now this is very specific to my situation, but I'm trying to explain why I came to this conclusion. Okay, so he has some educational opportunities that are coming up because of playing sports. Now, sports is not everything. Football's not everything. His education for me is the main thing, right? Well, this is going to open doors for the boy that I can't open for him. You know what I'm saying? So on
It's a
that
good
end,
analogy. I like
Yeah.
that.
well, and this is what goes through my mind when I'm strapping the mask on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm the
now
one.
you're
who's-
doing it for your kid. Then.
right. It is a thing where I'm like,
Okay.
let's do whatever we got to do to get shit rolling. You know what I mean? At some point,
Yeah. If you're doing it for your kid, but to get stuff rolling, You're not going to do it for them, man. You're not going to do it for
Well,
them.
he's talking about like
And
we gotta wear one at the games.
No,
So
but
we're just putting one on.
not getting there, though, and that's the problem.
And that's why I changed. That's what changed
Right.
my mind is
Yeah,
they
you're saying
quarantine
why
him.
you got to wear your
Yeah, they quarantine him anyway. We're doing all this stuff, and we get the same fucking result.
And he
Yeah.
didn't have it.
You know what I'm saying?
He don't have it.
He never
Just the
got
kid
it.
that sit
Well,
in
most
the
of
same
them
room.
that do. So now I've been all over the United States, all right, and I'm guessing it was something what we were going to talk about was dealing with BLM and
We're gonna come back to it in a second.
and the hurricane.
I've been waiting on y'all to go. Well,
and all these
what
things.
else do we? I was gonna go. Okay, now we're gonna come
Yeah.
back to.
Oh, you're gonna have to do
beginning.
some major editing to try to
No.
get this in place.
No, well,
it's not gonna work.
That's
man.
how we do things in
So
this podcast.
yeah, you're gonna have to piece it together. But what I was saying
it'll be
is,
just like this. It won't be. We will not switch it around.
I have yet to meet anybody, and maybe you guys will change it for me, but I have yet to meet anybody in all of the United States that knows somebody personally. You know them, not intimately, but, as a good friend or a family member that's died of COVID.
He
I
has.
know he's got an uncle.
Yeah,
It's my aunt's uncle, or my aunt's uncle, my wife's
I
uncle.
watched the podcast, so I know.
his
I
wife
know.
Brandy.
His wife Brandy's uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah, great
Okay?
uncle. Yeah.
And he died of COVID.
Well,
Here comes the underlining issue thing, right?
Well, now
Well-
he supposedly, from what I was told, man, I was not there because he lives in Arizona, but he was on a ventilator and died from the infection in his
Oh,
lungs.
they put him on a ventilator. See, that don't count.
But he was a diabetic, and he had some other health
Yeah,
problem.
all these underlining health. Look, so they know now. The CDC came out. I know y'all know this. A couple of weeks ago or a week and a half ago, it's about 9,000 people that's actually died of COVID. When you have the flu, all right, and you are a diabetic, all right, and you die from an infection in your lungs caused from pneumonia because you're on a ventilator. Which, if you get put on a ventilator, there's only a 20% chance that you come off of it, by the way. Why would you ever put somebody on a ventilator if they only got a 20% chance of coming out? Because it's killing people.
Well, usually when they put somebody on a ventilator, it's because they have a 100% chance of dying without it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Well, I mean, when I worked ICU, that was the thing.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree. But how can you make that decision, New York, in the first day? Seriously. Look at how many people died in New York City. All right? That is bull crap. You don't put people on a ventilator when they come in and say, hey, I got breathing, but bloop,
Yeah.
20% chance of coming off. Really? Would you do that? Think about that. I wouldn't let my family members do that. And you're right. Because most older people that don't die of cancer or whatever the deal is, they die of pneumonia. All right? Fluid building up in the lungs, you know about it. So that is my problem with all this. And it isn't even the underlining issues. These people were dying anyways. They're going to die of something else. All right? If he would have had the flu, would they say he died by pneumonia or infection of the lungs or the flu? They would have said he had died of an infection or pneumonia. They would have never said he died of flu.
Right. Well, that's why whenever you asked me about it just a minute ago, I was like, I was not there. You know what I
Right.
mean? They're calling it a COVID-19 death. Now, and there's a bunch, and I'm 100%
So
on
there's
board
a
with
little
you.
bit of stipulations and stuff like. So that's why I said intimately or something. Like, bam, man. You got a family member or a good friend that went to the damn hospital. They're in the hospital 3 to 4 days. You're talking to them on the phone, whatever the deal is, and they died of COVID. And they said, no underlining issue.
And here's another layer onto why I quit wearing a mask is I do, on the other hand, have 5 family members that tested positive for COVID-19. And one of them is my 92-year-old grandmother. Now, and that's what got me to...
Were any of them asymptomatic?
No, everybody's had
Yeah.
symptoms.
So isn't that weird? So when you hear these asymptomatics,
Right.
it's a bunch of people in their family who are asymptomatic, and you're like, wait a second.
No, everybody had symptoms that had tested
And then
positive. in
and
my
then
family.
your family, they had symptoms and they tested positive. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I think that our tests are faulty by far. by far.
Well, and see, that's where like I said before, and I'll say it again. I keep my world real small. Now, my world is my mother had it, tested positive. She's even tested positive for the antibodies now, and she has COPD. Has had it for. She's been diagnosed for 8 years, I think. Hey, now listen, man. In March and April, I was terrified she'd get it.
Well, of course.
I'm
talking
talking
the same
about
way. My dad has diabetes as well.
Dude,
And that's why we were playing
tripping.
like it was
Well, of
supposed to be.
course.
Yeah, I mean, I stayed away from my parents.
Doing
I did
the right
everything
thing.
that I was told to do.
I
'cause I did
done
not.
the whole 2-week thing with bells on.
Yeah,
I
same.
I had Lysol sitting in my truck, my hands being clean, and I'm wearing my mask and my glasses because I understand how these things work. I'm wearing gloves. Mm-hmm. I'm wearing because I was like, look, I'm not. I know I may be spreading it around all y'all, but I ain't getting it. You know what I mean? So when I went to the store and stuff like that, I know it's kind of crappy, but I was kind of like, look, yeah, I'm spreading it for all y'all, but I'm not getting it.
Right. And you're thinking, just like with your dad, you got your
right.
loved ones in mind.
That's right.
You go, hey, man, I could probably get through it. He might not.
And he was an essential worker, too.
Yeah.
My dad was. So he kept working through it. And he, for about 2 weeks, he was scared. It didn't take long to start figuring out, wait a second.
Well, see, my mom had
What
it.
is going on here?
My mom got it in April. You know what I mean? Next thing I know, I knew she had not felt well. I hadn't been around him in about a week or so. But then once my niece tested positive, she'd been around my mom. So my mom goes and gets tested, and she's showing symptoms. That's what made her get tested. And she tests positive. So I'm like, oh, God. Well, she goes through it. And I'm checking on her constantly on the phone. And my dad lives in the same house. So, I'm like, when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, how's mom doing? What's her, is she having any trouble breathing? Because she's got COPD. I told dad if she has any problems, she's got an inhaler that she'll take if she has COPD problems like allergies and stuff like that will get her, and she has an inhaler for that. I was like, if she hits that inhaler one time, go to the ER with her. Don't mess around. Don't take any chance. I was terrified.
Yeah.
And, of course, my dad.
It worked, too, didn't it?
Well, and that's what the deal. Yeah, I mean, and I'm on board. You know what I mean? I mean, we worked all.
I even believe that even our president at the time, and some of the more, I wouldn't say conservative scientists, but scientists, nobody knew what was going on.
We had shit happening in this country.
I even think even in his circle, because they talk about the things, and I'm sure there's things that our president could have done that would have helped. But that he didn't do. But there's things that he did do that did help. That you need to remember the whole, in New York, the governor saying, well, no, he was saying, look, Times Square, go like it's normal, everything's good. And then Biden and Pelosi were also saying,
I went to Chinatown.
That's right. Come to Chinatown. He's
China.
That he's a prejudice. So
then they turned around and
they made it political, Trump. Is what they done.
Yeah, they did. But then they turned around and said Trump could have did a better job.
Yeah,
exactly. Like, you guys were in Chinatown and saying that.
I believe he did because I've said this, and I
she's
can't.
Getting her hair done. Or whatever,
I can say this.
Anyways,
our president did fail us to a point. All right, if this was truly real, which really isn't. The NIH did, CDC did, WHO, that they need to go. I mean, the CIA failed us, and I can say that. But there was a lot of things that are going on that really failed us because I don't think that we knew how bad it was or how not bad it was. Mm-hmm. And if this was a true pandemic, we probably would have been in a lot of trouble. And it wasn't. The reason I say the president failed us on this is because he's in charge. And when you're in charge, it's your fault. And that's the way I look at it. And I think that President Trump needs to look, you know what, if you believe it's my fault, then you know what, it's my fault. And that's important about being a leader is and we've fallen into this where nobody takes accountability for nothing. Even if it wasn't his fault, you are in charge.
So you think he should come out and say it was?
Yeah.
But what was his fault?
I'm in charge.
What was his fault, though?
Well, his fault, this is my opinion, shutting down the United States for 2 weeks.
It's going to have an everlasting effect, I feel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they say for every week it takes 10 years. Think about that.
Oh,
We had 2, and some of the states still aren't open. So all of Oklahoma isn't open if you really think about it.
Hell no, you still got. You're
Yeah.
still technically supposed to be wearing a mask in McAllister.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, by city mandate or whatever. So.
I went to Broken Arrow yesterday for Cason's football game, and I walked in the gate with the mask on. Okay, and then walked over to 6th grade was playing to McAllister in the 3rd grade and the 4th grade, but I only seen the 6th grade coaches who are friends of mine, and so I walked over to them. I had a memory card that they needed. I walked over to them. Okay, I have a mask on. Okay, I walk over to them to hand them this card because I got to get back over here because I help coach, so I got to get back over here and help the team warm up and all that. And I look around and I notice that I am the only one wearing a mask.
Man.
That's
a man.
I said, "Are you freaking?" I said, "Am I the only one?" And they were like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I feel like a weirdo." And this woman that was standing by, and she knows them. She's a mom or whatever. I don't know who she is, but she goes, "Yeah, you kind of look like one." I said, "I know it." I took my mask off, took off.
Well, you know what? If you want to wear
But
a
at
mask,
Broken Arrow,
then,
you don't have to wear a mask. It's not a mandate.
right. If you're going to wear a mask, then
We were living
to make
our
it non-political, you need to wear one that says Trump 2020.
we were living our best life. I'm telling you, at the Broken Arrow yesterday, and at Broken Arrow they've got a bunch of fields, that are right next to each other, and I'm like, man, this is the way,
That'll
if
be
you
the
want.
next major outbreak.
There may have been may have been 1 or 2 other people in the whole place that I saw that had a mask on.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with it.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Let's start. Let's backtrack a little bit
It's a damn good movie, by the way.
to.
13th Ward.
Let's start. Where do you want to start at? From when you want to start like when you graduated and start there, or do you want to talk a little bit about your childhood?
What? No. I was poor. I was a poor kid.
Do you want to talk any about your mom?
Oh, heck, I'd talk about my mom forever.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Started off with a good person.
Awesome person. But
Yeah.
with Luke, I asked him before he came in if he minded to talk about her because she was just one of the nicest ladies I ever met in my life.
Luke's mom was a very good woman.
So,
in fact, her and my mom were good friends at one time. I mean, obviously, before they both passed away. So they were, man, those. If you think about those 2 women, they were involved in a lot. Mm-hmm. They really were. I mean, in the school and their kids and stuff like that. So, yeah.
That's what comes to mind every time I think about either one of those ladies. It's always.
Mom was the head of the football. I don't know what you called it back then. The
quarterback club.
Quarterback club.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was.
So she was heavily involved in all your sports.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, she played ball.
It's kind of
too,
hard.
right?
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of hard not to. A lot of people don't know about my mom. The ones that went to school with her or were around knew that she was a good ball player. They didn't understand how good. I mean, now a lot of people want to take away from the 6-on-6 or 3-3 half court thing, but my mom averaged 42 or 48. I can't remember points a game. That's a lot.
Sheesh.
I mean, she was a remarkable basketball player.
Now, where did she play ball at? Where'd she?
Panola. So
Okay.
that's another thing that kind of. But remember, Panola back then.
I'm gonna tell you something. I've seen a lot of good athletes.
They
out of
did.
Panola.
My family.
Well,
because
one
my
of them-
family spent. They were all from Panola. So they're Paul, who just passed away as well. He was a real good player as well. So when you look.
He passed away?
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he died in January. Right before I went back to Afghanistan. So.
I did not know that.
Yep, 79 years old.
So
Or
Paul,
just turned
what's his
79.
last name?
Victor Mitchell.
Victor Mitchell.
Yeah, but he was a good ball player. My dad was a good ball player. He played in Panola as well, and my mom and everything. So I had a lot of it. That's what most people thought that I was going to be good at, was basketball. But they were wrong. I wasn't that good. So.
Was you good at anything?
Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. I still think that's why people elected me sheriff. Because I remember me running those touchdowns. Oh yeah, we got to vote for him. He
Well,
scored a touchdown one time.
Now you're jumping. Now you're jumping ahead. Before we're gonna bring that up.
Oh well, I mean,
so your
touch and go,
mom,
touch and go.
Valina, was a good ball player in Panola.
Remarkable. Not a good one. That is an understatement, I think.
Oh, okay.
My
I'm
dad
sorry.
was a good player. My pa was a good player.
But
my
your mom was
was
remarkable.
remarkable. That's right. And my brother and I were good at basketball. It
Right.
just it wasn't our complete interest. How about that? I mean, at the times that we were playing, we were either the best on the team or one of the best. You know what I mean? There were like when I was a sophomore, it was hard to be the best basketball player because Robbie Anderson and Red,
Chris Hammonds,
Chris Hammonds.
Saki, right? Was he?
yeah, Ronnie Saki was playing there.
Ronnie Saki was the same age as I was, though.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about those guys that were Bubba Mathis.
Aaron Daring played
Aaron
basketball.
Darren played, and he was a good ball player. So there was a lot of good ball players whenever I was like the sixth man when I was a sophomore.
So it's kind of hard to break through.
Yeah, it was.
when you got
I
big-
think I
big
averaged
guys that
like
are
6
older.
points a game, and I felt like everybody was bigger, faster. And well, I was a sophomore, so and I played basketball because my parents liked that. I like basketball. Don't get me wrong. I didn't know, which when you're 5'11", there's only so much you can do. All right, and everybody that's seen me play and knows that I knows that I shot real well. And I shot well not because of natural ability, but because I practiced all the time. I had a basketball go out in the pasture, which is, I know that's funny. Kids are like, what?
It's true though.
But it was. I had a basketball go in the pasture, and my brother and I went out there and we shot all the time. We had parents that played real well, so they taught us what.
So your mom and dad would come out there and
Oh yeah, they were real
critique
active.
your form?
Oh my God, it was football though. It wasn't basketball. I mean, with Paul and all them, and James Mitchell, my uncle. And so I have a lot of good basketball players that we played against, and oh my gosh, it was awful. It was just. Man, I think they made me like a finesse shooter because I didn't want to go in there and get like elbowed in the face. I mean, they're going to push you down in the gravel. And then at Paul's, great story behind that is almost everybody in my family was a little bit overweight, right? And there are all these sports.
don't say right to
nuts.
me. Don't make me agree with that.
But they are.
I'm not
They
agreeing
were.
with it. I'm
Yeah.
sitting here shaking my head.
We were
yes,
the,
like an idiot. I was
my
just
brother
going,
and I were
don't
the
know.
skinny ones.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you do.
dude.
So, I mean, my family's not embarrassed. They're not obese. They were just overweight. Except for James. James is great shape. Very good shape.
I was gonna say,
and his
James-
boys turned out to be in good shape, too.
Yeah.
Anyways, the ball, the court was like this at Paul's, not at my place.
It was short, little.
Yeah, and then it was all downhill. And we're at the top of it. And it's like 200-300 feet.
Oh, so
Just
the
going,
ball.
oh my gosh, that ball go down. And of course, as a kid, guess who's going to get the ball?
You are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go get the ball. You're like, you run down there and get the ball anyways. So it was tough. It was good memories, man. Those we played every sport on earth, man. It was crazy. My brother and I were involved in every sport we possibly could, and it's because of our mom and dad. And I mean, they made us do a lot of chores. I mean, obviously, that's back when kids worked, and we done it all the time. But we had a great upbringing, in my opinion, anyways. It's one of those things where we talk about not having money and not knowing it. It was just that good.
Right.
It wasn't until you got into high school, you started noticing that, oh, man, And, of course, I always said this. My mom and dad started making their money right as I got out of school.
That's usually how it goes.
That's when I was like, oh, man, But anyways, so I had a good upbringing. Everybody knows that I played sports, and I wasn't nothing great. I was good, but that's it.
Well, there's a lot of good athletes. Well, like Daryl Beauchamp.
Yeah.
I same age as him. He was a really good athlete.
His dad was a good athlete too.
Yeah.
So he
I
went to
remember
football.
Daryl started as a freshman. Only a couple of kids got to go up and play with the high school, and Daryl started as a running back. And Daryl is not a flat out fast runner.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like
he just ran right into everybody.
But this dude has
fearless.
He has absolutely no quit. You talk about, I see this stuff on the internet all the time about people talking about the no quit attitude or whatever, and it was like a natural. It was just his personality. I haven't talked to Daryl in years, but I mean, I'm sure
he still has
guy.
it. So a couple of years ago, he was running the 100-mile whatever they do, like running 100 miles straight.
Ultra marathon.
Yeah, whatever you want to call that stuff, because I ain't doing it. But so he still has that.
Yeah.
He still does.
I'm not surprised at all, man. You know what's funny is, I'll tell something real short and then I'll let you guys get back to it. But he was telling me when he first went into the military and he started in with these MARSOC guys, that the training that they did.
I'm surprised you said that correctly.
What was it?
It's MARSOC.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I was talking to him one day when he was in, and I was like, so what have you been doing? You've been gone for forever. And he's like, yeah, I started training with these guys. And he didn't say anything about the selection process or what it took to get into. He said,
pipeline.
He's one of them guys that, he doesn't say much about it or whatever. But I was saying, well, what have you been doing though? Like physically, what are you guys doing? He's like, we were driving in his truck. I'll never forget it. We were just driving down the road, and he's like, they took us out about 10 miles out in the ocean and kicked me out, and then went back to the shore, and I had to swim back. And I was like, huh? At this time, dude, there was none of this like all the Navy SEAL stuff that's out there and all the training that they talk about and all that. None of that was, I didn't know anything about this. So I was like, what do you mean they dropped you off? And I said, how'd you get back to shore? He's like, it's dark, I was like, well, then how in the hell did you know where you're, that far out, you can't see land, right? He's like, no. He said that we had instruments and we had to swim back. And I was like, so what do they do if you give up? He goes, you can't.
That's right.
They
don't give you a choice. You either drown.
And like I said, now it makes sense, now that they've kind of said a lot of that, how all that training and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that's just to illustrate. I'm just trying to make the point of the type of folks that your family are.
Well, all right. So, and Daryl was a good ball player, and he has a great military career. He's getting close to retiring and stuff. But it's kind of hard to leave out my brother too. My brother was a better football player than all of us. He probably could have went Division I even as a slow white, football player. I mean, it was like 145 solos when he was a junior. That is crazy. It's crazy. So, and he was tough, and that's all it was to it. So Daryl and Levi were just tough individuals. That's all there is to it.
Well, and there again, you're kind of illustrating, and I know you're trying to not brag on yourself. I get it, but you guys come from that
mentality
thread. It's a thing.
Well,
inside
it comes
you guys'
from our
family.
parents.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. We grew up that way. We grew up tough. That whole 5 miles in the snow, barefooted to get to school, uphill both ways, whatever. We had those parents. It's something that it's hard to appreciate when you're young, but as you get older, I mean, obviously, you're going to appreciate the way your parents were. So, and I don't know. Being without my mom, I would have loved for her to see the way that I turned out. Mostly, not everything. There's a lot of things that I wouldn't want her to know, but my mom and I were actually closer. And y'all know that my dad and I are real close,
right?
But we weren't. I mean, growing up, and but my mom and I, it was us two that were close. And then as time went on, after mom passed, dad and I became probably best of friends. I mean, it's good because my dad had me, or my mom had me while she was young, but, my dad was young too. So the age difference isn't so bad we have the same interests. So it's, it makes it kind of, a good time. I mean, hell, we live beside each other.
Right.
So,
really close.
Yeah, 100 yards. Really close. 100 yards.
It
Throw a
even seems
stone.
closer than that. Is it really?
It's 100 yards even, yeah.
100
From
yards.
electric pole to electric pole.
If I know you guys, it's probably not an accident either.
No,
That way-
because I didn't have to pay for electricity.
I thought it was. I figured you guys had like.
Yeah, so I didn't have to pay to have the
a
line
new
ran.
line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know.
I
didn't
assumed
know.
you guys had yardage markers so that you.
Oh,
knew
for
where-
shooting?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. All the rain that we've been getting my 800-yard range is gone because I'm going to need a bulldozer to clear all that out again. So
Or the winter. Winter. should have
no,
a
even
little
during
bit.
the winter. I mean,
Oh,
it's
really?
just,
Grown up.
everything's grown up too much, man.
Wow.
So I lost my 800-yard range.
Okay.
So you have a little sister too named.
Brittany. Oh wait, Brittany.
I didn't want to leave her out.
Yeah. She wasn't into sports, but she was smarter than Levi and I. So
Very. I have to say.
yeah, she works for DHS. Has a great career, and
I have her on Facebook, but I don't really,
Yeah.
conversate with her
she's
that
got a
much. I
little
just seen her
girl
in a
named
long time.
Everly. Everly.
Everly.
Yeah, she's a good little girl too. So yeah, that's
So
very interesting.
you get through high school, and you
marry your cousin.
you marry my cousin.
I make sweet love.
And trust me, I've heard it a million times.
Oh my God! Do you ever tell anybody who got you into law enforcement?
Yeah, of course.
Do you?
Yeah.
I wonder if Adam does, or Eric, or Matt, or everyone.
I don't know. I mean,
No one ever
gives you props.
Yeah, it never gives me credit for them getting into the law enforcement world.
Well, I want to talk about that a little
No,
bit.
you don't.
Yeah, I did.
Well,
but I
even
want- but I
further back
wanted
than
to-
that,
Okay.
I would like to
Let's
know
go
because
back.
I still don't know. This let me learn something.
Bet you.
When did you? What made you start thinking about going into the military? Because you got your own military career that we hadn't.
We
talked
didn't even
about.
talk about him going to the military yet.
Yeah.
That's what we were leading to. You was
I
talking
know.
about
But
high school.
I was talking about making love to
Right,
Lena.
well-
Yeah, he wanted to talk about
often.
that for a
But
little
you were
while.
making
As much
sweet
as I
love-
can.
You were making sweet love before you went into the military.
Oh
though,
yeah.
So
It was crazy.
Yeah, because she got pregnant with Christian.
I impregnated her. She didn't get pregnant. I made her pregnant.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Well, anyways, Talina, if you guys don't know, or a lot of you guys will not know, but she is my first cousin,
And my sweet love.
almost like a sister to me. I'd say she is like a sister to me.
Turbo tits.
She tried to kill me a few times when I was a kid, when I was a baby. She tried to kill me. Okay.
I saw
Yeah,
something
she
on
did.
Facebook about
She'll
that
tell
the
me
other
about
day.
that all the time. She hated you.
But we overcome and conquered.
No, you didn't.
I overcome
I
and
think
conquered.
if y'all were around each other, you'd still be
Dude,
trying to kill each other.
Listen. She put me in a bathtub. Okay, where my granny did. My granny Marty.
You
put
know,
us in it.
she's gonna be able to see this, and she's gonna be like, "No,
Yeah. Well.
that's no way."
Yeah.
It's documented
well,
now.
Granny Marty. Okay, we're upstairs. Puts us in a bathtub. She's gonna run downstairs and grab something. I forget what it was. Maybe been her cigarettes or a Pepsi or whatever. And got about halfway down the stairs, stopped, had a weird feeling, came back up to the bathroom, and Talina had my head underneath the water. Was
Nice.
killing me. I was into my life.
Well, I'm gonna jump a few years
So
ahead.
there
When
you
I was
go.
in the military, she beat me up with a bat in my sleep. She denies it till today.
Really?
But I woke up, I had this little Ranger bag. It was signed by, who was that pitcher? Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan. And it was broke right beside me. And I'm like this in the morning. She's
It
like,
was broke?
She still claims she didn't do it to me. She said I was drunk.
What a good story. What a good story. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I actually used that bat on somebody too, my own bat, but it was the same bat. But that's a different story.
It is the same.
Is it
bat?
the same bat? Is
Not-
that where that came from?
Not the
Did you-
exact same bat,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Oh,
But
I was about to say, holy shit! This is like
we got
this
the
is
bat-
crazy.
Because I never knew where that bat came from.
We got the bats the same day. went to Six
Oh,
Flags.
my, here it is.
Yeah, they're little wooden
Oh,
bats.
so they weren't real signatures.
It all circles back around.
That I don't know. It seems like, I went with her dad, my uncle, Brian, BJ, Uncle Bub. I went with him to a baseball game one night, and it was like the end of the season or whatever. And so there were some souvenirs and stuff, so he may have gotten it there. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. Well, I got my ass beat with one.
Same-
That's all I got.
same
Somebody
bat,
done it while I was sleeping.
So what did make you want to go in the military, and when did you decide you wanted to go to the military?
You know what? I that was something because we all went. My cousin, I did. My best friend from high school.
Now, your cousin Daryl, he's a little bit older, right?
Yeah.
And he went in after you, right? I mean, he wasn't in when you went because
I think that's right.
yeah, because we were out of school.
No, surely not.
We were graduated
Well, I'd be
before he went.
retired now if I'd. I don't know. It was all close
It's
to
pretty
the same
close, yeah.
time. I mean, even Levi, because I spent 7-8 months after high school before I went in. I know Levi went in like 1 week after. So, and I know E.T. or Eric Turner, he went in. He was in airborne school while I graduated basic. So he actually went a couple weeks before I did then. So I mean, it was close. Everybody was super close going in.
You and I, right after your school, right after you got out of high school, you and I played a lot of video games.
We did. It was weird.
There were times where there was one time
We only played one video game, but it was weird.
Tomb Raider.
No, it wasn't Tomb Raider.
Yeah, we played a lot of Tomb Raider.
I thought we played that Resident Evil or something like that.
We played
on
that
PlayStation
too.
1.
We played that as well, but we played a lot of Tomb Raider. But I remember playing Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
And maybe it was Resident Evil at the time. I'm pretty sure it was Tomb Raider, but it was
On that
6 o'clock
old TV of mine.
in your house, and Roy.
Yeah, the guy I was working for.
Yes,
Yeah. How's he doing?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he was married to my granny, so Roy Knight, awesome guy. But the phone rang.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of the night.
We didn't even
To
know.
us, we thought it was 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we
1
didn't
o'clock
know
in the
what
morning.
time it was. I
Phone
remember
rang.
that.
Roy's like, "You ready to go to work?" And Mitchell goes, "What? What time is it?" You know, and looking around.
It was awful.
We had
It
to
was
check
awful.
like 7 different clocks in the house just to make sure that it was
It
right.
was awful.
You know, we didn't have cell phones.
This guy's woke up in the middle of the night, thinks it's time to go to work.
Yes.
There's no way.
And I
my
was
gosh.
like, "Well, I'm going to bed, dude."
I didn't
I'm
last
still
very
in school,
long in
you
that
know?
job for a good reason. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's right out of high school, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's you look back on it, and it's like,
Yeah, and I don't want my kids watching this. I want them to think I was perfect the whole time.
Right.
well, I mean, if you play the part of being perfect, your kids aren't going to believe you. You know what I mean?
Well,
You're not going to become.
That's why they
not gonna be
just roll their
believable.
eyes when I talk. They're like, "Yeah, you did that."
I
No, really, I saved the world.
Right. I tell my son all the time, like, "Hey, at one point, son, I will tell you the whole thing, the whole story. You know, your dad was stupid a lot. You know, but at one point."
Well, that goes
I'll
back to
sit you
when I
down.
was sheriff. I hated it that so many of the guys worked with me before because they were telling all the F and Gs all the stories of the stupid shit.
That's
Oh,
short for
my God.
effing new guys.
Yeah.
You military guys, you guys like to throw around your.
Oh, there's a ton of those
Acronyms.
Your
acronyms.
letters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I can't even keep up with it.
That's why I said before we started this, I said, all right, you're going to throw some of them acronyms around. We need to, we got to tell the listeners what it means
F and
because
G.
they don't know. So
There's F and G 1
is
and F and G 2.
guys. So you go into the military, 7 months out of high school.
7. Oh, I was like, no, I was in the military long 7.
What? Now, wait. What made you want to go to the Army? Was there anything specific that you wanted to?
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, I wanted to be in a sniper. So I became a grunt, just like everybody knows the story of and then over time I became a sniper.
So while you were in high school, was the Army or the military on your mind at all? Had your parents been talking to you about it?
The only thing on my mind when I was in high school
Well,
was
I know, but
cousin
anyways,
sweet love.
when you were a kid, I'm trying to be serious here, okay? And I know you're being serious, but
Yeah, that's all I ever thought about.
so in high school, military was not on your mind. Did you have
not-
anything else you wanted to be?
Okay, so it's pretty simple.
People
all right?
wanna
I
know
wanted
about
to be in the
Israel
military and law enforcement long before I ever did. I paintballed. I done all kinds of stuff.
Paintball with you a
That's
lot.
right. And it was just always a part of my life. And then it kind of went away for a while because you're in your adolescence, you're screwing around, you're doing the wrong thing half the time, you're filling your oats.
Right.
Well, anyways, then you have a kid, or you have a kid coming is when I joined.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do?
I gotta get my shit together.
I'm not good at anything. Sports are gone. I didn't go anywhere. So what are you going to do? And I was like, well, I'm going to join the military in the hopes that it fits for me. And the military did fit for me. But for someone that fit in the military, I didn't stay there long. like I said, my mom passed away, and it kind of changed things for me. So
I want
there
to
you go.
closer to the mic a little bit.
Well, that was pretty loud.
Well, you're coming in pretty good, but you know.
All right.
It could be a little bit better.
Man.
So, your mom passed away while you were in the military.
I was in Kuwait on Operation Desert Spring, which is, it's a peacekeeping, basically. It was after Operation Desert Storm. So I'm halfway through the deployment. You know, I come back home, my mom passes away, and it kind of changes. I was actually ETSing while I was there, because when you're overseas, you get, when you re-enlist, it's tax-free. So I was in the middle of re-enlisting, and when she passed away, I ran into, I'm not even going to say the sheriff's name, but he was there at my mom's funeral, and he had mentioned, he said, "Hey,
I think it's okay to mention his name.
oh well, his name Melvin Hawley. I mean, during the time, so Melvin, he was related to my mom, kinda, you know, just down the line, and he had told me at my mom's funeral, he said, "Hey, you know, when you get out, let me know, and we'll see how law enforcement fits." And at that time, I really wasn't thinking about law enforcement. Military was my life during that time. So I done my time in the military. I ETS'd, and I came back, and within 2 weeks of being home, I became a cop. There you go.
And you was with the city first, right?
No, I was with
No,
the county.
you was with the county. That's right.
I was with the county. I wasn't with the county within a year before I got on the drug enforcement part, and that's when I started all the drug stuff. I went to the city for a little over a year, and I came back when Wayne Brinkley became sheriff, and he was a good sheriff. I went back, and we'd done nothing but drugs then. It was, you remember those days. It was,
But nobody
Adam
else
and-
remembers them. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, no, I get it.
We gotta let 'em know.
Yeah, you guys are gonna pull that Trent thing when Trent's
Right.
here. They'll sit here,
Yeah, they do.
and nobody knows what
Yeah.
the hell they're talking
Remember,
about.
you remember that time I
Yeah.
touched it? Oh yeah, I remember.
and they'll say
it was
just-
good.
They'll say just enough to remind each other
Yeah.
what's going on, and
then we
nobody
laugh.
else
We
knows.
laugh,
Yeah,
and then we move on.
and they look at me, and I'm sitting here going, nobody knows what the
Well,
hell. you're
here's
talking
my
about.
problem
So you-
with that. There's so many stories behind that we ain't got the time.
No, I know.
So we had a great time during Wayne Brinkley's time. I'm not saying we didn't before, but we had a good time during that, and it was a good administration. We got a lot done. We done great for the community. Adam and I, between us two on search warrants, we were probably in Adam Woodruff.
Okay. Adam Woodruff for sheriff.
Elect Adam Woodruff. We'll get to that in just a second.
Right.
So between us two, I think that we had, I don't know, I can't remember the amount of search warrants that him and I done then. I remember when I was sheriff and stuff. There was a whole lot.
So a
And
time frame was you got out of the army around what, 2000? 2001.
right before 9/11.
Well,
I'm
right.
surprised I wasn't
It's
called
mo-
back up. It was
It's
crazy.
one of the I mean, when people say where were you on 9/11, I remember where you were,
Yeah, I was in jail.
and I remember where I was.
Were you in jail too?
No.
Oh.
No, you came to my house.
Oh, did I?
You came to my house and banged on my door.
Say, hey,
And-
wake up.
Yes. And I opened
Nice.
the door, and there was Israel, and he goes, "Turn your TV on right now." I was like, what's going on? And so I turned the TV on, and I remember, Israel, he's basically fresh out of the military, and he's standing there looking at, the TV. I'll never forget it. He's got his city uniform on. You were working for the city then.
Maybe.
And I just remember thinking, I don't know, just the look on your face and your your body language. You were just like, you wanted to go right then.
Oh yeah.
You wanted to go
Yeah,
right
but
then.
even people that wasn't in the military were ready to go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Little did I know that was going to become my
Well-
life for the next
Well,
19 years.
that's why I want to touch base on that particular day right then.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's
sparked
important for a lot of
the
people.
rest of your,
Yeah.
well, up until this date,
Yeah.
it had an everlasting effect or a lasting effect so far, anyways.
Yeah, it did, and it's an ongoing process.
So that's why I wanted to touch base on that day, because people are like, where were you at on 9/11? Well, I was at home in Wilburton, Oklahoma, and Israel Beauchamp knocked on my door. He's in full uniform. He's on duty, and he just got out of the military, and just the look on his face and just the way he was, the things you were saying at the time and all that, it was just, I just remember everything about it. So anyways, then you went on to work for this, for Wayne.
I went
Brinkley.
back. I worked for Wayne.
You went from the city
drugs
directly to Wayne,
right,
when he became sheriff. And I think he became sheriff what year? Was it 05? 04?
No, it's before that. Had to be at least. I was working for OGA in 05, 04. So end of 04. So my time in law enforcement full time was before becoming sheriff was actually pretty short.
Right.
It really was. Now I was a reserve all those years
that
I was working for OGA, but
okay, so then you went from Brinkley.
Right. So I got basically between putting in a resume and being recruited, I went to work for OGA, which stands for Other Government Agencies, and GRS, which it stands for Global Response Services or something. I don't know. I can't remember what GRS stood for. And I worked on what they call the mobile and static side. And that was all mostly in Afghanistan and Iraq. And I done that for over 4 years. And my brother Levi, after being there a year, he done it. And Eric Turner actually was working with it probably 4 or 5 months before I was.
Can we talk about the things you were doing, or basically?
You know what? Like
anything.
you said.
Well, in nature, though, was it
yeah.
like security type thing?
Well, it is
or were
a
you-
type of security, but with that, there's a lot put on it. It's not just like some security guard. I will say this: if you just watch again, and most people watch the movie 13 Hours, that is exactly what we done. I know those people. My brother knows those people. Eric knows those people. So I don't know the Navy SEALs that died, but I work with guys now that I used to work with all the way back then, and they knew those guys. So there's, it is a very tight group of individuals. I mean, you cannot get away. Like, you can't claim that, hey, I was GRS.
Right.
And that's right. Someone's going to call you out.
Yeah, they're going, I don't know you.
Yeah,
and I know everybody that does that.
Exactly. That's right. And fortunately for me, everybody knows Ish. Now, they don't know my real name.
Right.
Well,
no, you can't really, because you've ran into that problem, right?
Yeah.
And I'm kind of I'm jumping the thing here. Oh, sorry. I'm jumping ahead of time, but you have had people that you've known overseas. They didn't know your name, and then they learned your name, and they acted a little bit different towards you.
That's right. So, I mean, obviously having the name Israel, even though in the Quran they talk about, well, Israel's one of our saints or whatever, not a saint, but one of their holy men. I forgot what it is, but or an angel or whatever in the Quran. They still don't look at it that way. They see a white person with the name Israel, it relates to Jew immediately.
Did they name any of their kids Israel over there?
You know what? There are a few, not very many, but there are a few that their name is Israel, yeah. But
Okay, so let's jump back. GRS for 4 years?
a little over, yeah.
A little over 4 years.
And the whole time I was working with the Sheriff's Department on a SWAT team, as you already know. We're still kicking in doors. I was still getting search warrants, helping
Well, you would go
helping
go
me.
overseas, right?
Now, were you were working with your brother and Eric? Did you work with those guys?
I
while you were
never
doing
got to work with Eric
right.
on a gig. My brother and I went from static to mobile and then back to static so I could work with my brother. And I worked with him for the last 2.5 years. We tried to make it to where each one of our deployments was together. So now Levi done it for 10 years, almost anyways. And but within that 4.5 years, I done 13 deployments with them. And
So
it's
what
quite a
you
few.
would do, you'd go over there for a couple months or whatever, and
Yeah.
then you'd be home.
Well, that's what we call it, deployment. It's not
Right.
like a military deployment where
you come
it's
home, you
18
would be,
months or whatever.
you would do drug stuff with the sheriff's department, and people would be like, "Well, where's Israel?" I'm like, "I don't even know."
Yeah.
I think
Well, you remember how that worked out, anyways. So back then, we tried to keep quiet who we were working for, but in a small town, it just became what they're working for the CIA. They're working for the CIA, and we'd be like, no, we're not, but we were. That's what's funny about it.
Let the record show. I had no idea he was working for the CIA.
Yeah.
If I did, I'm gonna.
Well, that was funny.
It.
I contracted to him, so there's a difference between contracting and working for him. But anyways, in a small town,
It's the people over there that are working for them, right?
Yeah, really. I mean, when I went to Pakistan,
CIs.
Daryl and I went to Pakistan. 2 weeks later, Bin Laden was killed.
Well,
holy cow!
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Next thing I know, I
A
killed
lot
Bin
of
Laden.
rumors.
I was like,
Yeah.
no, man, I'm working for the State Department.
Well, you did. You
I had
did.
people telling me that, no, we know. I'm be like, no, really?
Right.
No, we know. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I had
Had
people telling me while
yeah.
you were over there. They
People
were
were going to my dad's shop. They were going to tell that boy, thank you. You know,
Well,
like,
this is
what
we're getting ahead of time. We're getting ahead. So you worked for GRS, doing that deployments.
Yeah.
You were back and forth. Nothing
Yeah.
was ever. I mean, this is the life you've
Yeah.
pretty much lived since beginning that. Right?
Yeah.
That was in what? What year did you start doing that stuff?
Into 04.
End of 04.
I
So-
am one of the longest standing, when I say standing, it means that I'm still contracting in these DOS/OGA, whatever, that I know of. Now, there's people that I know that are close, but not as long.
Well, I know that people would be like, "Where's he at?" And I go, "Well, he called me last night, and I think he's in Jordan, or he's in Afghanistan, or he's in Iraq. I'm not real sure." And then, like 3 days later, Israel calls me, and he's calling me from his cell phone.
Yeah.
He's like, "I'm back."
Yeah.
And then,
Well, I've been to 127 countries.
Wow.
No, that's a lie.
Oh, I was like, good grief.
I don't know how many I've been to.
Oh.
I just thought I'd
I was thinking,
127.
You got me, man. I went with it. I was like, damn.
Well, it's like Larry Bird shooting a three, man. You almost believe he's going to make it every time. But anyways,
well, I mean,
so I don't know how many I've been to. I'm sure if I sit and counted them, it would be a lot. But
I know it's a lot.
I mean, I've been to countries that people they're like, what, Burundi? What the hell is that? So yeah, there's a country called Burundi. I almost been to Wakanda.
Damn it. Okay. Now, I'm not going to buy that one.
But I have been to Uganda,
Yeah.
which is where Wakanda supposedly is. I've been to Kenya,
What did you, okay.
Tanzania.
What would you,
Tanzania.
Oh,
what did you think of, well, I don't want to get too far into that.
You don't want to touch it too much.
Well, I'm thinking about what was your impression of Middle Eastern countries as far as not politically? I'm talking about like the people that you interacted
All
with.
right, the people that I interacted with.
This is
Great.
pure for me to
The
learn
ones
something.
I interact with.
well, the
Great.
ones that you interacted with were mostly
Pro-America, wanted to come to the United States, even though they were Muslims for the most part. There are a few Christians, not very many. Remarkable people. Now, that was the ones that I was with, and I'm not going to talk about the other ones.
Right.
Because I still got to work. So, that's it.
Well, I was just curious about, and this is just for me because I've talked to a lot of people that like Scott, different people like that that'll. Now I'm always curious about because there again, my world's real small, so I like to know about people from other places as far as what was your impression, because we're kind of from the same area, so
Right.
Well,
Well, I can tell you this: I hate the desert.
yeah.
I'm sick of it. I hate it.
you were sick of it 10 years ago.
Yeah, man. Yeah, really. Isn't that bad? I still going. But I mean, I do enjoy my work. Now, my work's completely different now. I'm too old to do anything, so I teach, and that's what you do. So we're jumping ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
GRS.
so
Bam.
GRS.
Get mad at Chris Ford, that fat POS. Did I say that? Yes. That fat piece of crap, and I'm not going to tell you why I got mad at him. And I told him on the phone while I was in Basra, Iraq, that he would be lucky that I didn't run against him. I told
We
my
were running
wife.
for sheriff because Chris Ford was the
Yeah,
sheriff.
he was the sheriff at the time. I told my wife about the conversation that I had, And she worked at the courthouse, and you already know how that goes. Next thing I know, hundreds of emails.
Your own wife.
And I'm exaggerating, by the way, but emails are coming in.
She can't keep a secret.
Well, no one at the courthouse could.
But your own wife.
And that's nothing bad about the people at the courthouse, because I loved them all.
Oh, yeah.
I love going up there and bull jiving with them.
Yeah, they were all awesome.
Yep. And anyways, I ran for sheriff. I was in Mosul, Iraq, when I won.
So you told Chris Ford, "You're lucky I don't run against you."
Yep, that's what I said. Just as I was mad.
Right.
I told my wife what I said, and next thing I know, I got a lot of support. They were like, "You're gonna run for sheriff?"
And it wasn't even on your radar to run. You just
No, I was just mouthing off.
Well, I mean, you were making good money,
yes.
and you were doing your part. You felt like for your country.
Yeah.
So running for sheriff wasn't on the radar.
Not at that moment, no. I thought I'd try to do that as long as I could. So, anyways, I won.
So you ran for sheriff. You won.
Yeah, well, I was in Mosul by 70 or 3% or something. The second, there had to be a runoff. I actually lost the whatever they call it, the primary or whatever. Not by much, but like 2 or 3%, and then won by 73%. In the end, so
you lost to Chris Ford in the primary, and then he didn't win by enough. So we had to have a runoff,
and I won by a lot then.
And landslide.
So, yeah, it was quite a bit.
So he became sheriff,
Yep.
and you were sheriff for
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
We done a lot of damage in those 2.5 years.
You guys, you people were very busy. Everybody knew that you were very busy in those times.
I was one of his reserves.
Yeah, he was.
And
he was on the CERT team for a little bit there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worked a couple shifts a week there for a while. Tuesday and Thursdays, I'll never forget it.
My court, it wasn't actually, you were not a reserve. You were a part-timer. So I didn't have reserves. I paid every person.
That is very true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So
I
I
never really
did
looked at it that way.
Yeah, I didn't want reserves. I wanted accountability for what you were doing. And accountability meant you were getting paid and you're going to do a job. And I paid my reserves during that time a good wage as well.
It was very good.
So we had one of the better accounts. Look at how big the Latimer County Sheriff's Department was during my time. There was a lot. There was a lot of full-timers. It was the most that they've ever had before. And we had a bunch of part-timers. Only Daryl Benson and Bill...
Was it Bill White?
No, it's not Bill White. Golly. You're going to have to edit this out because I can't remember his name. That's bad. Down south.
Oh,
Bill.
yeah, I had the red Ford pickup.
Bill. You should keep it at Bill. Bill and Daryl were my only reserves. Everybody else was at least part-time. And I had a great part-time corps, so I surrounded myself by people that could do a good job. That's all there was to it. I had Tracy, Luke, you on the part-timers, and the full-timers, of course, was Adam Woodruff. He was my main man. Even though some people didn't like him, Matt Bond, but he done a lot for me. He was a great person to have as an undersheriff. Faulkner, which, he was a good deputy, though, undoubtedly. And Landon, he was a little green around the horn back then, but, Darren James. Darren was a great...
awesome guy.
Yeah,
I loved him.
Yeah, my other black guy, Joe. I don't remember Joe's last name because my
Joe,
memory's so awful.
Joe Reynolds.
Reynolds,
Right?
yeah. So Joe.
I love Joe. I see him every once in a while.
So the quick story behind that is that the NAACP. I don't know if you remember this story or not. When I was sheriff, show up, and they said, "Why do you not have any black people working for you?" And dude, I have no answer for it. I'm like, I don't know. There's no black people around here. It's Latimer. There's like 2 black people or whatever. And man, I'm hemmed up. I'm in a corner, and Matt walks in. And he hears the guy, "Sheriff, Darren and Joe are black, right?" I was like, "Oh, I got black people." So they're like, "All right," and then left. I was like, "Okay, I'm good."
Well,
It was
one of those
awful.
things where
That's messed up. Period.
yeah,
But here we're talking about not seeing color.
right.
I
It's
mean,
not
my
like you-
mind never resorted to, and the good
got
people of Latimer
Indians.
County, they never called them by any racial slurs except one person in 2.5 years. Yeah, it was down south. It doesn't matter. I only threatened to beat him and put him in jail. But,
I don't remember.
called Darren that at that. So, yeah. God rest his soul.
Yeah, Darren has. He did pass away a couple years ago.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, maybe three
Yeah.
or 4 years ago.
Yeah,
Man,
he's-
one of the best guys you'll ever know.
What happened to him? What he died from?
He had kidney failure from.
Yeah.
I think he had a kidney transplant. Man, I hate talking about things I only know a little bit about, but I guess his body didn't take or whatever, and I may be completely wrong.
I'm not kidding. Not because
He was on
not because
dialysis
he died,
for a long time.
but he is one of the sweetest guys you'll ever meet.
I remember you talking about it whenever it happened.
Yeah.
So whenever you found out about it, you said something about it, and I didn't remember the guy personally, but I remember you saying that you were talking about how much you thought of him then.
Yeah.
So that's been
Man,
a
he
few
was
years ago.
he was a good worker, knew everybody, good PR guy.
Yeah,
at
great
that.
personality.
Yeah.
Great personality. Very,
So-
very, just very nice guy.
You know what, Joe was green around the horns too, so he didn't know much, but he was a great kid, man.
Still in law enforcement.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I seen
Still a good
him
guy.
a couple years ago, and he come up behind me and kind of goes, "Hey, Sheriff," and I was like, "Oh God, oh hey, what's up? What's your name?" No, yeah, and there was a lot of good guys. Man, I hate skipping anybody that I possibly could, but and that goes into the conversation.
Well,
about
CJ, Brady.
Yeah, CJ, he was a jailer. Brady was a part-timer, though. And Brady done unexpectedly well. I did not know much about Brady except for what you had to say. But, man, that guy, he really took to the exercising and the shooting. I mean, I feel like I got him into guns. But, and now he knows a lot about all that stuff. So, I mean, he he took a hold of it pretty hard.
Yeah, he did. He's still deep into it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, because most of us guys we were prior military or whatever. We already had our little clique or whatever you want to call it, Tracy and my brother and all that stuff in the early years back before you even was able to become part-time or whatever, And Adam was he was brand new and all that stuff. So we had a little clique of guys, but the guys that came in, I always felt like they done well. I didn't know Fokker. I mean, I didn't know him at all.
How did he come about?
He's married to Adam's ex-wife.
Yeah, it's weird.
No, it wasn't weird.
It's weird.
Adam's the one that got him the job, right?
Yeah, Adam's the one that
stood up for
he
him,
said, "Hey
or
man, I
put a
know
word in
this
for him.
vet and
He was out
pretty
of it,
squared
just,
away.
just fresh out of the
Yeah.
military, wasn't he?
yeah."
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
This dude was high and tight. I remember when I met him.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this guy is straight out. Like,
Yeah.
he just took his uniform off this morning.
Yeah.
I mean,
So he done me a good job though.
Oh,
yeah. I had that mix of personalities. I thought that these guys were amazing. Like I said, even though I know some people didn't like Matt, Matt was one of them. I mean, he was always on my side.
Well, the thing about Matt was he didn't care if you liked him or not.
That's right, and that's what I needed.
And
I needed a hard-nosed
right,
undersheriff. I did not need an undersheriff like me.
right.
For the most part, I was always pretty nice to the guys, playing around a lot.
Well, you really don't care if anybody likes you either.
Right, but I had my relationship with
As
you
a sheriff.
guys, and only when I got real pissed that I actually hey, I'm gonna have to hurt you. But
Well, Israel was harder on Adam and I.
yeah, I was.
and anyone
Well,
else.
you, Adam, and Josh.
And Adam
Awful.
was,
See, I was fixing to
Josh
say.
Osborne worked for you too.
See, I was waiting to bring that up because I was like, I thought
Wow.
Josh was in here
and
somewhere.
so after Israel,
and he
after
done a
Israel,
good job as well. During
Yeah,
this
after
time.
Israel resigned, Josh was a very good cop. After Israel resigned, Adam and I went to him with some stuff that was going on, and he was like, why why didn't y'all tell me? And we're like, because you were not approachable.
Oh.
You would not believe anything we freaking said. You
Oh
we were
no!
trying to-
Don't let them. Come on now. All right, so
I can say what I'm
Chuck
talking
Wells.
about.
You got to remember Chuck. Chuck done a good job for me too. And even though Robert or Robbie Brooks is a little bitch, all right, he did do a good job for me while I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes.
I am not talking about Chuck Wells.
I know. I thought you were talking about Robert Brooks.
No. Huh?
Because I didn't know about that until after I got out.
I think you know.
wish-
Some of my employees had some loving going on.
Anybody that can hear this needs to see Ben's face when that was said. That was awesome.
Because Ben thought it was him. He was like, "How'd you know about
Get
that?"
on,
I'm trying to decipher what's going on here.
get on YouTube.
I
and
didn't know
watch
that you
the-
knew I've been over at the dungeon.
Yeah, I'm not trying to spill any secrets or throw anybody under the bus. But I'm just saying there was a couple of individuals.
There's bad things that happen in every administration, and you know
Oh,
what? I can tell you right now, at least I'm willing to admit to the things that did happen. Man, I tell you, every county, every cop, everything I've ever known, all the DEA agents, FBI agents, big city, cops.
Right. Nothing's perfect. Nothing
Oh my
right.
Lord.
Yeah, and I
A lot
wasn't
goes
bringing-
on.
Yeah,
They're
all that-
human.
Well, that
Yeah.
kind of stuff you're bringing up, I didn't know anything about that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
now, well, talk about yours then.
I like how innocent you're trying to look right now. Even your facial expression, you're like
Is it
very.
not working?
You have like no emotion on it. You're like this. I did.
I didn't do
Well,
it.
I know when we play.
I have no knowledge of
I
those events.
I know when we play poker or whatever, and we hang out and stuff.
Oh, we
and-
need to play poker again, by the way.
Yeah, and so we get all the guys around, and they start talking about some stuff that was going on, or talking about funny stories, should I say?
Yeah.
There's a lot of that stuff I don't know about. I'm like, where the hell was I at? I mean, this is some big time stuff. That this is some really funny stories or whatever that I had no clue about. So no. What I'm talking about.
Oh,
is
Mr. Anderson. Good Lord, I'm sorry. I got to interrupt. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah,
This
Mr.
is awesome.
Anderson.
And
Oh gosh!
golly.
See, you didn't have to start name dropping because that's where you fall into.
Yeah, I know, but there's
issues
so
right
many
there.
good guys. I don't want to forget.
You didn't have to say anything. No, you didn't have to start without talking about.
Yeah, but I got to
anything.
give credit where credit's due.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yes.
seriously. I mean, these guys done a good job for Latimer County, and Latimer County should be proud of the job that they did do for them.
I feel like nobody really knows.
Anymore? No, probably not.
Well,
That's
even
2
then.
years ago.
Even then.
We were in the paper enough. I think that it was.
I know, but we've had Marcus Ward.
Marcus, good Lord.
Marcus
Stop
Ward.
it. It's getting bad.
Marcus
It's
ran
getting
for
bad.
sheriff after that
I know, and lost.
and did a really good job for Latimer County. You know what I
Should have
mean?
won. Should have won.
And he loses.
He
And he
lost.
put in so much time
Yeah.
and training
He did. He
for
done
Latimer
a little
County,
more.
for the people of Latimer County.
So,
And it makes me think, I'm like, did they know?
But they elected him on the school board.
I mean, they saw
like,
the
what the-
bus in the paper.
Yeah.
I mean, cheese and rice.
Yeah.
I
That was
mean,
a lot.
it was
207
207 search warrants
in 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Wow. I knew, and you guys need to do what I'm doing. Is talking to the mic a little bit better. But
sorry.
But I knew as a citizen of Latimer County in those times, I was aware that you guys were very busy.
Yeah.
Very, very always doing something. And I knew this. I don't know. I mean, I'm not privileged or whatever you want to say in a lot of information, but I know anytime I heard that there was some bad business going on around, everybody was like, yeah, but better hope that Israel and them don't find out about it because it's going to be,
Well, we
shut
didn't do it
down.
for a pat on the back, or I didn't anyways, and I know you didn't do it for a pat on the back, but
No, I did.
a slight pat on the back. If you want to pat somebody on the back, I don't know. I'm getting into
You know what it was?
politics again,
Here's how it works. We were unconventional. We thought outside of the box on a lot of things that we'd done, and it made us successful. I mean, going in, I had a plan. I didn't hear the sheriff. He said, "I do you good job." I can't spell sheriff. I do you good job. Anyways, I had a plan coming in. How I was going to section off the county, the same things that Adam Woodruff's going to do, and more. This is what makes Adam so great for the job, is he worked for Wayne Brinkley and me. So he's got a great, other sheriffs he worked for, they don't count. But he has a great perspective on how he's going to get things done. And even better, he has his own fresh ideas to go with it.
Absolutely.
And that is important. Now, for me, the most important thing, other than I know that he's going to be a good sheriff, one of the most important things is how he holds the Constitution so tight to him. The freedom of speech and obviously the freedom to bear arms. So when it comes to Adam, I know that he'll never carry out an unlawful order from a governor, president, or whoever. I know, and in southeastern Oklahoma, that's a big deal. We know that Adam's never going to come knocking on your door to come take your guns. And that's a big... Jeremy Green, I'm going to bring up his name. I think that Jeremy Green is a good pick as a sheriff. I really do. I think he's a good guy. He's an okay cop, good cop, you know. He's not as good as Adam, obviously, all right? But he is a good pick. But he's a Democrat. Seriously, he's a Democrat. And I haven't heard him say anything about, right now we got problems. We got Antifa, we got BLM, we've got the Democrats claiming to take our guns, we've got we just got done talking about it, being shamed, all these things that we have red flag laws trying to be brought up, we have universal checks trying to, there is so much going on that is unconstitutional right now. And I know that Adam will take up for us. I know that Adam won't come and try to take your guns. I know that if Antifa showed up, which that would be stupid, but in Wilburton, that it wouldn't have to take the civilians to take up arms or to stop them, that the sheriff's department actually would. And that is why I'm voting for a good Christian man named Adam Woodruff. Other than he worked with me and I already know he's real good at his job. The end. Adam Woodruff has my vote.
Listen, I have said that from day one about Adam, and it's not that I'm friends with him. It's not that I grew up with him. It's not that I go to, we graduated high school together. It's none of that. It is 100% what I have seen, even behind the scenes in law enforcement, behind the scenes, on the scene. You know what I mean? He was a guy that I could always go to. He's a guy that always knew what he was talking about, always knew the law. He was always up on anything new with the law. He
doesn't lie. That's a very important thing.
Would not lie. And he was a guy before, he's a guy, like I said, I know people are going to be like, well, you're just saying that. But I'm just telling you,
they're going to claim that no matter what.
That's true.
You're at least giving them a reason other than, it was my buddy.
And, I have nothing against Jeremy Green, of course. I really don't know him that well because
I think he's a great guy. I think that Latimer County will not go wrong,
right,
by electing him. The problem is you're passing up Adam.
Right.
But you have the opportunity to have Adam Woodruff as your sheriff. So why would you pass that up? I mean, look, he is the best of our worlds. I mean, he's going to, if you enjoyed my administration, and if you're a bad guy, you didn't, and you were for Wayne Brinkley and the way that he got things done, then you need to vote for Adam. Because he's going to take our world that we created and he's going to make it better.
Speaking about the bad guys, I even think that they would tell you probably should vote for Adam as well.
Well, because
he always treated them fairly.
That's right.
Never seen him.
Well, it's not about fair,
unfair.
just, but yeah.
Well, you know what I mean.
He was polite when he needed to be.
Right.
Look, just because you're arresting somebody, now we talked about this before. You can't let things get out of hand. But just because you put someone in cuffs and stuff doesn't mean that you got to treat them like a piece of crap.
Absolutely.
They broke the law, and you have to take them to jail. That is your job. All right, but after that, you don't. I have plenty of people that I took to jail, all right? Even people that went to prison that still come up and thank me. They really do. Not very many, but there are the few that actually do. So, and Adam's the same way. Just because You take somebody to jail doesn't mean you got to treat them like crap. Now, you can't let things get out of control. Again, I know that. All right. But for the most part, what do they say? You get more flies with honey.
Well, being able to strike that balance, I think that's one thing that made you such a good sheriff. One of the things is being able to, and with all the talk that goes on about law enforcement in the country right now, as we're sitting here talking, it gets left out how important and how it's a missed thing that there are guys out there just like yourself, Ben too, that are in law enforcement that want to strike that balance of, yes, I am in a position of authority. I do have to use that authority to maintain order, but I also am thinking about the job, thinking about the people that I'm arresting. It's not just running over the top of somebody. It's you.
Well, that's who you work for, though.
Right.
Even the people that you're arresting, you work for the people of that area. So most cops feel that way. They don't have this high and mighty bull crap that the media wants to spit out. It's an agenda thing, and
That's
all
absolutely
know
the
it.
truth.
It's all about agenda. These guys, I don't know how many times I've seen where an officer has died where, they knew the risk. What? That officer man knew the risk, but he didn't go out that day thinking, you know what, I'm going to die for my country today. Yeah. What? Come on, get off of it.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah,
he knew the risk.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Well, you knew the risk when you went to break the law and confront the cop and cause a confrontation that you might get shot. So, goes both ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've never, especially under your administration, I've never actually worked with, alongside another, deputy or another cop that is just downright, disrespected or treated people, regardless of their color, any different. And I wouldn't have went for that.
Of course not. No,
I would not have went for that.
That would have never...
and it wouldn't have flew, period,
No. And you know what? No, our guys, there's no way. No way. Well, for one, we had different ethnic, people in our department anyways.
Right.
And that would be not only disrespectful to the civilians, but it'd be disrespectful to the guys that work with us. And it'd be right. Put them in a compromising position. Think about it. I mean, come on. So, you know what? We're just not prejudiced. How about that?
Right.
We're not. I hate everybody equally, as they say. I mean, seriously. So get over it.
I've said this before, but after some of them search warrants and people we've arrested on the street or whatever, from traffic stops or whatever, for the most part, we have a conversation with them. And it's like, dude, this is not the end of the world. This is not the end of the road for you.
Ben will wipe your nose.
Oh.
When you have a snotty nose and you have cuffs
that's
on,
true. I forgot all about that.
With his own shirt.
No, not my shirt.
That guy's shirt.
Oh, yeah, his shirt.
Some shirt. There was a shirt involved in a nose.
Not my shirt. I ain't about to do that.
I was going to say, now that is a servant of the community right there.
Dude. Oh, there's nothing better than that. Wasn't that dude crying? And he was a Native American, wasn't he?
I completely forgot.
Not Native
about it
American like
now.
you, but like Native American.
Oh, like not white like me?
Yeah. Or your Russian-looking cousin.
What do they say?
That's Native American, looks like a Russian hooker. Like, wait, what? I'm more Native American than you. We're all Native American. We're born in America.
Now, I did have to transport a female to the prison or to the jail one time, and she needed to pee real bad.
Oh, yeah?
And she begged me to pull over and let her pee.
No, you didn't know, right?
No.
Oh,
I absolutely told her. I was like, listen.
I was like, don't put that on.
I will be in jail. I will be in jail too. People drive by. Yeah, well, one of Israel's deputies had this female on the side of the road. I was like, I can't. I said, listen.
So how did you lose your job? Well,
I said I'm trying to get there as fast as I can, and I understand that you. She's like, I gotta go. I'm telling you, I gotta go. I'm gonna pee in your car. And I said, well,
just do
whatever you got to do it. But I cannot stop. And she did.
All right, so we got to go on some cases here now that you say that.
She peed all in the back seat of my car.
What? You let her pee in there? You didn't plug it?
Oh, my gosh. Anyways.
Well, I mean, you wiped some dude's nose. I figured at least.
No,
Your face.
no, dude.
Your face, man.
No,
All
in
right.
fact, I probably
Okay.
I made sure we got to the jail, and we got there, and she peed again in the lobby.
Well, how am I?
All over.
Where
the
was
place.
I?
That's what I'm saying. There's stories.
Where was I?
There's stories that happened.
Was I sheriff?
Yes.
I'm sure you had pressing
God.
matters that didn't involve people peeing.
Yeah, she wasn't even from here
Yeah.
too. She's from like Nevada or Utah or somewhere, and she told me on the way over there she's some kind of Native American. I forget what tribe it was, but she made a ton
Peeing my
of
pants a lot?
money every month.
Really?
Her tribe cut her a large check. every month.
Oh, so it's
And she met a guy.
entitlement. You mean?
Met a guy on the internet.
So
Came down
entitlement.
here.
You're entitled.
And
Entitlement.
was hanging out with this guy, and they were driving around drinking and stuff. And she came through one of our DL checks, and he was hammered.
They were
And
doing a DL check?
Yeah.
I thought we didn't do those very often.
with the highway patrol at the time. We were doing it on the
Oh.
highway in the middle of nowhere, like Bengal somewhere. And long story short, he was drunk,
Too late.
so she had to go too.
Really?
Yeah, I felt bad for her, man, and I told her that. She knew it.
Well, it's okay, though. I mean, crap happens, and you've done the best you could in that situation, I guess you could say. It's kind of funny. I mean, it could have been funnier if he would have told it.
What
would
did
you
you
have done?
did you arrest her for what? Like public intox or
Public
something?
intox, yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah, you're peeing yourself, and you probably
Well, you can't let her
got
drive.
a lot going on.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
she-
Oh,
Nobody can figure
no,
out.
that's slippery slope that we can't talk about. Letting
Yeah,
people
man.
go and stuff. That's slippery, man.
yeah.
What?
Letting people go.
I didn't say you could let her go. I
Yeah.
said you can't let her go.
Because I can tell you right now that letting people go is not the answer. I mean, it's not. I mean, accountability.
I know.
When you drink and you drive, you decide that your life is more important. Your life is more important than the people on the road. Period.
Yep.
Accountability.
You know, and with that exception, anybody I've ever known that's worked law enforcement for any amount of time always has that feeling about. I'm sure it's from seeing enough instances
Yeah, it
and
gets
dealing
bad.
with that.
Right.
Adam, that was the first thing that I was talking to him the other night, and when I asked him how his job was doing, he told me a DUI story.
Different Adam.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, not Adam Woodruff, another guy we know from Atlanta. I can't even think of Adam's last name
Green.
right now. Is it?
Yeah.
Man, what do you?
Okay.
Yeah, you gonna get him in trouble or by saying his last name?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't say his last name. Ben did.
We're talking about people that are either running for sheriff or not cops no more. And bam, name drop.
Well, this guy's definitely
this
he's
guy-
a cop, but
We'll cut
I mean,
that out.
which he didn't go into great detail about what led up to, other than it was a DUI, and it was he told me the story about it, and it kind of reinforced my thoughts on drinking and driving. Same thing though, it was this guy got drunk. Him and his wife went to a bar. Guy gets real drunk, and insists on driving home. Wrecks with his wife in the vehicle, tears her arm off, and she bleeds out right there with
Good
the cops
Lord.
there trying to save her.
She died?
That's pretty
Died.
bad.
And Adam was there?
Yes, trying to help her.
Adam Green.
And she bled out. And the man, of course, the guy is not hurt in the wreck. He's just drunk. You know what I mean? He's drunk, has a wreck,
Man,
basically
isn't that
killed
the
his
way that
wife.
Crap works?
Yeah, man. And that's what I know enough guys that do and have done law enforcement that I've heard. These stories. It's like,
Well, yeah.
geez,
Now, when you see the accidents, whether they're alcohol involved or not, it starts to get to you over time. There's no doubt about that.
For sure.
And we talk about because to people, drugs is not becoming a big deal anymore. We just got talking about the marijuana and stuff. But during my time, it was like 83% of all crimes were while on or trying to get or involved with alcohol or drugs. 83. Like someone went and stole your four-wheeler. They were either on drugs or alcohol, or they were stealing it to get money for drugs or alcohol, or
that's my job, man. That's what I do. Go ahead. Not drugs. Keep the microphone.
so in some way or form, yeah, get that drugs.
So you're going to talk about cases, right?
Oh, so cases. Yeah, we're being too serious. So
Well, I'm about to get serious.
so the
I was gonna ask you some questions about some cases. Not,
So we had a problem with the dog one time. I'm not going to talk about that. That's a touchy subject between you and my brother. But someone was trying to shoot a dog.
Oh,
Thank God I was there because I was like, hey, I don't care about the dog, but we're in an apartment complex and the bullet could go. Don't do it. The same one, though.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Was I taking up for the dog?
Yeah, of course you were.
of course. I knew exactly.
Y'all shoot that dog.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to say what he said because you know what? Stupid. But
Yeah. So the dog didn't have to be shot, right? Because it wasn't doing anything wrong?
it was trying to rip our heads off.
Oh.
But you got to weigh it just like you would to anything. Wait a second. If I miss or the bullet could go through it or whatever the case is.
My nickname
A
was
dog's life is not worth a human's. So, anyways,
Okay.
even killing it, not worth a human's life or risking it. The best part was Eric Turner back then was on the CERT team. So this is old days. This woman, she's pooping. She's taking a poo-poo. All right. Gets off the pot when we break the door down. Sticks her head into the hallway and it's like, oh no, the cops. So she turns around and she got her pants all the way down to her legs, and she's trying to get the drugs out of her pocket so she can dunk them into the toilet,
The poo-poo water.
the poo-poo water. And when she does, she falls. And Eric Turner was the first one to make entry and he falls. And you know where the face goes. Oh yeah.
Damn, man.
Right between the butt cheeks, full of poo. You don't remember that?
No.
Oh my. Okay, it's not as bad as what you would think. It's not like he had poo all over his face or anything.
But he was close.
Yeah, it was.
Too close for comfort.
Yeah. He got a face full of stuff he didn't want. All right. So that's one of my favorite ones with.
That is a great story.
Yeah.
I have a similar story about you, though, so I can tell that if you'd like me to.
What? Where I shot myself? That's not a good story.
No, I wasn't going to tell that story.
It hurt real bad.
Unless you want to tell the story. If you want to tell the story.
Now I teach all my students about shooting myself. Like, look, I use it to my advantage.
So do you own it now?
I know how it feels. Oh, yeah, I own it.
Okay, so we can tell
I wear it. I mean, hell.
All right, well, we can tell
I'm in my 40s. I'm limping everywhere. I mean.
All right, well, we can tell that story, but I want to.
No, I don't like that story.
I was talking about the pea story.
I own it, but you can't. Which pea?
The pea that was on the ground.
Oh, you're talking about the Candyman. So we can't say his name. But
No.
the Candyman.
No, I'm talking about the traffic stop, and there was pee on the ground.
My intoxilizer test with my finger.
Someone thought it was beer.
I thought it was an alcohol. Yeah. I was going to catch these kids. I was like, you've been drinking and driving. I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, you poured it. There's empty cans. And I was like, you poured that beer right there. That's not beer.
They're like, that's pee.
And they're trying to, stop me. These kids are like, no. I'm like, I got you.
It was very funny.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was very funny. And then there was one.
I let them go. All right, you passed your sobriety test. You guys are sober.
They still tell that story to this day.
Yeah, if you ever tell anybody, I'll kill you.
So one day there was this van on fire on Highway 1, which is Highway 1. It's a desolate highway.
What, it was a van?
in Latimer County.
Is that where it
or
got
a car.
smoked? Is it where I got smoked?
It was a vehicle that was fully engulfed in flames, right?
Yeah.
So Israel and I are the first one on the scene. We jump out. We're trying to determine if there's bodies inside, which at this time, it didn't matter if there were people inside or not.
But we didn't know, so.
We didn't know, so we're trying to figure it out or whatever. And so then a bunch of cars are coming, so we're like, oh, we need the fire department shows up, which at the time it was the Veterans Colony. It was their little fire truck. They had a little bitty old fire truck. And finally showed up to put the flames out. So Israel and I go to start, directing traffic. Well, Israel runs up there, or he's up there, and there's a car coming. He's trying to tell him to stop. Dude did not stop. Ran
me over.
Right into Israel.
I was up on her hood.
The hood, rolled off, and I'm right by Israel, and I'm like, what?
So here's the thing. I'm not mad, even though it hurt real bad.
I'm sure.
We
I
got
thought
mad
it was,
after the fact.
after. I thought it was friends screwing with me.
You thought it was?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm laughing, as my chest is crushed
You went
in.
on top of the freaking hood.
I know, and then I noticed.
How did you think that it
my
was...
smile turned into a frown real quick, like when I go, Mother of God. You almost killed me, people.
The worst part about it, okay, the worst part about it was the guy that picked the women up
that's
that
right.
had the
They didn't
vehicle
even know
on
their
fire.
vehicle was on fire, though. They left to go do what it broke down. It was the battery that caused it to catch on fire. They didn't know. When they showed
I
up,
thought they knew, and they were the ones that
no,
called
when they
911.
that's the reason they ran into me. Because they were all
They were
like,
rubbernecking. They were trying
yeah,
to...
they're like, oh my God, my car's on fire.
My car is gone. I'm talking about this whole car was gone. I mean, flames like 20 feet high.
It was bad.
It was very bad.
It was hot. But yeah,
Middle of Highway 1.
I ran smooth the hell over.
Smooth.
Oh my
over, dude.
gosh, man!
And
Felt great.
I've never heard this story.
It's like, I'm not giving you CPR, dude.
All right,
You better,
so
he landed on his feet. He didn't fall.
Yeah, no.
He landed
No,
on
of course
his feet.
not.
Like a cat.
Like a
like
cat.
a freaking cat.
Yeah. Reflexes like a cat.
I was like, Ezra's fixing to kill that guy.
I was
He's
after
dead.
I found out that he hit me on accident.
I'm not kidding.
Like
dude.
if he hit me on purpose that hard. It's
Funny
okay.
joke, guy.
Yeah.
Oh, you could have really killed me. You
Yeah.
idiot.
Well, that's because that's when you realize you're like, oh no,
I'm literally
I'm about to die.
I'm literally like 3 feet away from Israel. I'm not kidding. We're like right next to each other, and Israel's trying to tell this guy to stop, and he just, I mean, smokes him.
Jeez, dude, that is crazy.
That's one funny story. I haven't-
Candyman. So did Adam
Okay.
tell the story of Candyman? Or maybe Luke Underwood? I know y'all had him. on
yeah,
too.
I think we did, but we can tell it again.
Oh, all right. So
Which one now? I
This
don't
is a
know.
big bust with the poo in the pants.
Yes.
No,
We're
nobody's
gonna-
told this story.
We
I
got to
thought
talk
you
about
told me-
stupid things.
I thought
not
you-
good
no,
things.
you guys
we
told
kinda
the
touched base on it a little
the
bit, I think.
pepper
But we-
spray story.
All right. Well, if we did or we didn't.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was head of the CERT team during the time. I wasn't sheriff, but I was in charge of the CERT team, whatever, commander, captain, whatever.
This was a huge
Captain.
bust for the guy that was
It
running
was a
for
very,
sheriff
very big bust. Anyways.
at the time.
At the time.
Yeah.
We scared him so bad that he pooed in his pants. He had underwear.
Like on entry or what?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
He thought that it was his.
Oh, he thought.
Yeah,
some
the bad
drug
guys
people were
coming to kill him.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
yeah.
he told us, yes. Anyways.
So he was relieved. He was like, "Thank God, you are the cops. You're not going to kill me." But
yeah,
I
after
already
he-
shit my pants.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I already got the poo. Got the poo.
Yeah, they tried to get me to cuff him. I'm like, I ain't doing it.
Yeah, I don't remember who. I just
think I
remember
did.
telling
Underwood
either
did it.
Luke and
did
Adam
it.
to transport him. So I'm in the middle of everything.
Adam didn't
I don't.
transport him.
Adam didn't
Is that
because he
how-
probably helped.
Yeah, we searched.
So it was Luke and you or something, or Luke?
No.
Well, then Luke.
I
It
always
was
searched.
part of Adam's plan, his master plan.
To get me to
Well, no, because they took my car. That's the joke. They took it, the poo monster in my car while I'm searching. Whoever it was, I know Luke was
It was
part
not
of it.
Adam.
But
Well, that was your payback for making somebody else deal with it.
oh my gosh, man,
I'm guessing.
So then it's just sitting there in my car for like hours while I'm searching for drugs. And I get in, and I'm like, what the? Oh,
They took my car.
What's that smell, man?
you know, you just do it.
It really
Yeah.
happened. It's a true story.
There was poo in my back seat. I had to clean it up. That was awful, man.
So they left it back there for you? You had to clean that up?
They're
Oh,
not gonna
yeah.
clean it.
Yeah.
They're not going to clean it.
No, no.
No
Wait,
way.
They took my car. They didn't
always-
even have permission to take my car.
I always wondered who cleaned up the pee and the poop out of the back of vehicles,
don't
cop
know who
cars
did.
like that.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to say trustees.
Yeah.
Not us.
But they're happy to help.
Yeah.
You know, they really
I always
are.
felt bad for my trustees when I was sheriff because I had this big trash can, man, and I dipped back then.
Yeah.
Man, that thing would be full by the end of the day, and they'd have to dump it out, and I would be like,
Take that out and throw it away.
ah. They had like flies coming out of it and shit, you
yeah.
know, and they're like,
There's some good trustees too.
I had some good ones.
Yeah, we did.
They
We really
stole some drugs, and
Really?
was it when I was sheriff? They did. Remember how I caught them? Good
No.
God, he didn't keep me up with nothing. So we had a couple of trustees that was getting into
I only remember the good ones, the
Yeah.
good stories.
the drug office or whatever. We finally figured out how they were doing. They were coming up through the tiles and stuff like that. So what I done was I threw a bunch of blue fingerprinting ink. I mean, when I say a bunch, it doesn't take much anyways, but I threw like 3 or 4 loads of this stuff up there where when they crossed over, because they only get, one set of clothes and stuff, they had ink from like head to toe. Head to toe. And it just, that's how I caught them, was it?
No denying it then.
Yeah. It was like, they actually sit in, because it was Adam's office they sat in there. They didn't even come.
Yeah, they're like, oh, well,
we're caught. They're in there like, hey, we done it. It's like, good job, morons. So, yeah, they didn't even try to go back. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's so many stories that were just...
that reminds me of the only time, or the very first time I was ever in that jail. I've never been taken there for a bad reason. I was there visiting somebody. But I went with a guy. His dad was in jail and was going to be in there he'd been there a while and was going to be there a while longer. And I remember we walk in, talk to the jailer or whatever, and they let us go on through. And we walk around the corner, and he's in this, what would have been the first cell, like on the right-hand side. And I remember walking in there and thinking, because his door was open. Now, this would have been when Melvin Hawley, I can say this because Melvin's not alive anymore, but it was whenever he was sheriff. And I walk in there, and he's just sitting on his bunk, like, with the door open.
He was a trustee.
And I remember being so shocked.
Right. You're like,
that could even happen, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like...
He thought it was like a lion with the cage open, wasn't he?
He thought everybody should be shackled or something.
Dude, in my mind, you know what I mean? Murderers are in this jail. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was like a prison to me, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I think I was 17.
Such bad people in there.
Yeah, I was like 16, 17 years old. I walk in there and I'm like, he goes, I'm going to go by and see my dad real quick. You know, I was with him or whatever. And I was like,
was his dad a trustee?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And so I mean, but still, I expected.
Right.
I expected.
You're like, how are you going to see him?
Dude, I thought bars. You know what I mean? Like bars, like a row of bars. But it had a door on it. You know what I mean? It was like
He's a trustee.
It was like a bedroom. You know what I mean? With like a cinder block thing
pretty much free roam.
Yeah, I walk in there and he's sitting there reading a book. And whenever we walk in, and my first thought is,
he's going to kill me.
Nobody knows. This dude's door's open. And he's chilling. I'm like, what's keeping this man from running away?
I'm trying to tell people.
Yeah, because I assume that all prisoners want to get away. You know what I mean? I'm like, if you give them a second, they're going to run away.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, why wouldn't you? And I remember we were sitting there the whole time while we were talking to him, and I was nervous as hell. Because I was sitting there thinking, somebody's going to come in here and thinking we're trying to help him get out. But he's not trying to get out. You know what I mean? It was the whole mystique of it.
Well, there was another funny story that I wanted to tell.
The bars falling out?
Bars falling out?
You never heard of that one either, huh? Remember, what was his name? He's dead now. D-Roy or something like that?
Yeah, we had D-Roy. Houston.
Yeah, D-Roy right? Houston. That's right. So,
yeah.
He was a jailer.
Yeah.
He was a jailer, and I was a deputy or whatever I was back then. And anyways, him and I went in there and we were talking to the guys in the jail and stuff. And I went and I put my foot up on, because we bull jive with them too, for a long period of time with the inmates. And I put my foot up on the bars, and when I did, 2 of them go ding 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 ding.
God.
Yep. No crap.
And it's still the same jail.
Yes.
Today.
Yes, it is.
So
they had sawed 2 of those bars off, and
they had sawed them off.
Yes, and
I was talking about it being
the other inmates were they'd been sawed.
They were pissed.
Inmates. They dropped the ball on them. They're like, yeah, man, they sawed 1 or 2 guys. I can't remember.
Well, here's the thing with inmates, or here's the thing with people in jail when they think they're fixing to get punished.
Oh yeah, they'll
tell them people
you did it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No honor amongst.
They're not getting their TV taken away.
Yeah.
It's very important that they keep their TV. It's very important that their the food or whatever they get what they want and what they have been getting because they've been doing good or whatever.
And they'll drop the ball on a person quick.
And then when that kind of stuff happens right there, the whole jail gets shaken down.
Yep.
So then you get everything you got underneath
hidden
your mattress
or whatever,
any snacks you got or whatever.
Yeah, and all you
it's
do
all
is
going in the trash.
You just grab guys individually. I don't want to give away techniques, but
Right.
You can.
Not,
there's a way to.
When Israel first became because I
wasn't sheriff when this happened.
No, I know, but I'm just saying when I started riding along with you, and we didn't really touch base on this, but when you started patrolling, I started riding along with you right then. I was not a cop. I was just, hanging out, riding along, learning and everything. And we pulled over a guy that I went to school with that was a little older than me, right? And he started singing like a bird. I mean, we pulled him over, I think, for, I don't remember, a tail light or something. And we were working drugs. He started singing like a bird against... I talk so fast on this thing, I need to slow down. Because when I listen to it, I'm like, slow down, man. He started singing like a bird. He ratted out his best friend.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they were a grade or two older than me. They had been going to school. We'd all been going to school together. And they were like inseparable, right? All through school. So now we're a year or 2 years out of school. And he started singing like a bird, ratting out his own best friend. And I realized right then, holy moly.
That's where the no honor among thieves comes from.
Right,
Yeah, really.
right. So, you can get information out of people, pretty easily when they think they're...
Well, that's why
I've always done a pretty good job breaking people. I remember when Daryl Benson came along, and we were down south. Anyways, him and I rode back with an individual, and it was a female, and I was like, hey, by the time we halfway make it to the jail, I'll have names, basically bragging about how I was going to break her, just so, Miranda rights are read, everything, I'm going to get information. Man, she would not give up nothing. Embarrassed the hell out of me, though. I was like, man, out of the one person, like I'm bragging about how I'm going to, this will lead into more snowball, and nothing. That woman wouldn't get nothing.
There was a time that a female had us, she called in, dispatch said, hey, we've got a, RP upstairs that's wanting to do a report. We get there and she's like,
no.
My husband,
Pacemaker. One with the pacemaker?
Does she have a pacemaker?
Yeah, the skinny one.
She said,
spousal rape?
What's an
she
RP?
said my reporting person or whatever. She said, my husband raped me. My husband raped me, which is not funny, of course, But I have to make up for it. I'm like, Israel, it's not funny, But you'll laugh at the end of the story, okay? And I may have told this story already, but we got to talking to her, of course, and you can tell that she is making it up, and you still got to take it serious, okay? You still got to take it serious. But you can tell because she's adding all kinds of new stuff every time she tells the stories.
I wouldn't know because I left.
So she can't read or write. So guess who has to write her?
You did.
Me. And so I write it as I'm her, right? Because I'm writing it. She signs it, So I have to say, and then he, put his, into my, and I've got to put all the details and everything. I'm sitting here writing
nasty
down,
details.
And I look up, and Israel and Adam are in the window looking at me, just making sure everything. Because first of all, I didn't want to be alone with her. And
right.
I'm like, if she's accusing them or her own husband of this, I don't want to be in here alone, So they're in there looking at me, and I'm just like, just writing it down. I'm like, cheese and rice, man. And the next day, they were back together. They were back together the next day.
Right.
I was in town, and they drove by me.
But Adam and I left him to drive. We were like, hey, you got this, man. Good job, bye.
Yeah.
The thing I remember about that lady, she was so skinny that you could see her pacemaker through her skin.
You could just
tell. And she wore, very revealing. I mean, she was older, too. She was probably 60.
No, she wasn't that. But no
what?
way, dude. No way.
Well, meth's a hell of a drug.
Yes,
but.
it is a hell of a drug. We had to go get her husband. We went and got him that night, and he was like, "Are y'all kidding me?" He's like, "We had a fight, and we knew.
Yeah.
We knew from the way she was, talking that she just wanted him to go to jail.
She was just talking about that sweet love.
And she knew that if she came and said, "Hey, we had a
Wanted to
fight,"
tell Ben. She was kind of sweet on you too, wasn't she?
no.
She wanted that Ben
Oh,
love.
it's like that,
But
huh?
I've been known to not really see it. You know what I mean?
There's just a little reserve
been
down
known-
there at the sheriff's department. You go down there and tell him the story, make him write it out for me.
Oh,
Now read it back to me real slow. Officer Klein, read that back real slow.
So that's one of the funnier stories, you know. Really, I was mad at her, honestly, because I was like, you know, it ain't right that, you know,
It
if she
ain't.
would have been, you know, they were meth heads, okay, but if
Yeah,
she
they
would have
both
been
were.
anybody else, you know, it's just not right.
Could have ruined somebody's life.
Could
yes, of
have
course.
ruined the dude's life, but it just wasn't. Nobody believed it. Of course, they're back together. And
Well,
of course
in the
she said
beginning
that-
we did.
and she said it didn't happen.
We gave
Well,
it
yeah,
the credit that it needed
Well,
for
we went
the
and got
first
him.
3 seconds.
We went and got him, and I was like, I didn't feel right about going
Yeah.
to get this guy. I was like, I don't feel right about this, but she's saying this, and it's something we got to do. We got to protect her. And
Yeah.
so, you know, and it's just a night in jail or whatever. But at the same time, I was thinking,
Yeah, I
what
don't
if
remember how that played out, to be honest.
She
in
dropped
so many
charges
years.
the next
Yeah,
day.
Okay, I'll go with
she
that.
went and got him out. They were riding around together.
You took,
I
him,
had
you
never
took him to
s-
jail. I didn't.
I had never seen them people before that, and I'd never seen them after that.
Oh,
Not
really?
that I remember.
No, I remember him as well.
You had to deal with him a
I had
bunch?
to deal with her, not him. Yep.
Anyways, good times.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's another big story I want to talk about before we.
Is it another cop story?
Yes.
Jesus.
Oh,
It's,
I
it's
think
the-
I know.
It's the main one. Okay, it's the main.
There
Well, I say that because, well, it is one of the main ones. We had some really big, high-profile cases. I mean, we had
Sure.
the elderly lady that was murdered south of.
Well, that wasn't during my
That was before,
administration.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were the ones trying to
Solve it.
solve it after.
I even talked to the OSBI
Yeah.
after that, and she said, "We know who did it. We just
Yeah,
can't."
yeah, we all, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm
Of
like,
course. Oh my God, you're not gonna talk about the Jamesons.
I
are
have
you?
to. We have to. We have to talk. We have to talk about it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's scary. You should hear that through here. That
Well,
scared
I
the
knew they were,
Jesus
I
out of
knew
me.
they were in there working out. Or
I did
whatever.
not know anything. That scared me.
Well, they're doing something.
Right. So, okay, the year. Okay,
It's
hang on. I had it all in my head of how I wanted to talk about it. Well, what I wanted to do is we didn't really talk about it with Adam, and I wanted to go through the whole thing.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, no. What I mean is, I want to hear. I want to talk
He's
about.
like,
what
get on the
happened.
internet and look it up. If you want to know about
really? If you wanted to, you know, the whole 25 people that watch this are now going to freaking be bugging me over
There's
it.
gonna be a lot more than that. Trust me, there's gonna be a lot more than that.
Oh my God.
So, there was a case or an incident in 2009, right? Was it 2009?
yeah, October 2009, October 11th, 2009.
Okay, so we're
Stuck
coming
in
up
my head for a
on
long
wow.
time, buddy.
coming up on 11 years, right? So ago. So the call was that there was a truck in Latimer County, in the middle of nowhere, with a dog that was on the brink of death.
God, you can't leave out the dog, can you?
No, because that was what the call was.
This is your story. Go for it.
Otherwise, nobody would have called on a truck out there in the middle of nowhere.
They wouldn't have cared because they
Yeah.
had a dog, you know.
Yeah.
Or maybe the guy that supposedly had seen it said, "Hey, you know, I seen these people like 9 days prior." You think maybe that's why they called? Maybe it wasn't over the dog.
I thought it was over the dog.
No.
If that happened today, see, they'd have messed up the crime scene.
I didn't even
'cause they'd
know-
have broke the window out to get the dog out.
Yeah, we didn't even know. We did break the window.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
but you guys
good
did
old
instead
fucker.
of just somebody.
Okay,
I told him to.
So the call was not about a dog at all.
That was about an abandoned vehicle on a location, and the guy that lived down the road, doesn't matter, but he remembered talking to the people that were in that vehicle about 9 days, 7 days, whatever it was prior. So that's how it started. And we were all in, when I say all, you know, the 4 or 5 that went in the evening, because, man, I just worked all the time, 24/7 it felt like. But we were, there's 4 or 5 of us bull jiving or whatever, and I remember the call coming in, and I told Fokker, "Hey, go deal with that, because we didn't think much of it. Then when he gets there, he calls me and he says, hey, we got a problem. The dog being in there is what sparked my mind, because I already knew by the call that the person calling in had seen the vehicle 7, 8, 9 days earlier. And when he said, hey, we got a problem, there's a dog in there, my mind went immediately to, oh, crap.
Yeah, it's not just a broken down vehicle.
Yeah. And so I said, hey, break out one window and be careful not to, make sure you wear gloves and
Save the dog.
Yeah, because the dog was on its last limb. I mean, it was basically dead. How it made it is beyond me. It was eating its own feces and drinking out of a small cooler in there, actually, but it was still dying. So that's how it all really, really started. In the middle of the night, dark as hell. Because once he done that, I went up there with the guys that were on duty. Left one guy to keep patrol of the county, and everybody else went up there, and we started searching. I mean, it started right then. And then the forestry came up that night as well to help Stuart Joslin and his guys.
Well, also there was a large amount of cash that was found.
Yeah.
Along
Oh
with
my
the
God! If you want to go through all the details, that's going to be hard. There was $32,000 and some change found underneath the seat. Half the money that was taken from the house. So there was $64,000 around about, basically, that was, but they're in separate bags. So one bag's missing. $32,000 from the Jameson case is missing.
Still to this day.
Yeah, no one's ever found it. Around about,
So as you guys
the lawsuit was $64,000 round about. The one that he won, and the money was put into a safe. It was cash. That cash was taken out of the safe.
See, I didn't know about this lawsuit.
Because there's so
That's
much
how
to
he had
this
so much
story.
money.
Yet no one knows what I know, because I have the packet, still do, of the entire thing. I mean, I went over it even after I resigned being sheriff. I mean, I was, I know what I know, but it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Remember that?
Right.
So.
Wow.
All right, let's keep talking. Let's keep talking.
Yeah, this has got a JFK feel to it, man. Hang on a minute.
Gosh.
How exclusive can we get here?
Well, he can tell everything.
I can tell everything. I know who done it. I know who killed him.
You do? You think
I'm 100% they were killed. The OSBI and the FBI are full of shit. There you go.
Speak that into the mic.
Yeah.
The OSBI and the FBI are full of shit. The two parents or the adults were killed. They were shot in the back of the head.
And the kid.
And the ones in shallow graves, that killed themselves. You can't commit suicide and be in a shallow grave. It doesn't work that way. The kid was found a few hundred or within 100 yards of him. The kid wasn't killed.
So you think they maybe just
Madison
left the
is her
kid,
name.
left her alive, and then she just died from
That's
exposure?
what I think. I can't prove that.
Well, the
They said that everything was unrecognizable. What I do know for a fact is that at least one of the skulls had a hole in the back of it, a bullet hole. Let's just be particular. Let's get it out there, because what people feed everybody is bull crap. Think about this. 2.6 miles as a bird flies, dead, in shallow graves. Something happened.
See, man, and now I've never got to talk to you about this. And the thing I saw, the TV thing that I saw, left it so open-ended.
They had to, because I had to back then, because I was, it was kind of a public relations type thing, and I couldn't X out the FBI the way that I wanted to, or the OSBI, because none of them helped worth a damn, minus the 6 FBI agents that came for the first 5 days were remarkable. Done a great job. Man, the profiling, everything. The next two that took over the case were pieces of crap. They done nothing. One of them went out there with me one time. So, you know what? Yeah, back then I couldn't call people out the way I wanted to. I couldn't call them out. So I can't tell you who done it, because if I do that, they're going to get me for slander, because they're going to claim that I'm going to ruin their lives. But there's a lot of crap that went on that, I mean, it's obvious. Follow the money, as they say. It's just that simple. I mean, I knew within a month or two who done it. but I can't prove it. So it doesn't matter. I mean, think about this. The vehicle, according to the GPS, because the GPS off their phones were in the vehicle. All right, that something happened wrong right there. All right, coat, shoes, all kinds of crap left in the vehicle.
$32,000.
$32,000 in cash. I'm missing one. What I think is the bag that the other 32 whatever thousand was in the wide open. That one was hidden underneath the seat.
Right.
I think the other one was in clear view. I think that the person that done all this grabbed the money and the missing gun. There's a missing gun. A pistol, I think it's a .22 pistol or whatever.
It's what she carried all the time.
Everywhere she went. In this bag, by the way. So it's in this bag that the money was in.
So they've got the $64,000 with them just because you don't.
$32,000.
Well, I mean,
Right.
Well,
but you don't leave $64,000 at home while you
Right.
go do something.
Well, no, that's a.
You just show a little
It was
bit of money.
a little bit of redneck / uneducation. I'm not calling them stupid. It's just the way that they thought. They thought, hey, we're going to go look at land. The land was a certain amount of what they had cash on them. Hey, maybe they thought. I don't know what they really, really, really thought.
Probably thought we need to leave a little bit of it here.
Yeah, whatever
and
the
we're
case
just gonna
is.
show them we got the money and the rest of it.
And maybe they didn't want to leave it in their house. They had security cameras all over the place. They
All
thought that
over.
maybe someone would come into their house. He didn't trust his own dad. So, hell, who knows? Who knows when it comes to all that? Why they made this even harder. They're not inappropriate, but their lifestyle made it hard. It made it hard to deal with this case because they left so many ends open in the beginning. It wasn't until we were able to piece things go down the line that we go, oh crap, Well, a few of us, anyways. I mean, we never let it out too much because there wasn't nothing we could do about it at that time. I always assumed that some evidence would come up to nail the MF that done it. I always thought. So what I wanted to bring up is important for people to understand is the GPS of the phone shows them on the location in a certain spot for a while there, right? So you got a location right here and you got the road coming off. And if you remember the road, it had a drop off about 3 foot on each side. Only one vehicle would fit. Vehicles right here on the location. The majority of the time that they were there, where the picture was taken, up on the hill, everything, right? And then the vehicle stops on the road on the way off with a 3 foot drop off on each side. What does that tell you?
Someone came in front of them.
That's right. Someone stopped them.
Stopped it.
Why would you stop right there? And even if you were going to stop right there to go do something, why would you walk 2.6 miles from your vehicle being left in the road where people can't get onto the location to where you have a 6-year-old daughter that you got to get out of the vehicle on a 3 foot drop off?
So, do you think then that this was like that this person just came upon them and saw like maybe the money laying
it's
there?
pretty simple. This person knew they were up there.
Oh yeah.
That's all I can say about that. And they either got out by gunpoint or they got out because they knew the person. Pretty simple. The bodies were found 100 yards from the road. 100 yards from the road. Now, of course, I know people think, well, how in the world did you not find them? 2.6 miles as a bird flies on Panola Mountain or the San Bois Mountains is a big deal.
Dude, I 100% agree. I have spent a lot of time in that area. My dad's from that area.
Yeah.
So I have been in those mountains my entire life. That area right there. That's why I was real shocked. I'm not shocked. I mean, it was like, wow, I've hung out in there. I know those trails and stuff like that very well back in that area. So I know how you could take this bright green can and set it down in the woods somewhere out there, tell somebody where it is, and they still might not find it.
That's true.
So I can only imagine how hard it would be to locate.
Well, yeah,
these
and
people.
I got friends from other places that came out and helped. Texas EquiSearch also showed up. Unmanned drones and stuff was kind of new for that time to our, not the military, nothing, but for our help. And they came out there, and I mean, I mean, good Lord. I mean,
Well, Brady and I,
Mick or whatever
maybe
they're
a year
called.
after that, there was a guy up there that supposedly had that lived up there that had a warrant. And so Brady and I went up there to get the guy. And we got a call while we were up there. And I couldn't get out of there. I almost got lost.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
I called
do.
Israel,
Yeah.
and he had to go take the call for me. I was like, dude,
Yeah, Brady and
Can you
him
take
did get lost.
can you take well, I knew.
Y'all like made it back at like daylight.
No.
Come on,
I was
don't
back
lie.
like- no.
Don't lie.
I went right to Red Oak. That was the only way I could get out is go to Red
You were
Oak.
like on a Butterfield Trail or something by the time.
Well, and
we were in separate vehicles too.
well, like I
Brady
said,
and
I was pretty much, I wouldn't say raised like we didn't live back there, but we would go back there
There were
all
so
the
many
time,
brick
my whole
roads
life.
and
And it
locations and
changed.
stuff.
It
Yes.
changed a lot
That
from
is
when I was a
important,
kid to that time, especially with all those roads. Panola Mountain, the road up Panola Mountain. Whenever I went up there and partied all the time, back whenever I first got out of high school,
Not even close to the same.
you can't even recognize it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I can't find the spot where we went to all the time because it
Exactly.
doesn't
And
exist.
I bet if we went to try to find a spot, and here's a lot of things that people don't know. One, Latimer County civilians spend a lot of their tax money, or the tax revenue that came in anyways, on this case, because on the third day it started raining so bad that the road washed out, and that road was long, and I had people stuck on it, and the county had to come out and they had to gravel some of that road, reconstruct that road, just so volunteers could get in and out of that place. And every person that was there in the beginning was all Latimer County volunteers for the most part. There was some counties nearby where their fire departments, EMS, and all. I don't want to take away from credit of other people. I just want everybody to know Latimer County they put a lot of time into this and
Absolutely.
a lot of their heart into it.
ton of people.
Yeah, 300 something people in the first day, the first true day. And that includes the forestry service that came out, the game wardens that came out, McNick, missing persons and missing child and persons. I can't remember what they call them. They played a big role in it. The Latimer County Emergency Management came. Obviously they would, but they done a good job getting all these people together. I didn't do that.
Coordinating all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Well,
I
it was
mean-
so much harder back then too. Now you just get on Facebook and
Right.
like, this is what's going
Yeah,
down.
back
We need
then it was
help.
different,
Back then it
yes.
was way different.
I had people hit me up to go horseback and go look.
There was a lot
Help
of people
look.
on horseback, brought their own horses, brought their own four-wheelers. These are all people that were Latimer County civilians. I always was proud of that. Man, I've never seen that many people willing, and it was cold. Holy cow, in October. That's one of the coldest Octobers I can remember.
All right, the person that did it or that you think did it were they part of the search group?
No, of course not.
Well, I had to throw that out there.
No.
Well, usually, that's how it works. You set the fire and you go back and watch it burn. And watch,
No, I can't. I'm not going to talk much about it, but no, they didn't help. Hell no. I mean, they ain't going to waste their time with that.
So I talked to an OSBI agent. Used to work out with them, and we talked about it a few times. And I would plead the case to them, and they were like, it's closed. And I'm
Yeah.
like, but there's a gun that's never been found,
And money.
and money, and
A lot of dead people. 3 dead people.
3 dead people.
I mean, that's the most important thing. 3
that
dead
were
people.
overlapping each other.
Yeah. They did not go out into those woods and expire.
I'm like,
His
no.
back was basically broke almost.
If you have one person die, maybe, but the other 2 go get help.
I'm in good shape for my age. 2.6 miles as a bird flies in those mountains, and you're not going to be able to pull that off either. You're going to have to walk further than 2.6. It's kind of tough.
Oh yeah.
It'd take me half a day.
It's a very rough part of the world. Yeah.
This guy had a jacked up back with a 6-year-old, by the way. How in the world did they make it 2.6 miles
Gunpoint. You know what I mean?
in a vehicle?
Oh yeah.
That's how they made it. Yeah. Person drove them out there, then walked them
off the
100
road.
yards off the road.
Often.
I mean, it just makes sense, does it not? Think about it.
I absolutely think it makes sense. That's what I was telling.
Didn't spend
this
much
person.
time burying them, and didn't have, probably, this is an assumption, didn't have the gump to kill the 6-year-old. Left the poor 6-year-old out there.
Well, they made it sound like all the bodies were found overlapping each other, basically, for the most part, because they couldn't find all the
2
parts.
of them were,
They-
yeah, well, especially.
But
well,
I said, what
yeah.
about the gun? And the money, maybe he blew it on something else, the day before or whatever. But what about that gun
Yeah.
that she always had?
Well, here's the other thing. We don't know how much the next administration put into it either.
Well,
So-
the OSBI was like, case closed. And I was like, well, what do you...
OSBI doesn't like to work anything in southeastern Oklahoma.
You know, I've heard that before. Seriously,
Now there was a
from other
woman.
people.
I don't know her name. I don't want to discredit her because she.
This was a woman, and I'm pretty sure she was who you're talking about.
All right, she actually, during my time. Now she wasn't over this one, but during my time, remember the old man that I saw that died. We thought it was a murder, and it wasn't. But she put some time into.
She also talked about the female south of Wilburton too,
Right.
in Buffalo Valley. She
But
knew
I don't
that
think
case
she was.
very well.
She wasn't the main.
No, but she knew the case very well.
Yeah, it was the same. It doesn't matter. But
She was one of them. Okay, I won't bring that up.
What we're saying here is this female was okay. Everybody
Yes.
else sucked.
Well,
How about
yeah.
that? Not everybody, but the.
She was probably the only one that I could tell you, on first name basis.
Yeah,
If I just
they
put
just
you
don't
that way.
care, man. They don't care enough. They didn't care enough. And we were not equipped for such a thing. I spent all my time busting drugs because I knew that drugs and alcohol, again, 83% of whatever the crimes committed. So I knew that, the person that stole your damn four-wheeler, all right, I could stop that if I stopped the drugs. And that's what it came down to. So I had my section for investigation, which their job was, those, when things did get stolen and stuff like that, they handled that. And then I had my section for patrolling, and I had my PR, and then my drug section, this big, because we knew that if back then, if you could bust the drugs, that you could make a difference. As for a murder, now I had guys that had worked murders before. I mean, even I had, but none of us were like, It's southeastern Oklahoma where we average one murder every 2 years.
yeah.
Yeah, and a missing family like that really threw a wrench into everything. I mean, and not to take away, people are like, oh yeah,
Well,
of
the
course, it's 3 people.
the search part was next to none, though. You could never come up and tell me that we didn't do a good job on that.
No, absolutely.
Holy cow,
Right.
we done great on that.
I went up there.
Everybody done, the volunteers, everybody.
I went up there at midnight while I was patrolling. I went up there at midnight, and while an airplane flew over with
That's
infrared
right.
or whatever.
Highway Patrol. I gotta mention them. Troop Z came out there, and Highway Patrol. They done remarkable too. Everybody helped.
And so when you're up there in a cop car and the airplane's above you, and you're thinking, what if they find something and they're trying to tell me where it's at?
Yeah, it's gonna be
you're
tough.
never gonna find it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would say you're never gonna find it. You're gonna find it, but it's gonna be.
They
so
found a
hard.
balloon. I remember that. They found a balloon. They walked us up on a balloon. Yeah. One of those balloons that people, put up in the air at school or whatever. And
Well, I was thinking, man, I hope he finds, something. But
we found an old pocket
Dang.
knife. I remember that. Oh my gosh. We've done a wheel. If people knew what we've done to try to. So for the immediate area, what we done is everybody basically was within arm's length of each other. And you got a post and you wheeled around and this is rugged.
Yeah.
I had people falling out. So my job, whenever I was doing this, trying to keep it organized, and the rest of the cops or the deputies was the people that couldn't continue on. They would bring them down because we were having heat casualties when it was cold.
Yeah,
I mean it was that bad.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I was saying earlier. The point I was trying to make was the terrain
Yeah, it was
in that area. I mean, it's no wonder that those people could be down there and not be found, or it not even be known that they died. You know what I mean? Because if you're
If they
looking for
would've-
buzzards or anything like that, there's a million. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
animals die back there all the
if they
time.
would have called 911 and said, "Hey, we're lost," it would have taken a little while to find them.
Hell
You know
yeah!
what I mean? It would take.
And you better not send
Well,
somebody down there
it
that
took
doesn't know the
Fokker.
area.
It took Fokker probably an hour to make it to that area because he had to meet the person that called in at the bottom of the hill because you couldn't lead him into that area. So, and another important thing to remember is no one had been up on that location. You know, pumpers and stuff will know this. There's only a certain amount of time that they go out there, but it'd been raining a lot, and the footprints up there were of the young girl Madison's. So you're not going to see a 6-year-old footprint in the middle of. So that was one thing that had us really convinced that maybe they were right there. The picture that was taken.
Yeah.
So we spent
There was a picture of her taken that day.
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time right
people
there.
That
Right there.
makes sense. I could see why you'd do that. Yeah.
And I remember months later I was looking. So I used to have a map up on the wall. And on that map, I kept up with everything that was searched, the places that were searched, what we use, where we use dogs, where four-wheelers, plane, whatever the case may be, the UAVs and or the drones, anyways, and stuff like that. So, and I remember looking at it. I looked at the terrain. And I thought to myself, man, you know what? If you were out hunting, I was thinking. When I shoot a deer, usually a deer follows either water or downhill. You know, if it doesn't die right there. And I thought, maybe that's what they done. So I remember this is like long after most of the searching. And I took most of the deputies out there and we walked to the spot that I thought, just searching, that was, I don't know how long ago after. It was well after. So it was always on our minds.
Oh, yes.
It was just something that
It
always
still bothers me.
Well,
When
now
they tell me the OSBI, when she said, I said, well, what's the status now? Now that you found the bodies and what? And she's like, case closed.
And I always thought there was some hidden thing behind it, like, hey, look, they're not telling everybody everything.
Right.
All right.
waiting on something else to develop.
That's
or
right.
whatever.
Waiting before they can hammer somebody, and then it never happened. I was like, no, they're not telling anybody because they didn't do nothing.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very hard thing to swallow. Like you said, that people are just like, oh well, I don't know, we're done with it. Fuck
We need
it.
to move on. Yeah.
Well, and that's the way they acted.
Well, how did that? Now, refresh my memory. Were they found again? Who found them?
Hunter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a hunter that was actually in the county over, I do believe that ran into. I think him and his wife ran into.
It was close to their camp, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, now see that area is.
What did they find?
They found one of the skulls.
Man.
So they're the reason that some people know that there was holes in the skull.
Because they saw it. Yeah.
That's right. No one else would release that information. Oh, it looks like they died of natural causes. What is natural causes again? What?
Well, your bones really don't break down like a stick or
Right.
something. You know
Well,
what
your
I mean?
skull's going to tell all anyways.
Right.
I mean, that's it. I mean, it's just a simple.
They
were
say
talking.
there's no holes though, right?
No, the claim is
Can't
well,
really
one of
tell.
those hoes was done by an animal, we think, and I was like, what? Like someone said coyote, and I was like, get off of it.
Well, they said
Stop.
because some of their bones are missing.
Yeah, there
that-
is missing
Right,
bones. That
but
is
they
true.
think that
Well, it's
the
like 7 years later.
But no, what animal's going to bite the skull?
None.
Right.
I mean, they might bite it, but they're not going
Well, I mean, bite through it.
yeah, none. In a shallow grave.
And there's no gun, and there's a shallow grave,
yeah,
and there's
but
money
the
missing.
adults in the shallow graves.
Well, yeah. At the end of the day, a lot of what I guess the official thing that they came out with is kind of like, huh? You know what I mean?
Yeah, everybody was like that. Nobody
The
believes
fact of the
that.
matter is,
Nobody goes,
three
oh yeah, they died natural
people
causes.
died in the woods.
Yeah.
That's the fact of the matter. If it was one person, but it's not. It's three.
Well,
It's
I mean,
three
it happens
people.
all the time, but there's always a telling story. Remember the guy that flipped his four-wheeler on him and they didn't find him till the next hunting season. So,
That's not three people though.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but
It's not a mom and dad and a little girl.
there's an explanation behind most
Right,
of it. So
yeah.
there's nothing behind this. I mean,
If they're like
Lack of
huddled under your
effort.
rock and they're, I don't know, and it fell on them or something, okay. Or if there's a gun that's found.
yeah.
There's
they're
no gun.
Well, you're not going to
My
find
problem
that
is
gun.
it's shutting the case,
Absolutely
period.
would have found a gun if they did
If
suicide.
they, but I'm just saying.
Self-inflicted.
That's
Yeah.
right.
That's what they're thinking.
That's what it does, is it rules out
Right.
suicide. In fact, you can rule out suicide because they didn't find a gun, because if they did, they would have jumped
That's what I'm saying.
on that
Yes.
immediately.
Right.
They would
Oh,
have
we
said,
could say case closed.
case
Right.
closed, it was murder-suicide.
That's what I kept telling her. I was like, "There's no gun. Did y'all take
Yeah.
metal detectors up there?" She's like, "We took everything up there, and there was no gun." I was like, "Then that's a murder. There is a murder that
It's a
took
murder.
place.
Yeah.
There ain't no doubt about
They
that.
were murdered. So
Yes,
how is the case
100%,
closed?
I'm telling you.
How is the case closed?
Well,
I don't know. Anyway, so I want to talk about a story that also we.
is it another cop story?
No.
Can
Did
I-
you want? Did you want
Nice.
to? Did you want to say anything else about that story before we move on? Is there
Jesus
anything-
loves you.
Can I
Well,
say?
let's-
I want to say something.
Yes.
Can I pee?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So what I wanted to talk about also is this case garnered national attention, right? And so everybody and their dog had their theories. They were all over the place. There was another missing family that had went missing at the time, California, and they had like video of them crossing over the border and all that. And turns out they were murdered and buried in the desert.
Yeah,
And
something like that.
they found their bodies not long ago. I say not long ago, a few years ago, and then it was not long after that they found the Jamesons. And so in the OSBI, as of right now, the case is closed. That's that.
Yeah, which means that no one's working on it.
Right, which means no one's working on it, and you and I and a whole bunch of other people,
Yeah,
believe,
very upset with that.
yes, they were absolutely murdered.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in your mind, and no doubt in a lot of other people's minds. Not just other deputies that work the case, but it's kind of, I don't know. It's just hard. I want to talk about another story happened in 2003-ish. You and I were in McAllister on our motorcycles, and we were riding back
And you wrecked.
to Wilburton.
He torpedoed. I got to tell this story.
Right.
Please
I
do.
have to tell this one. So we're on our way back. It's cold. I remember that. It was, in the middle of the night. Anyways, Butt Wipe here is on his motorcycle, no helmet. And I see him leaning over.
Hang on a second.
I seen him leaning.
Did you have a helmet?
But that doesn't matter. I didn't wreck. So, anyways, back to my story. He didn't have a helmet on. Again, he's leaning over. I guess you heard something that didn't sound right. So, the natural thing to do is while you're riding is to lean,
No.
which would cause you to go in the
I
ditch,
was gonna say if you want to crash, yeah.
which is exactly what he did. So, he's in the ditch. And he's doing good, actually. I mean, he's like, there's a little bit of room, and and I'm thinking the whole time, I was like, all right, man, just pull out. It's the only reason he's alive, because he was slowing down as he was going down this ditch. And the ditch flattening, it quit. And somebody slammed on their front brake. And that bike lifts up just like this, and he torpedoes like a cartoon. Head first into the ground, like, bang. Oh, it was great, man. And I end up passing him up, and I'm taking my time because he's dead. I mean, I'm like, there ain't nothing I can do.
And he said it was great.
Yeah, it was great, though. I mean, it was magnificent how his body just went. Like, you expect it to crumble or something. This is like a board. Like, so his head just hit so hard, man. And I was like, all right. So I take my time coming back because he's dead. I mean, in my mind, he's done. By the time I turn around, he's already getting on his bike. I'm like, wow. And we're like driving, and he's all cool and stuff. And like, hey, man, you all right? Oh, yeah, I'm mad about my motorcycle, And I'm like, man.
I think you were
Man's
dead.
not as big as a pussy as I thought, man. Because this dude is rolling. No problems, man. I'm good. Anyways, we get to his house, so I got to tell the rest of it since I, made him out to be a stud.
Yeah.
And then we go, and he's looking at his motorcycle at first. He's like, oh my God, man, I can't believe I wrecked my motorcycle, man.
I'm pretty sure his version is going to be a little different than mine, but go ahead.
No, the correct version.
It always is. Your version, your Beauchamp version is always
the Israel version. All right, so he's claiming, man, my shoulder or collar or neck or whatever's hurting. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And he's like, man, it's hurting real bad. It's getting worse and worse, And so I grab it and I go, He goes, bloop. That is exactly how it happened. You passed smooth the hell out.
I knew my collarbone was broke.
Oh, my God. Well, you knew something was wrong with it.
While I was riding down the highway and it was broke.
Oh, yeah.
I could tell.
Yeah. Then why'd you pass out?
I didn't. I never passed out.
Oh, my God. Look, he just talked about like I got touched by a needle one time and passed out.
No. Yeah.
The broke collarbone didn't pass him out. Yeah.
No,
he passed out.
It was adrenaline. And
Then passed out.
I never passed out. Israel,
Smooth out.
Dude, I laid down in my
Light's
yard.
done.
I laid down.
You laid down in the yard. Yeah. Oh, I found the most comfortable place in the yard. No. You passed out in the yard. Who lays in their yard?
I laid down in my yard.
With your house right there.
Right. Because I had not put my bike up yet. Anyway,
Oh, my.
so my bike is right there.
Yeah,
right?
that's hilarious.
I lay down. I said, dude, and Israel's like, what are you doing? You're not going to sleep. He starts trying to slap me. I'm like, no, dude, I'm okay. I'm just laying down.
Why would I slap him if he's late? I was slapping him to get him back up because he had passed out.
This is, your side this time is not making that much sense.
No, of course not. Why would I slap
Why would you lay
somebody?
down in your yard just randomly? Like, I think I'm gonna lay down.
Oh yeah, man.
Because my adrenaline had spiked and I was tired and I had not put my bike up yet.
See,
I had just got off my bike and I just
You were thinking
laid
that
down
way,
in my
like,
yard.
hey, I need to put up my bike. So I'm
been-
going to nap in the yard before I put up the bike.
See,
And then after I get done with my nap,
No.
I'll put it up. And Israel was slapping me because he didn't want me to lay down.
No.
I was slapping you because you fell out. And I was like, oh, crap.
'Cause
Hey.
As I laid down and closed my eyes a little bit.
If I closed my eyes for a little bit.
True
You did. That is true, man.
It's
You
true
did
story.
lay down and
Yes.
you did close your eyes.
Yeah.
That is a fact. I guess you could go with that. There's an odd way to go down to the ground, but
Hey, listen.
because he's making it out like he nicely put himself down on
Listen,
the ground,
if
got
I-
comfortable,
If I lived through what I lived through on that motorcycle wreck, I would not care to pass out in my yard.
But that's not the only time that. Didn't you like bounce your head off the cement, like doing a wheelie or something?
Yeah, in front of Robert's
In
Cave.
front of everybody, God
Yeah.
and country.
Now-
I heard it went like this.
It did. It did.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now I'm paying for it.
How many
Every
times?
day of my life.
How many wrecks?
I only wrecked the bike twice.
I thought you wrecked it 3 times.
Well, that's interesting. You know, it reminds me of there's a TikTok
That's
thing out right
interesting,
now that where this woman's talking to her son, and he's trying to explain to her, and she's going, "I want to see what you downloaded on the computer." And he said, I was surfing around the internet, and I was looking at something, and I just decided to download it, and I got a virus. And when you came in, I was deleting the virus. And she goes, I want to see what virus. He said, I deleted the virus, Mom. I deleted the virus, and I went to stand up out of my chair, and my pants started slipping down a little bit. I pulled them back up when you came in. I was just searching around the internet. That's what this pass out story sounds like to me.
I'm just telling you the truth.
There's no.
Believe it or not.
Oh my gosh. Not? Because I was there? I don't even think you would know the truth, to be honest.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you were in such shock.
Well, here's the thing. If I did pass out,
You did.
then
More than once.
But here's the thing. I do remember
Being slapped, obviously.
I remember.
Remember being on the ground.
I remember.
Remember those eyes were
I
shut.
remember when
You passed out.
I remember when I put my kickstand down on my bike and killed it.
Right, you did do that.
My adrenaline was spiked. I got real tired all of a
Wait,
sudden.
well, why would it be spiked the entire ride? Yet we had 7 minutes of riding
I know.
remaining.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about it.
Well, I've been in some.
Well, you already wrecked. You knew you're alive. I mean, it was, now the pain maybe started kicking in.
Well,
but the excitement of actually wrecking was long gone. You passed out because I was like this. What's this? Oh.
No.
Ben goes, that hurts.
Yeah. You already know the story, huh?
I went inside and called my mom and was like, "Hey, I
passed out.
wrecked my bike and broke my collarbone." And she goes, "Well, we gotta go to the hospital." And I said, "I'm not going to the hospital. I'm going to sleep." And I went to bed.
You didn't go get
I
your
don't remember
collarbone
all
fixed?
that.
The next day I went, but not that night. No.
Why?
Because I was tired. I'm telling you,
Because
I
he
was
passed
sleepy.
out, man. He was ready to go to sleep.
I was very sleepy.
If I had a broken bone, I'd want it fixed immediately. I'm kind of one of those people, though. I'm always afraid of deformities because I got a crooked back,
now
you know
I
what I
have
mean? So
one.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh.
Now I have one because I didn't wear my brace like I should have, or probably because I didn't go that night and put the brace on. I don't know, but
Or that it was
Anyway.
almost, it was completely disconnected, wasn't
yeah,
it?
that's why my shoulder hangs.
Yeah, I wasn't no crack. That was like,
Yeah, it was
like
broke,
that, man.
broke.
Ooh,
All
hey,
the way
man.
broke. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was just kind of thing I did.
That was a
back
good
in the
time,
day,
though, watching him pass out like that.
That was. I'm glad you guys saved that for so close to the end.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what I would have done with the rest of this after I laughed as hard as I
Well,
just did.
here's I've already said my part of the story, and that's what I'm sticking to it. If I passed out while laying down,
you basically
maybe.
admitted to passing out without admitting to it.
Yeah, it's kind of that. Yeah, it's like.
You never said I passed out, but you said my eyes. I went to the ground. My
No, I
eyes
just
shut.
wanted to lay down the whole time on the way
Well,
home.
that's what
On the-
happens when you pass out.
On the whole
Yeah.
way home, I just wanted to lay down. And when I got
Well, I'm glad you
home,
didn't pass out
I just
on
laid down in my yard, and she was like, "You're not going to sleep." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm not trying to go to sleep."
Go to sleep. That's the words I used, huh?
Yeah, or pass out. One of the
Yeah,
two.
there we go.
He thought it was worse than it was. Okay, in my mind.
Well, yeah, because
I was like, dude,
I
I'm
didn't
a-
know if you had a clot or brain freaking injury or
Yeah, I
whatever.
know.
Because
I
you
know.
went. I don't even know how your face was intact. How in the hell you?
I don't know either.
And like,
I still have the shirt.
I love those feet being in the air. It's like this.
It's a
like
white,
what the?
It's a white Ford racing shirt,
Yeah.
and there's a green stain on it right here. I still have it. Still have the
Really?
shirt. Yeah, never wore it. I haven't worn it since then.
And brain damage ever since.
That's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
nerve damage
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Well,
I bet you have do you have a storage building somewhere full of stuff that you just don't throw away? Because you don't throw anything away. It doesn't seem like.
No, not from back in the day. No, I'm okay with throwing stuff away now, like that I acquire now. You know, I'm not like nope. I wore that shirt last year. I'm gonna keep it. But like stuff.
You're pretty bad about that kind of thing.
Oh,
though. You keep a lot of shit.
His cousin's the same way.
Yeah, stuff from
Yeah.
before, you know, when I was a kid, and yeah, I still have my broken bike parts.
I got a room in my
Right
house
there.
that, like, when you walk into it, it's supposed to be our guest bedroom. And so my wife
I still
has
have
like four closets in the house. Two of them are walk-in. One of them is a large walk-in.
That's just full of
I
clothes.
still
Yeah,
have
it's
the tailpiece from the bike when it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I still have it. Broke.
I rode my bike the other day, by the way. It's a 2005. It has 4,000 miles on
Wow,
Really?
it. Yeah.
you've been a busy man.
Yeah, it looks brand new. It's
4,000 miles. Yeah, you have been busy.
Yeah.
You can't take that overseas with you.
No.
Okay, so
You could.
I,
but the
I've
shipping
rode
would be
overseas
crazy.
before. But
you resigned
Jordan.
as sheriff, and then
Oh my
you went
God,
back to
that. I went back to contracting for the
But-
State Department.
for the State Department, which
Yeah.
was different than what you were doing before when you were
Right.
overseas.
I was teaching. I'm not going to say the program, but I teach. That's what I do.
Okay.
Or mentors.
What do you teach?
I go out with them. And stuff.
English,
Yeah.
Okay.
I say mathematics. but
mathematics.
don't be
Okay,
lie.
spelling.
It's a lot easier than English because then people are like, all right, spell.
Right.
I know what 3 + 3 is, so it's easier to cover. No, I teach hard skills, SWAT tactics to police or paramilitary. You know, how to shoot, how to, just tactics in general. CQB, CQD, CQC, freaking, sniper courses, long range shooting, DDM, designated marksman, driving, tactical driving. I've done that before, so a lot of stuff. The whole broad shoulder of it all, whether it's law enforcement or military. So I've done that for a while. I actually was a director of training for a large security company called SOC for 3 years. And that was an interesting job that took me all over the world again. So a pretty good one. Yeah, let me get closer to that.
Yeah.
And then I went back to the State Department doing what I'm doing now, just because I kind of missed it, enjoyed it. It's what I've been doing the whole time, except when the COVID's hit. So.
And that hit while you were overseas.
Mm-hmm. We stayed there. We were going to buckle down and just wait it out.
Right.
Wow.
You'd still be there.
Yeah. It's all right with me. I'd be getting paid.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we were all about it. Like, heck yeah, leave me here. You want to leave me here for a year straight? Go for it. You got to pay that bill, though.
Yeah, I'll retire whenever I get
Yeah,
done.
that's exactly what it would happen. I've been like, all right, man, thanks, COVID.
You got any cool stories from overseas
No.
that comes to mind?
Nah, I'm boring.
No cool stories over the
No
years?
cool stories
I don't
at
believe
all.
it.
You know what's funny about, like, you were talking about Eric? He has a couple of stories that he'll, like, every now and then, if you say something about it, he'll
Bust
he
out with
doesn't
one.
he doesn't go into grave detail about
Badger.
who or anything like that. But you know,
Yeah.
it's kind of neat to hear some of that stuff. Just
Yeah. You know what the neatest part about that is during our time, the beginning of Levi's, toward the end that Eric was doing it, and while I was there as well, obviously, but 3 people from Latimer County and such, I think there was like 110 of us back then. 3 from Latimer County.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
yeah, wow.
But and it's then it was small. It's gotten bigger because you have a turnover rate. You got people that come, they quit and stuff like that. But it's still a small group of people. I mean, people that were there years ago know who I am. People that are new still know who I am just because they hear about the old guys talking about me or, so forth and so on. And, and I'll have people mention because they knew what I'd done back then, hey, this guy, and I'll be like, 2 of the people that I work with in Afghanistan on the gig that I worked with all the way back then, Don and Bain and
Jeez,
Gimli.
man. It's crazy.
It was just Donnan and I hooked up in 2016 again in Afghanistan, and we worked together. And then Gimli, heck, I was, that's his call sign, not his real name, but I've been in Afghanistan on the gig that I was doing then for State Department. I've been there for over a year. He was a new guy coming in. And of course, we've all gotten a little older, over the years. He's gone bald. But I didn't recognize him.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, and his and because of that, first name is David, and he was. I was like, "Hey, man, nice to meet you," and he was like, "Ish, it's me, Gimli." I was like, "Oh my God, what happened?" He said, "What happened to you?" I was like, well, "At least I look the same, all right? It was just white hair, But anyways, small world when it comes to. I mean, it's a small world. You can't get away with lying. We will catch you.
Right.
We will. I'm telling you. I don't know how many people have been outed over that stuff.
Really?
You want to claim you're in special operations? You better have been because you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught because guys in our world, they're going to know. They're going to know.
Yeah, there's a guy that one of the things that he does is a Navy SEAL guy from a long time ago, and that's what he does is he outs people.
Yeah. Well, there's so many that claim that pull it off, try to. And there's a lot of people that because, special operations during 2010, there was 45,000 of them. So there's a lot more special op guys running around. We were talking about Daryl. Daryl is part of the pipeline of MARSOC. So he was either the first group or one of the first groups of MARSOC. So a lot of people know who he is. And the reason that is because the guys that started up MARSOC, the guys that were higher ranking than Daryl, I work with them now because they're retired. So, we have all these stories, and I get to hear, their stories and stuff. But it's that small of a world.
Yeah. Is Daryl still active?
Yeah. Not in MARSOC no more, no.
I was just, but is he?
We
out?
wouldn't be talking about it if he was.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what I mean by that is he out, like, doing stuff, or is he now?
No, he's.
does he do stuff
I mean,
like what you're doing.
Is
he
don't.
military still?
Yeah, he's military. He's so high ranking now, and I don't know the Navy structure anymore. But the thing about Daryl that I do know is when Daryl went in, he got into the Navy. And then he basically is a corpsman through the pipeline for MARSOC. Or before then, I do believe but he was in, and most of MARSOC come from Force Recon. So, it's almost one and the two and the same. And I know people are going to jump my butt over that, but it is.
Well,
but, they're the same people. They just got more money that got put into the special operations realm, and so they could do more training and stuff like that. So he was a medic, basically, a corpsman that got into MARSOC, or like I said, Force Recon first. And that dwarfed into his career. So he wasn't a Marine. That's what most MARSOC are. He was a Navy that became, corpsman through the pipeline. So,
that stuff it's intensely interesting to me. Number one, because I was friends with Daryl all the way through school and all that kind of thing like that, and so like you said, that group's so small. It's kind of neat to know guys that I know that were in on that kind of stuff. It's so tip of the spear type stuff. It's like, wow.
Well, when I was in Shkin, Afghanistan, I ran into a guy, we called him Butch. And Butch knew who Daryl was. So, he went to war with him, his first deployment. Now, then I found out some things about Butch when I talked to Daryl. So it was kind of funny, Oh, I went to war with that guy, And I was like, oh, that's awesome. And then Daryl was like, oh, I know Butch. Yeah, that guy. Man, he was telling me, he used to act like he was working out all the time. So he'd go in there and he'd jump in the shower and jump out. And he had, wet clothes and stuff, make it look like he's doing PT and stuff. And I was like, ooh, I'm going to bust his balls. So, like I said, you can't get away with nothing, ever. You will not get away with it. So, you remember, so I didn't lie about shooting myself because I don't lie. I just didn't give that information out when I was younger in this group. Now I openly tell people all the time, yeah, I shot myself. Well, I was 22 years old. You know what I mean? It was an accident. It was stupid. Finger on the trigger. Your ankle is part of your body. I was aiming at it, not aiming.
And let's add a little bit to that story.
This is a quick story that we're going to leave alone and Ben doesn't get to tell. All right? My gym back then was in Ben's garage. I had just bought my very first Kimber 1911 back when they had 3-pound triggers.
You still have it, right?
Yeah, I do. And I had left it on Ben's table. I had no holster back then or nothing. And I said, hey, man, check out this new gun. All right? I'd already shot it, but, check it out. It's cool. Anyways, I lift weights. I get done. I pick it off of his table. I take one step, and I shoot myself in the ankle.
All right. Just finished watching Vanilla Sky.
Yeah, I remember that, too. I remember that was on him.
Weirdest freaking movie you'll ever see.
Yeah, definitely a strange
movie.
movie.
And then all the lights are off in the house. They just got the TV on.
So it's dark when this happens?
Yes. Yeah. And then all of a sudden,
bang.
10 feet from me.
I should have still had better trigger control, but one, not having it in a holster, and then two, you're just putting your hand on a gun, in the middle of the dark. I'm not familiar with the 1911 yet, and I'm not making excuses because no matter what, it shouldn't have happened. I take one step and then bam, right in the ankle. It knocks me down. I don't know what had just happened other than I just had an ND, and I go to get up.
What's an ND?
Negligent discharge. Yeah, there is no ADs. There's only NDs.
Wow.
ADs is
That makes
accidental.
sense.
Same
Yeah.
for the people.
It's always negligence. Anyways, I go to get up and I put weight on my ankle, and that's when it kicked in. It was awful. It was bad.
It was terrible.
There's a lot of nerves in your ankle. A lot. And this is the first time I've been shot, so it was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it was in 1911.
Yeah, big old 45 hydro shock smoked my ankle. So,
Dude, it's a wonder that you can walk.
well, there more
Well,
to
I was
that.
going to say, there's more
They
to the
wanted,
story.
they wanted to take my foot.
Yeah.
The very first, we went to Poto.
I was right there with you, man, going to...
Yeah,
What?
they wanted to take it because they were claiming they hit my artery and stuff, and that it was just all dead. They wanted to take the thing off. My mom, my dad and my wife were like, yeah, no, he's not going to go for that. They didn't tell me till about a week later that, because they didn't want to get me down.
Trying to remove his.
Because I wasn't just embarrassed. I knew from gunshot wounds before, I shot myself in a very bad spot. Very bad for mobility and stuff.
What you got lucky about though with the being
Blessed.
hydroshock was what?
Blessed.
You basically limp wristed it.
Yeah.
Right?
So most people don't know when you shoot a gun that you are making the bullet go away. You're the one that's making that bullet go because your arms and everything is resistance. If you put a gun down and if you could put it in midair, all right, and there was no gravity, no nothing messing with that gun, and you pulled the trigger on that gun, the bullet is going to be the one that goes further than the pistol would go because the bullet weighs less and the force behind it. But you couldn't get it to go through a 2x4.
Yeah, the kinetic energy
That's right. The
is
kinetic
absorbed
energy
or whatever.
there is none, or not as much. All right, so that's what happened with it in my hand because I'd done that. All right, because most people are like, how do you still have an ankle?
Because he shouldn't have an ankle.
And that
With
all
that
it was
caliber and
is
bullet.
my hand. I don't even know if my hand was on the grip. I just know that obviously my finger hit that trigger. I don't know if it was on safe before or after, how I flicked it off. Who cares?
Yeah.
All I know is because of that, it saved my ankle because that gun flew, 10 feet almost.
Yeah, it flew.
I mean, it flew out of my hand. I mean, it went flying. I'm glad it didn't go off again,
Me too.
Damn.
Anyways, and that's the only thing that saved my ankle.
Damn, man. See, I didn't know any of the details. I don't think. I've never
Well, I
been
mean,
told-
most people have forgotten about it from our area, but I like to use it on training. But the thing was, then people made light of it, and I'm glad they did because it was an embarrassing thing for me, But like I said, we were talking about back to my point. You can't get away with nothing, so I never let anybody know when I worked for GRS that happened. Now, I never made up a story or nothing. Every once in a while, someone would see me limp.
I don't even tell the story to people that don't know about it.
But then Bulldog, who worked with me before, said, hey, man, he was working for eBay. And he was a head security for him. He said, hey, man, we're coming to Oklahoma. I want to come and visit you for like 4 or 5 days or whatever it was. So I made Adam go pick him up. I'm the sheriff at the time. And anyways, he rides around with me for a little bit and stuff, and Adam tells him the story of how I shot myself.
Damn it.
On the way, and so later Bulldog's like, I didn't know you shot yourself, moron. I was like, oh, man.
So did he tell anybody?
Huh?
Did he tell anybody?
It didn't matter. I did from that point on.
Oh.
Well, and like you said, being a young guy, my dad shot himself in the leg one time with a 22. He was quick drawing, though. I mean, he wasn't even doing something innocent like that. He's out there dicking around, and he's trying to shoot fast. So he's got a single 6 22 pistol.
Yeah.
Ears it back, puts it in the holster on it because he's practicing with his left hand. My dad's one of those people, you know what I'm saying? Like he wants to be able to do
Everything.
things that, you know what I mean? Anything he can do right-handed, he wants to do left-handed. And he's out there practicing quick draws and grabs it out of the holster and pulls trigger and shot himself in the calf.
Yeah. And that
Bullet's
happens
still in there.
all the time. The difference between that is that happens with civilians, and because they're not familiar with it. I'm an SME on guns. I mean, a subject matter expert. I mean, guns is my thing. I mean, even then, I was an expert on guns. I mean, how they work and everything. So that's the difference. You don't expect it from people like us, but
Right.
NDs, almost every person I know in my industry is at an ND. They just have them in the correct direction. Just like I was keeping my gun downward.
The reason for the training.
Yes,
Yeah.
I kept it down. It's just not having my hand on it correctly or whatever the case was.
You
It's
grabbed
so
it in the
long
dark,
ago.
kind of too.
I mean, it's over 20 years ago now.
It
So,
was
you know.
dark. It was very dark.
Yeah, so.
And you were probably weirded out too because you came and watched the end of the movie.
Yeah, I don't remember much about it.
You
but
watched
yeah.
like the last 10 minutes, dude, and you didn't say a word. You just got up because you were leaving. You
Yeah.
just got up,
Grabbed
walked
the
over
gun
to the
off the-
table, and it boom. I mean, I watched it happen. I was like, and next thing I know, I could tell some more details because you told details about me passing out.
Oh, I was screaming like a little bitch. Hey,
Like
I
a little
knew
bitch.
I knew the EMTs. They were like this. They were giving me extra morphine. I was like, give it all to me. Hey, man, I can't. You give me more, I'm killing you.
All I knew is I was on the phone with 911 and I said I need an ambulance at my house.
Yeah.
And,
Your girlfriend, she picks up my leg. I remember this, and I'm hurting, so she's trying to help, but she's like picking up and she's, going back in. Of course, I had medical training, and she was like, "Tell us what to do," and I go, "Put my leg down, bitch."
I remember because
There wasn't much blood. I bled inside my ankle.
There wasn't much blood, but there was blood because I had
Yeah,
a
it
blood
was,
spot,
but not
a little bit of blood
as
spot
much
on
as
the
you
bottom of my
Dude,
rug for years.
I would assume
You never pay for
that
the
it
rug.
would almost knock it off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
Yeah.
Well, like you said, man, he lip wristed it.
Yeah,
That's
it should have not knock it off, but it should have mangled it.
pretty
well, I
much.
just thought from
And
the,
it did the bone.
I was
It
gonna say
just- yeah.
I would think that the kinetic energy of that bullet hit
Well, it
your
didn't
bone
explode like it was designed to do.
It wrapped around it. Yeah, the penetration was
It
a
was
lot
just,
less.
it was insane, man.
It destroyed like 75% of the upper bone. I have fractures that never have healed. The bone looks like a cup right now. It just,
and
then
you still feel it. I mean,
yeah,
you still-
yeah, y'all have no idea. And I had hundreds of fractures in my heel. So
And you run daily, right?
I run 4 days a week.
Jesus.
So, but that's the problem. So back when I was in my 30s, I was running 12, 13 miles.
Dude, I remember when we were playing basketball all the time, I would see you out by the park, away from any structure of any kind.
And you would never think that he shot himself in the ankle with a
No,
45
just
shot.
running along, looking literally like you might be at Walmart shopping, running down the road miles from anything. You know what I mean? I'm like, where's Israel? He just played basketball 10 minutes ago, and he's 9 miles away from the gym. You know?
Well, I can't do that no more because, it hurt. I run, but I can't run like I used to. When I was
Because
up
of the
in
ankle or
yeah.
just cardio?
So when I was up in Iowa, I ran 3 days on, 1 day off, which is a lot for me. And I was only running 3 miles each day.
Well, you were heavier than you are now, right?
No.
No?
Now, my body's
mean
went
it-
through some weird stuff.
I don't
but
mean
no.
out of shape. I mean,
I know what you're saying.
You were bigger than
So,
me, right? I'm not small
with
now.
GRS days all the way into sheriff, I was lighter. I was, and then when I got back into State Department is when I got into the bodybuilding and all that. I probably weighed 229 pounds back, but I was still running slower, around 12 miles, once a week and stuff, into my runs and stuff. But like everything, as you get older, me getting bigger started getting harder, and me losing weight from running and stuff getting harder.
Bigger
it
as
just,
in muscle.
muscle, not fat. So
'Cause that's easy.
yeah, well,
Too
for
damn
me,
easy.
it's real easy.
It's for me
I mean, I do not look like somebody that works out 7 days a week. I should. But another thing when it comes to my body is when everybody else was starting to get into it and stuff, I was into it long before people were. I mean, like I was like 23, 24. It was about a year after shooting myself. That's what got me into exercising so hard. And I went in from just like people doing normal exercises to, I was full blown. I would go for those long runs. I would everything. But, as you get older, you can't do that crap. And now my injuries are catching up. That's all there is to it. My ankle made my knees bad. My knees made my hip bad. My hip made my back bad. That's what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like I've got really bad arthritis in my lower back, and it's from everything's out of alignment my whole life because my back's crooked. And yeah, dude, I deal with that shit. And I don't do shit. You know what I mean? I don't run or anything else.
Right.
But
Well, it makes you hard to put out the way that you used to. Because I dream about it. Seriously, I get up, I still think about exercising
Same.
all the time. And
when I was 35, I started working out a bunch with the guy that I worked with. And like we were going 5 days a week, lifting, eating right, and I was getting in decent shape. And what messed it up was, this was after I did CrossFit with you and all that stuff like that. got my bench up over 300 again, and da-da-da-da, finally getting, and we were in there, and I was going to do shrugs one day, right? Because I'm feeling, every day I'm taking my pre-workout, and I'm like, fucking hey, I'm getting strong, Yeah, so I get, let's see, I got 4 plates on each side of this, and it's like a deadlift machine is basically what it is. Well, I'm going to use it for it. Because I'm going to do shrugs, I'm going to use it for
I know
that.
exactly what you're talking about.
So
I do it all the time. I use it as a shrug machine when you're supposed to be using it as a deadlift.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm feeling strong. I'm going to put a shitload of weight on there, and I'm going to shrug it. Because, so I get it. And the whole time the guy I'm working out with, he's like, why the hell are you doing that? There's no reason to do that much weight. I was like, no, man, I want to get my traps bigger. Get up there, do my shrugs, and I do 3 really good sets of them, feeling good about it, put the weight down, we go change clothes, and we would work out on our lunch hour or whatever it'd be. And we're standing there talking at the end of my truck, and I was like, man, that was a damn good workout. He's like, God, dude, you're progressing faster than I can. He was about Ben size, you know what I mean? So, not negative. I'm just saying he didn't gain strength fast like I did. You know what I mean? So when we were working out together, I started running off.
Yeah, and you can't lose fat as quick as men can.
Exactly. Very much so.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but it's pretty simple.
So we're sitting there talking, and my lower back starts hurt. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, dude, I feel like I'm standing wrong, and I'm like getting like a Charlie horse in my back. I'm like, damn. I said, boy, I'm getting sore. I'm gonna be sore tomorrow. And the longer we talked, kind of hurting. I said, man, I'm just gonna go ahead and go home. He's like, all right, we'll see you later. So I get in my truck and all the way home, like it's getting more uncomfortable. And then I get to where I can't get out of the truck when I got home. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh shit. So I go in and tell Brandy, my wife, not my wife at the time, but I'm like, something's wrong. My back is hurting. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. Like I can't even take steps. I'm like, oh, everything. And so I go to a chiropractor, and he's like, oh yeah, I can fix you. That's no problem. Made me worse. And then I go to the doctor because I'm like, oh shit, I couldn't work. I couldn't hardly get out of bed. Like I would try to roll out of bed and shit. And I can't figure out what's going on. So they start trying to give me a bunch of pain medicine and shit. And they finally figured out that it's just arthritis. Like I have like severe arthritis.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Arthritis can be so.
Yeah, they were like, and since then,
demobilizing, anyways.
Yeah, since then, it's weird. Like, of course, I carry around way too much weight, but I do it easy now. It's like any little old thing, and I can jack it up where I can't hardly get around.
You
really don't.
Your dad, stepdad, whatever, got a hold of me. I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. He's like, hey, you need to come get your black car. My old sheriff car. I was like, crash it. I hate it, man, because I did like it, but, I was just thinking about that car being at my house, just sitting there because, it's not working. And even though, you know how it is, you'll tell yourself, hey, I'll work on it or I'll pay to have it fixed. And then you just got a damn junkyard out in your place. And I was like, you know what? You ain't going to do nothing with that. Smash it.
Yeah.
So my legacy's gone, my black car.
I remember that black car.
There's still pictures of it, though.
See, that was famous. That's relevant. Mm-hmm. People know that black car.
Yeah.
With the brown sheriff on there. If you could even see that.
It was absolutely blacked out.
Oh, yeah.
Like
5% tint.
It was the worst car we had.
Yeah, no chrome. No chrome. Yeah. Done 120 sideways. Like, seriously. Oh, my gosh. So that's a good story right there. You and Daryl, when you're in the middle of a conversation, whether we're going to die or not, will continue to talk.
Well, we can talk about some of those stories.
No, I mean, that's it. Too.
There were times.
Because it's, all right, so we'll go to Daryl. Daryl and I were on the way to the hostage situation down in south, what we thought was at the moment, a school bus, all right, that someone's living in, and they welded the back of it. Hell of a story, man. Just what a tactical, just hard solutions, Anyways, Daryl and I, it's raining. I've got that car maxed out. We're on our way to go meet. We're like the last ones because, again, I only do like 120. And that's a good day, man.
I was the last one because I came from
McAllister.
Was you? Yeah.
Well, I came from 82 South, so I came from Red Oak. Daryl and I were in Red Oak. Anyways, you know, back then we had to keep all our SWAT gear and all that crap in our vehicles, or that was my rule anyways. Daryl and I hydroplane while Daryl's talking at 120 mile an hour while it's raining. And we hydroplane straight. And I'm keeping the wheel like this.
It was black ice, wasn't it?
No,
I hit black ice.
it may have been.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Black ice.
But Daryl never quit talking. So we're just, and then we catch, and it goes, you know, a little bit, and then I get it under control. And as soon as that happened, he stops and he goes, "We almost died, didn't we?" Yeah, and the last thing I was going to hear was you talking, man. Telling me the story about when you were 8. Anyway, so Adam, Ben, and I are Sand Springs Road. Is that correct? Is that the name of it? Off of Cravens. What was the name of it? It was gravel back then.
No, we were at the end of 6 Mile Lane. We were actually at Mr. Quick getting something to drink, and we got a call that.
Well, I'm 100% sure it happened more than once then.
Oh yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah. So the Sand Spring one, we were just south of that turnoff. It was gravel back then, and it makes an S curve. And Ben's in one of his long stories. And we're going code 3, by the way. Like I can hear him over the siren or something.
You could.
And yeah, you could. Honestly,
I was making sure.
you could. And
So guess what? Oh,
yeah.
we did it all the time.
And I lost control of the car around the corner. And the whole time, Ben's talking. Just so you know, when
So
I was younger, I had my shit pushed in. And I was like,
No.
anyways,
We're dying.
yeah.
No, but here's
Adam's
the
like
story.
in my lap
Let me tell the rest of my story.
because you know no one wore a seatbelt back then.
Benny Cloud
But
did.
yeah, you did. That's the only reason you could keep talking. My face is in my window.
I'm just in the
I'm not even looking at the road no more because it's over. And somehow, I don't even, the grace of God, like we land straight out of the S curve. With like I don't know, and we catch on. It was never acknowledged that we almost died.
Because that stuff don't bother me. You know what I mean?
He just kept talking even after. Like at least Daryl then goes, "Hey man, we about died." Ben's like this. So seriously, my balloon knot was pushed in. I was like, "Oh my God!" Like I was almost like, "Man, I wish we would have died on the curb because he won't shut up." How can you keep talking through it and after? Like did not acknowledge that we almost died.
Because that stuff don't bother me.
All right, so what?
I'm talking about we're at Mr. Quick at the end of, well, at the time it was Easy Mart West. And we get a call that, I won't say any names, but another police officer, not a deputy, but we were deputies at the time, but not a deputy, but a police officer.
Beat up somebody's son.
No.
Oh.
Was in a chase with a Nissan Sentra. And they were coming down Degnan Road.
Was a liar?
So, absolutely.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
And you and I and Adam jump in the car.
Almost died.
Almost died.
Almost died.
Got airborne.
Because a cop lied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a ghost chase.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but we got airborne, right? We're like Dukes of Hazzard style airborne. And I'm telling a story.
Just a good old boys. He's back here singing.
I'm telling a story. You know, we're airborne, and I'm still talking. Boom! And I just keep on telling my story. And Adam and
Now, I do remember that because we messed up the back end of the car off of that.
It was,
Yeah.
Why did the guy lie about the
It doesn't
chase?
matter.
Oh.
That person.
Oh, okay.
That person ran for sheriff and lost many times.
I see.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yes, we get there and we head off, and he's like on the radio, and we're coming through this area right here, and I think it was High Bridge Road where we were at, and we were like, we're gonna head them off.
Yeah, that's what we were attempting to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we stopped. We get sideways in the road. We're waiting for this car to come through. He's on the radio. I'm right behind him. I'm coming through. And we're like, well, we're right here.
Mm-hmm.
And so here he comes. Rolls up.
Nothing.
Did they get by y'all?
Yeah.
We were like,
What? We've been here the whole... Come on now. Yeah.
we're 10-8.
Yeah, we knew.
And we just went right back to town.
So I got 2 more. Car chases was a big part of the life back then. So I got 2 funny. They're always funny. The first time Levi, his first day on duty, they put him with me, which was stupid. But we get into a car chase on our very first day. On the very first, or his first. I've been a cop for probably a little over a year by the time.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, at least a year. Maybe even longer. Anyways, now Levi's excited. He's straight out of the military, first day. We're in a car chase. He's sitting there. He's beating up on the front of the dashboard like, this is the coolest job ever. Like, I'm like, man, you have no idea how bad this job sucks. But anyways.
Wait till you have to do paperwork.
Yeah. So we catch up with the vehicle that everybody else is chasing, the highway patrol and stuff. And it's like one of those miniature cars, man. It's itty bitty. They put out spike strips because this chase was going on for a long time. And the vehicle ends up flipping, lands in the ditch at like 90-something. Yeah, and I was like, oh, God, they're dead, And out of this comes a 7'1" man with barely even a scratch. His name, I can't say his name, but you knew him because he'd been arrested several times. He was 7'1".
God, I can't even think of who it is.
Well, I can't say his name on here.
No, that's fine.
I'll say it after we're done,
Right.
and you'll go, "Oh yeah, that tall guy." But he's 7'1" in this itty bitty car at like 90, 95 mile an hour, spike strips, and lives without a scratch.
Wow.
But so my brother got his first day. He's in a car chase, and he gets to see a miniature car wreck at 90, 95 mile an hour with a 7'1" guy come out like it was a clown show or something.
That's what he did. He just put,
Yeah.
his whole body was just like, he just braced himself and just rolled with the car. There was no flopping
So
around.
I don't know if you were out here for this one. I was sheriff, and we were over by the grace of God, I was on the other side of Mountain Station. And I forgot the name of the road.
Limestone?
Is it Limestone? The one that connects Mountain Station or Limestone with
That's Watts Road or something like that, isn't it?
something, yeah. Watts Ranch is what's on
Yeah.
the left and right of it the whole time.
Mountain Station Road.
Yeah,
The Limestone.
that's what we called it, Mountain Station Road. But anyways, I'm on the other side. Everybody else is in a car chase. I think Matt, Adam, a couple of other guys, Chuck Wells, he was in it too. I don't know if you were or not because there was quite a few vehicles. So I always carried my 50 Beowulf AR with me, dude. And at this point, I mean, it's worth shooting the car. I didn't have spike strips. So I found a curve like over here. I don't want to say their name, but the family that we knew from Watts Ranch, their house is right here. You got a curve that makes you slow down, and then you go this way, and then there's another curve going to, you don't know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I set up on the second curve because I'm like, hey, look, all right, they got to slow down twice. I'll be able to shoot their engine with this big old 50. I'm excited. I go and I get my trunk. And my 50's not back here. And I'm, oh my God, I forgot my 50 Beowulf today. So I was like, man, I finally get to shoot something with this gun. And I forget it. So then I'm like, all right, man, get your shotgun. Oh my God, I forgot my shotgun too, So I'm like, here, a pistol. So I was like, I just get out of the way. I'm going to join in with the chase. The highway patrol started to respond. They're setting up spiked strips further down Limestone or whatever the case was, And I see the car. And it makes it around that first curve, and you see sparks going everywhere, and there was a dip there too, so you could, it was great.
Low
man.
water bridge.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, that's right. So, and then here come the cop cars, and and I was like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna let everybody pass. You can't jump in front of all the vehicles and stuff. Anyways, he does the perp, does not make the next curve, and goes right out into the pasture. Right into the pasture. And he has front wheel drive, and it's been raining. And he goes like a mile. And we all go right behind him. Like I let everybody go, and I watched what happened, and I still went. And everybody goes, Murr. Like we are, there are highway patrols out there. God and country, 7, 8 vehicles from law enforcement stuck in a pasture. And nobody realizes how far up he is when he hits a ravine and he drops into it and then crashes. So we all take off running.
It was a long run.
Oh my God. Like, and you know, that's all I done back then was run, you know. And next thing I know, I'm breathing a little hard, you know, and I'm like, man, that's a lot. And I look back, and where the, hey man, come on! They quit. They like gave up. Oh my God! I was like, dadgum. So I get up there. He's long gone. We pulled out the thermal back then and all kinds of stuff. Police department came out and helped. It was pretty embarrassing because then the landowner, which we all know who that is, had to come out there with his tractor and pull all those cop cars out. And that's what busted my windshield. I was the last one to be pulled out. And like a moron, I'm in there, so the chain's pulling, you know, and the chain pulls off of and it goes right at me. And I'm watching, and I was like, oh, good. So now I'm going to die from a chain. Like, and it just goes right beside me, right through my window. And I was like,
jeez, dude.
Almost died over getting my vehicle.
Of all things. Go through all that.
That's
Sheriff dies of stupidity.
A broken chain.
Yeah, it is what happens. I mean, we really didn't have much choice because you got to kind of, you know, guide it and stuff.
Right.
It still would have sucked.
Yeah, well, the chain, man, I've always been leery of those things. I've seen them do some damage.
It'll kill you. It'll kill you. Man, there's so many stories that we would spend way too much time.
So many.
Way too much time.
We've said a lot.
Well, the good part is I will never be elected sheriff again. So.
Would you ever run?
No. No, I plan to help Adam if when he wins it. So.
Good.
Give it a. Has he announced his undersheriff?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I don't know who it is.
I don't know who it is either, honestly.
I mean, I'm sure that it'll be a good choice. So.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But yeah, I plan to go out and help.
We've talked about a lot of things. We have not covered everything, so you're going to have to come on again at some point, and next time we'll.
Well, you know what? Maybe to keep people hanging, maybe I'll talk about some of the overseas stories, like the greatest firefight I was never in.
Are you going to though? If you come back on,
I'll talk about one where I was a cheerleader.
Hell yeah, dude.
Well, I asked you earlier.
I mean, I watched the greatest light show on earth one time. There's no doubt about it, and I never fired a shot, but it was unique. It was obviously a once in a lifetime. Well. You know,
so far.
At that magnitude, you know. So it was very, very unique. Very unique. And, I mean, I had several of them. We were talking about crowds and stuff like that. We had some sticky situations like that. When I was director of training, I knew of a guy that got shot in the plate by breaking the seal. So we can talk about some of the problems with, you know, not training correctly. Got him shot. He's alive in the plate, you know.
I asked him earlier if he had any overseas stories, and he goes, I'm boring.
Yeah.
Well, they're not.
And then now here they come out.
Well, the one is like a cheerleader, though. I mean, it wasn't nothing great that I'd done. I mean, I shot my thumper. It's a 40 millimeter. So, oh my God. One story. That's it.
Okay. One story, and then
golly.
And then we'll wrap it
All
up.
right.
Wrap it up, yo.
There I was. No shit. I was surrounded. Anyways, I'm in Shkin, Afghanistan, working for the GRS. I can't tell you really what our true job was there, but it's kind of cleaning up some Cold War stuff so soldiers wouldn't be hit by certain ordnance that we gave or sold or gave to the Taliban. Anyways, years before. So we're cleaning that up. That's part of our job. There are the Pakistan mountains right there at Shkin. I mean, they are 4 clicks from where we're at. I mean, nice valley hitting them. Huge, huge mountains. I mean, you know, just ridiculous. Especially from someone southeastern Oklahoma where I'm like, start the story out. How about this? I talked about Butch for a second, that new Daryl. That's when we talked about Daryl. All right, so there's only 4 of us. Back then, it was called the Taliban Hotel there in Kabul. That's all it was. That's where the embassy basically was. I mean, nothing set up yet. 4 of us show up. We get our briefing. They're like this. There's like 1,000 bad guys on the other side of the mountain. We're like, 1, 2, 3, 4. But there are 4 of us. Are you sure? All right, we had support there. There was 4 Omega guys there, Navy SEALs. 12. I know they weren't RSF guys. German SF guys. We had 3 105s, which are ordnance, and their support, which was about 40 guys worth. So there are not very many of us. And then there's the rest of us, 4 of us, and then some other things I can't mention that were there too.
Right.
But there's not very many guys at this place. So anyways, one of the guys, his call sign was T-Bone. He was in 7th group, and he had actually been there like 6 months prior before he took this job, before he retired. So he was just like, hey, man, I'm going to let you guys know we're going camping. I was like, what? So all 4 of us, we get on the helo. It's an old Russian bird with the gas tanks on the outside, by the way. And we're barely clearing the mountains.
You guys are flying around
on the way
Russian
to Skin.
style?
Yeah, it
Okay,
was
cool.
Russian. Yeah, no crap.
Well, contract shit,
Did it
there's-
cross
Well, I mean, it was still through the agency, but
Oh, yeah.
Did it cross your mind though? You're like, I'm on a Russian bird.
yeah, I'm going to die on a Russian bird
Right.
with the gas tanks on the outside. Yes,
Sounds like a
obviously.
Tom
It was
Clancy
very
movie.
cold, too. Oh, my God.
Is that not normal, or did you not normally? Have
Back
to do that
then,
kind
man,
of thing?
everybody was using this is the early years.
Yeah.
The resources that they possibly could,
So
man.
you had been on other kind of birds or whatever that were. Not
Yeah, oh, yeah,
American.
black. Oh, no. That was my first time.
Only
First time
time?
on. No, I've been on many of different types of birds
Okay.
since then, but that was my first time on a foreign one.
Okay.
That I can remember. Maybe in the military, I don't know. But anyways, we land in the LZ, and when we land, the LZ is made up of these rocks like this big around. So I'm going to get off, and I'm carrying. I got my ruck, and I got like a bag that I'm carrying that has all my weapon systems and stuff. Other than the M4 that I got, and I got all my plate carrier, everything going on, helmet on, and I'm falling in these holes. I was like, man, this LZ is awful. Like, they grabbed the biggest rocks they possibly could and put it in the LZ. Now, you can't have small ones because it'd throw the rocks everywhere, but they were too big. And ankle breakers. And we have incoming right then, a 107. And everybody's taking cover. And all I want away from this helicopter. I do not want to be at this helicopter when this 107 hits. So I'm like chugging. I'm not, all of us are like trying to make it through all this crap. We're basically running through a mountain. That's the LZ. Anyways, I think we took 2 incomings. This is, 20 years ago almost, or whatever it was, 16, 17, 18 years. We make it into our team house, which is inside this little compound, which doesn't have walls or nothing yet. And we get in the team house, and I remember that there was dust everywhere. It wasn't clean, and there wasn't no top to the rooms being separated. They were separated by a wall, but there was an opening, from the ceiling. And the ceilings were all type of like a brick or something like that, And we get in and we take more incoming. So we all kneel down, and kind of cover up a little bit. And the incoming was real close. So when it did, it kind of rocked the building a little bit, or the team house that we had. And dust just fell, and hit all of us, man. We're all covered in dust. So Butch gets up and he's like, I know y'all are thinking this, but I'm the only one that's going to say it. This shit sucks. Because we're just covered in dust and stuff. So that's the quick story of where we're at, right? We start helping build up walls, getting local guys, anything we can to get HESCOs up and stuff like that. Make this into a type of base that we can defend ourselves. Same thing with the Omega teams and ODA teams and stuff like that. So everybody's trying to help. 105 is getting set up. And anyways, we get attacked. There's the call comes in from the OP, which is forward base or good Lord, I can't even think. Operation Post. That there's like 300 bad guys coming across the mountain through the passes, and there's 2 passes, and like I said, the mountains are huge, and they hit the OP and the ammunition stuff in the OP, and it just all lights up, man. We're 4 clicks away. It's nighttime, and I'm watching this, and there's just crap going everywhere, man. RPGs. I mean, this is the gunfight. Just crazy, there's Packies up, Packy military, which, one of the few times I'll ever help, that were shooting down, with 50s, BMGs and stuff. Just trying to, suppress them. And then we call in support fire, and the 105s are just boom, boom, just going off, just blowing the living piss out of them, man. And it's crazy. And so a warthog shows up, and I get to watch it.
I love the warthogs.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So one warthog, we called for air support.
They make you feel really good when you.
Yeah, man, it was awesome watching it, dude. It's like, oh, that's cool. So I'm getting to watch this at night at that.
Oh,
so
wow.
I'm getting to see all the munitions going out, man. It's just crazy. Man.
Best light show ever, I bet.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's hard to explain. And then an Apache shows up just as the A-10, the Warthog, leaves. And then he's rocking with his 30 millimeter and, just sending out all of his stuff and get to watch it as well. Anyways, the story of me using my thumper. So I had, with my M4, I had an ACOG, and I was running thermal, which was kind of rare for back then. Back then, most people wore night vision. And I had a thermal. It looked like an old PVS-7. I don't know what its nomenclature was. And anyways, I forgot my bandolier full of 40 millimeter. So I got like one inside of it. And I was like, this is not worth a damn, what are you going to do with one bullet? Yeah, one bullet to rule them all. And I make the worst decision I possibly can.
Nice.
I shoot it in the direction of the bad guys. And anyways, it was a HE. So HE is, explosive, whatever, a high explosive. And I shoot it, and it goes about 350 meters out there. And they call contact at 350 meters out. The bad guys are oh my God. And they're still like 3 clicks away trying to make it across the opening. And I was like, oh no. And I never corrected it.
Really?
I never got, hell no, I get fired, man. I was just like this. I was like, oh my God, why'd I do that? Like, why in the world? I'm excited,
Right.
I'm not scared because, they're so far away and I'm getting to watch them get their asses handed to them. But, I was just like, oh, I don't need this. Ka-thum, throw it down, I didn't even look where I shot, just in the direction. I get to my post, but, preset post, my battle position, and they're like, contact 350 meters out. And I'm like, oh, no. It was my HE hitting.
That's funny.
So anyways, that was a quick story.
I like the quick stories.
Yeah.
We're going to tell more next time you come in. We're at the end of the show because this is almost 5 hours, 4 hours, 48 minutes.
Lord.
But it's not all going to be part of the show. We had some pee breaks and stuff. So comes at the end of the show, or when we come to the end of the show, we want, we let everybody plug whatever they want to plug. So what is your plug?
Trump 2020. Vote Adam Woodruff. When is the election? November 4th?
Yes.
All right, so third minute, whatever it is.
Early November.
November early-ish. Again, I think that Adam, and he's the best decision, best choice. Probably one of the best choices we've had. So that's saying a lot, or maybe not. But anyways, Vote for Adam. I got to mention that your brother's Midnight Thud. So, if you want to see us, we do a lot of nighttime hunting. So, predator and hog hunting. So, Midnight Thud on YouTube. And, of course, our old Ish's Tactical Solutions, even though we haven't made anything in like 5 months, just because I've been so busy here in the States. So, I haven't had time to put up one, but I'm planning to. I just got to get to it. And we're like 200 short of 10,000 followers.
Nice.
So, that's not too
Awesome.
bad.
Are you still making weapons?
Guns.
Yeah. Sorry.
You can turn them into a weapon if you want. So yeah, that's another thing. But I only make custom guns. So
So you're making custom guns?
Yeah, you got to get a hold of me for that. I make them all the time. It's hard to get a hold of parts right now, though.
Okay.
So that's something that I tell people is that, look, you may have to wait a while because just like I have some things in stock, but some things I don't. I build a lot of Wildcats. As they call them, it's guns that aren't 223 in the AR-15 platform, and guns that are not a 308 in the AR-10 platform. So I build a lot of those, or AR-308, the different cartridges. So sometimes they're hard to get a hold of in these times. I mean, they really are. I mean, just like ammunition and stuff.
I was going to say it's hard to get a hold of ammunition as well.
Yeah, but I do make custom guns, and I do a real good job at it. I mean, obviously, I've been at it for a long time, so I put a lot of work into them. And for a custom gun, it's expensive. Don't get me wrong, but for a custom, it's not. So there's a difference,
Right.
And I paint them as well. Mm-hmm. So, I don't like to, but I do. I do it all the time.
Well, I'll tag you in all this stuff so that if anybody's looking for a custom gun,
right, when I'm home,
when
I can do it,
and when you can do it, and when there's available parts, you're the guy to go to.
Yeah.
Anybody that asks me about it, that's what I tell them.
Yeah.
Lucas.
Yeah.
You want to plug?
Oh yeah. That's me.
We covered a lot of things today. We did politics, and we don't do politics.
No, not generally.
But no.
Were we filming when we were talking about politics? Because this is all running into each other.
I knew having Israel on it was going to be like that, and he even brought us this Trump 2020 Keeping America Great flag.
Yeah.
Are you leaving that here with us, or are you taking it?
Oh well, it depends. Are you going to show it?
No.
Then I'm taking it. You ain't got to be proud about who you are.
Oh, I'm definitely proud.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. I wouldn't know by the way you do the bills of your hats.
He doesn't like the flatness.
I know he don't.
I catch
He's
it a
old
lot.
school.
That's millennial bull crap right there.
Yeah.
I just have a big head, and it looks better than the curved bills on a
Who
big
you want
head.
to plug, Lucas?
I would like to plug the Blazing Glory Grill in Northtown, Old Town, McAllister. Used to be the Whistle Stop.
Right there, week
Bistro?
ago, yeah. 2
Hey,
weeks ago.
I ate there last night, and I had buffalo wings for an appetizer, and they were the best wings. These are the boneless wings, because I don't like bone-in wings.
Okay.
Best wings I've ever had, by far.
I had the burger, and it was very, very good.
Well,
the fries are they cut them up. They're freshly cut fries. So
Well,
it's really
I had
good.
what was called the detention, and it's a burger that's got bacon on it and peanut butter. And believe it or not, it was absolutely delicious.
Well, if I would have looked down and saw the detention and saw there was peanut butter in this burger, I probably would have got up and left.
Why?
I'm kidding.
But you make a
That's
mistake
very
because
odd.
that's very, very good.
odd. Is it really?
Yeah, they have peanut butter burgers is getting to be a thing everywhere, man. Like,
Well, I even tagged them in the group because it was that good. The food was.
well, I told them,
I was
I
highly
said,
impressed, and there's a bar in there.
yeah,
as
yeah.
well,
They
so
they watched. They had the
pretty
fights
neat-
on last
Pretty
night.
neat little
Yeah,
setup they have.
And sporting events, I think they, if something's kind of a big deal or whatever, they'll stay open. They said longer. Now
Cool.
that's one reason why I'm wanting to drum up some business is because the food's good enough. They started like only being open for lunch on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'd like to see them be. I can't understand why there's not more people eating there.
Well, COVID.
I don't give a shit about COVID.
Well, I know, but
You know what I'm saying?
You see how everyone is on Facebook about COVID in this town.
Well, let me.
It's half and half.
No, man. Let me roll. I'll tell you what.
Half
let me
and
go to.
half.
Let me go to McDonald's and see how many
maybe
people's in
not.
McDonald's.
That's true.
You know what I mean? No, I mean, go to Captain John's and it's full.
This place is new. That's why I tagged it in the group, because this place is new, or moderately new. It was new to me anyways. I've never been there, and it was a damn good burger.
Yeah, the food is excellent. Everything was excellent. That's what I'm saying is you don't love Jesus if you don't like this place.
All
okay,
right. Write that
so
down again.
go up there and eat.
Yeah.
Go up there and eat, or else I'm going to know that you don't love Jesus. If I don't, you know what I'm saying?
It's strong.
But it's a very, very, very good food, and I was very impressed with the people. Everybody was cool. They got our stuff to us. The lady that owns it came out and talked to us.
Mm-hmm.
And and a lot of times I don't really enjoy that. I like to just eat my food, kind of,
She
ease
asked
on
you to
out.
plug it. She's like, "Hey, are you Lucas with the
No,
podcast?"
I said, ma'am, I want to let you know. I said, I do a little podcast or whatever. I said, I'm sure you've heard of it. I don't sign autographs or anything like that, so don't even ask.
Oh my God, that's great.
No, I did not say that.
Was she hot?
No, well, I'd say no. I don't know. She's somebody's wife, but
He said no.
But anyway,
She's gonna watch it. She's gonna be like, really?
plus my wife is going to listen to this and be like this. Oh, yeah?
That's being backed in the corner, literally.
So she came out and talked to you.
She was really cool, really nice, and willing to talk about any of it. They have a lot of stuff written outside the building they're in, the history of it. A bunch of stuff burned down up there in 1906, I think, and that building survived. And
It's in Old Town McAllister.
Yeah, in Old Town, North Town, whatever you want to call it.
Or Old Town, okay.
Everybody calls it both, but it's not very far, and it is worth the drive.
It's where the Whistle Stop Bistro
Yes.
used to be.
Yes, it's just go up there, Google it, and go eat there because it's good.
I agree.
And that's my plug.
Yeah,
I
try
agree.
that out.
My plug is the Oklahoma Parkinson's Foundation. They are still doing like the virtual runs and stuff, and they're still trying to raise money. So if you are
That's a
looking
good one.
for somewhere
I feel
to-
bad.
Yeah, really, I do too.
Well, I
Just make us feel like crap.
Jeez, I'm going to plug
Well,
St.
they're-
Jude's, okay? That's it, all right?
Yeah,
now, I want
really.
to change
They were
mine.
wanting to do, they do a run every year here in McAllister, and they were not able to this year due to COVID. So
Yeah.
Anyways.
Well, yeah, man, I bet a lot of those are affected by all this crap. Dude.
a lot of
That's-
run, a lot of
man.
everything.
Well, yeah, life. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what the Democrats want.
I want everybody to stop wearing your mask and stop getting tested for COVID-19. Let's move on with our lives.
Do you think it's going away? In
If
November?
you will stop testing, it will go away.
Yep, that's why I'm saying it, man.
Next thing you know, you died from a heart attack like you were supposed to.
Right. Yeah, man. That's what my son was the first person to say it to me. He's 18 years old, and he said, "I'm not getting tested."
No. Oh, no. Especially by the state. That's what I said when I was in Iowa. No way are you. My name was on the list. I said, take my name off there.
Yeah.
Because, I was in contact, with
Right.
somebody down the line, anyways. And they were sending a list into the state. And I said, no, I'm not getting tested. If I get tested, it'll be through an independent. I'll pay for it. But you're not using me as a statistic or to backtrack on all the people I know, and you're not putting me on a list.
That's what a guy said the other day that I talked to. His grandpa died, in in a nursing home, and they were trying. His dad said, "Do not put down COVID as the cause of death."
Well,
and I don't even know if he had it, but they were.
It's sad that
I
even
think they were trying. They were going to test him to see if. He
oh
had
yeah,
it.
they test everybody now.
And then they go, "Oh, yep."
Yeah.
So there you have it.
Yeah. Well, even when you have a cold, you can end up with it.
Right.
So it's like,
Well, there's nothing they can do for you, anyways, right? I mean, it's not like you get any medicine or whatever.
yeah,
right?
there's a medicine for COVID. Yes,
Yeah, they got 2 or 3 things. Now, one
they
thing
have 4 or 5
Well, I
effective
know, but they're not
things.
really giving it to you, right? For the most part.
Some. I mean,
if you're
you're
in
talking
an
about the
extreme case-
hydroxychloroquine and stuff.
No, I'm
some of the
talking about
states have made it to where you
If somebody
can.
gets
but it's-
sick in your family, and they're just not feeling
Oh
good,
yeah, no, they're not going to give you.
They're not
anything.
doing anything.
No, but now people on ventilators and all that are in hospitals are given some big long name drug to.
Venezuela, by the way.
I can't remember that. It's too much for
Yeah,
me.
someone on here watching this will go, "Oh, but it's real expensive and not any more effective than hydroxychloroquine, but is effective." There's 4 or 5 treatments right now, and there will be more later on for this bad flu season.
Yeah, I just read they shipped some to Tahlequah, they shipped some to McAllister, and somewhere else right here close by that
Yeah,
they have.
I'm not
like,
even reading
have it
that
on
far
there.
into
Just
it.
don't get on a ventilator.
I'm just
Don't do it.
living our best life, man. We won, by the way, Saturday.
Yeah, I was fixing to
That's
ask you about that whenever we got
not
done.
picked by anybody to win, and we won.
Awesome.
And
That's
I'm,
how you-
That's
how
your
you
boys'
do it.
team?
yeah, I'm not sure
Good.
why we're not getting picked, but that's fine with us. We're perfectly
Good.
fine.
That's good though,
Underdogs,
man.
yeah.
You guys get the sneak attack on them. Then they're like, "Oh, we're gonna really beat these guys," and then they get beat. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's awesome.
We got a good team. We got a good team. Good group of kids. Good group of parents. Israel, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna go eat dinner because I'm very
Yeah, I
hungry.
got to drive all the way home.
I was supposed to.
I got to drive to Wilburton.
There you go.
I got to go to work.
That's further than me.
So
And we'll see you next time.
yeah,
Bye-bye.
thank you.
Love your body.